Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Hush by Tal Bauer, narrated by Joel Leslie. I am for truth, no matter who tells it. I am for justice, no matter who it's for or against. Malcolm X. Prologue. Assassinations were, when it came right down to it, easy. No matter how tight the security, how rehearsed the preparations, life always came with weaknesses. American Secret Service agents stood beside their president on a handshake line, but in the crush and swarming mass of bodies, they couldn't get eyes on every single person. Hordes of people rushing for a handshake, a look, a smile. Everyone wanting to be acknowledged by the most powerful man on the planet. It was easy to slide into the crowd, to hide between the smiles and the waving hands. All it took was one concealed weapon, one fast draw. President Kennedy had been killed, and his brother after that. President Reagan had been shot. Presidents were never invulnerable. The office, the title, was not bulletproof. Neither were the Secret Service agents, the president's white knights. Assassinations didn't have to be carried out with a gun. Assassination weapons came in every size and shape. 31 flavors of destruction. Boston had taught Americans that they weren't invulnerable to IEDs. They weren't just a news clip or a soundbite online anymore. Bombs were always an option, always the preferred choice for making a big statement and scattering as many bodies as possible. But a sniper was still the best choice, the quietest choice, both the least and the most intimate. A good sniper could squeeze the trigger from a mile away, dispatch their target, and disappear before anyone could even dream of finding them. In those last moments, the moments watching a target moving through the reticular scope, the last moments of the target's life reduced down to a series of circles and dashed lines, a sniper could feel as close as a whisper away. Watching someone when they thought they were alone. Watching them mumble to themselves. Pick their nose. Let down their guard, their mask to the world, and let all their raw nerves and frustrated hopes sag. As they let their dreams run flat and they stared at the life they had stumbled into. A sniper was privy to all of that. To the flash in a person's eyes as they stopped pretending that they were truly happy in any way at all. Death, then, should be a release. He almost envied the people he killed. 1 minute alive, wishing for a different life. And then, a bullet to the cerebellum and a mist of red. A puff bursting as they collapsed like their life was escaping into the air. Or around into a person's center mass, where it bounced and spun, and shredded so many, many organs. He picked up the bolt, pulled free from his Dragunov sniper rifle, and rubbed the dark steel, cleaning the metal until it shone. A dot of oil, a tiny smear, and he set it aside. The Dragunov lay in pieces. Hardened steel and wooden stock laid out in precise order. Perfect pieces to a jigsaw puzzle he could assemble in moments. Remnants from a line of cocaine lay off to the side, next to a razor blade and a rolled-up 100-euro note. He waited for a phone call, for a voice on the other end of the line that gave him his next assignment, his instructions. He was a gun for hire. A man providing a service for the right price. He was a hard man to find, but for the dedicated individuals who managed to track him down, he was willing to entertain their offers. Like many others in his line of work, he'd done time in the Russian military, worked his way through the ranks, rising from the dog-shit life of a basic enlistee to a marginally better-off non-commissioned officer. At least as an NCO, he could pad his wallet a little bit. And when he'd left the service, he'd taken his Dragunov with him. His time in the military had beaten out any sliver of nationalistic pride he'd ever had. Russia, the whole fucking country, could go to hell. So when the call came in with this assignment, well, he'd been intrigued. Call him patriotic. His phone rang. The voice spoke. The man who'd hired him, giving him his next instructions. He was on his way to America. Chapter 1, May 5th. Bang, bang, bang. Deputy U.S. Marshal Mike Lucciano slammed the side of his fist against the rotten, water-warped door of Stan Coffey's Fairfax apartment. The cheap wood rattled against the door bolt, gaping wide at the base. He saw a stained carpet, vomit brown and frayed, mottled with cigarette burns. Dogs barked in nearby apartments, deep growls mixing with the loud drone and tinny laughter of daytime TV. Owners shouted, hollering at the dogs to quit their yapping or they'd smack 'em. Mike gave Deputy U.S. Marshal Jim Gordon a long stare. Gordon nodded and went back to watching the apartments, welding himself into the corner of the middle landing, bracing his back against the rusted metal staircase. Flecks of paint fluttered loose and fell to the broken asphalt below. Gordon was one of the two deputy marshals Mike had brought with him for this little chit-chat with Stan Coffey. Gordon was young, still in his training year at headquarters in Arlington. He monitored the run-down apartments and surrounding tenement buildings like he was still in the academy, his eyes painting a perfect circuit around the clock face, darting from hour to hour like a bobblehead doll. Jeff Silver, the other deputy marshal, watched over both Mike and Gordon, waiting to back up either, or both if needed. He shouldn't have to. This was just going to be a simple chit-chat. An easy call-out to remind Stan Coffey that threats against the federal judiciary were taken seriously. He'd rattle his chains a bit, throw his weight and his badge around. Mike would give Stan the opportunity to apologize, recant, and make his mea culpas. They'd all be back at the office in an hour. Inside the apartment, Mike heard shouting, the loud hacking cough of a lifetime smoker, and then an ambling shuffle heading for the door. Behind the thin wood, he heard a man grumble under his breath, cough, and curse the still barking dogs. The steady, rumbling barking had alerted the neighbors, and curtains were being pulled back. Mike could feel eyeballs peering down on them all. A chain rattled and the deadbolt slid. The door cracked open. Stan Coffey, 39 years old, rail-thin, with the body of a meth addict and a face to match, leaned against the door jamb. A cigarette hung from his wrinkled paper lips. His face looked like his missus had hit him one too many times with a frying pan, and he'd never healed right. His greasy hair stuck up at odd angles, next to the bald patch spreading out from the center of his crown. "What do you want?" Stan's eyes narrowed as they swept over Mike. Mike shoved his star-shaped badge into Stan's face. "U.S. Marshals, Mr. Stan Coffey, we're here to talk to you about—" Stan took off, tearing back into his apartment. Shit! Mike drew his weapon and followed, shouldering open the door and clearing the hallway corners quickly. Shouting from the back room in the apartment. Woman shrieking. Glass breaking. He jumped out to the landing and found Silver and Gordon ready to move. "Backside, he's making a run for the alley!" Gordon took off. A rickety fire escape, more rust than metal, clung to the moldy walls of the tenement in the stinking alley. When they'd driven in, they'd eyed the metal ladders with wary eyes. Anyone thinking of making a run using that would have to be desperate. It looked like it was just shrugging up to the old building, and the slightest bit of weight would make the old bolts shear off from the brick siding and send the entire rusted structure to the ground in a puff of orange dust. Silver radioed for the Fairfax police escorts waiting around the building to move in. They were there as a courtesy, in case shit, in the wisdom of the Marshals. Well, shit had happened. Mike ran back into the apartment, down the hallway, and burst into the living room. 3 women were sitting on a sagging sofa, each wearing a tube top, 4 sizes too small. Mismatched sheets were tacked over the window, darkening the room like a cave. Daytime soap operas blared from the TV perched on an empty milk crate. In front of the women, stained crack pipes littered a broken coffee table next to scraps of aluminum foil. Sticky burns covered the bottom of the crack pipes, and the stench of singed hair and melted plastic clung to the dank apartment. The women screamed, each leaping back on the couch and trying to climb each other, trying to get away from Mike. "Hands up!" he shouted. "Hands up! Up!" If one of their hands went under a couch cushion or behind a pillow covered in burn marks, they could come out with a gun. He pointed his pistol at the women and shouted again, "Hands up!" Cowering, they all raised their hands and turned their faces away, hiding against each other. "Where did he go? Where's Stan?" One of the women pointed to the back hallway, her finger shaking. A narrow door was ajar, and a beam of sunlight pierced the dank living room. Chipped blue tile caught his eye. Stan had escaped into the bathroom. He heard grunting, and then cursing. Glass breaking, crashing, things falling to the floor, smashing against tile. Mike ran for the bathroom, shouldering open the door and throwing his back against the wall. A filthy tub with a ratty shower curtain hanging by only a few hooks sat on the right, and on the left, Stan coffee hung halfway out the thin window above the toilet. The window was only a foot tall. Mike wouldn't be able to get his shoulders through the damn thing, but Stan was doing his best to wriggle his meth-racked body through the pitiful opening. "Get the fuck down from there, Stan! Fuck you!" Stan kept wriggling, his scrawny ass shimmying against the windowsill. There was no way his hips were getting through that window, no matter how skinny he was. Sirens wailed outside. Tires screeched. Mike heard shouts from the street below and feet running into the alleyway. Fairfax police yelled up at Stan. Stan cursed back, a string of nonsense, and spit as his legs kicked and thrashed. His foot knocked a toothbrush off the side of the sink. It flew across the bathroom and into the tub. "Get the fuck down or I'm gonna haul your ass out of there!" "Don't you fucking touch me!" He could grab his feet, but he'd have to touch Stan's nasty sweats, stained with God knew what. He could grab him and yank, twist him, and slam him to the ground. And that would help with getting him cuffed. "Stan, last warning, get the fuck down from the window! You touch me, I'll fucking kill you!" Bingo. Threatening a federal officer. Add that to his first threat. Stan was looking at a real bad day when this was all over. And probably some serious bruises, too. Mike heard Silver and a police officer in the living room ordering the women to stay seated. They were all whimpering, lost in some meth high and probably riding the shiny lights emanating from the TV screen or staring at the glint of Silver's badge. "Silver, help me pull this jackass down!" Silver stomped into the bathroom and chuckled at Stan's flailing legs and his grunting curses. He took up position next to Mike, but made no move to help. "I'll cover you." "Thanks." Mike slammed his pistol back in his holster. Silver smirked. Mike started for Stan, edging his way around the bathroom and avoiding Stan's wild kicks. He'd have to grab Stan as close to the hips as possible, get his rail-thin thighs together, and then fling him down. It'd be like wrestling a cat. Awesome. Mike waited for the right moment, in between Stan's kicks and right when he started up another screeching curse at the police below. Lunging, he wrapped his arms around Stan's waist and yanked, pulling Stan's legs down as he ripped him free from the window. Flopping forward, Stan's forehead clipped the window's metal rail, and he roared, cursing Mike as he started to fight. Spinning, Mike hefted Stan over his shoulder and slammed him face first onto the tile floor. Stan's breath whooshed out of him like a bag full of air slapped too hard and bursting. He went limp, his arms and legs starfishing out and his mouth gaped. A fish out of water. Mike kneeled on his back, digging his knee into Stan's kidney as he cuffed him. "Stan Coffey, you are under arrest." Stan's breath was starting to come back to him. "Fuck you, motherfucker!" He spat, but only managed to spray his own cheek. "Yeah, right back at you." He grabbed Stan's handcuffs and hauled him up. "Get up. You've just turned this into a very long day." Stan sat in the back seat of one of the Fairfax police cruisers, glaring at the headrest. Once he'd started kicking at the door with his bare feet until the officer hollered at him and threatened to tase him if he didn't quit that shit. Police crawled over Stan's apartment. The three women, his three girlfriends, were huddling on the curb in handcuffs, still high on their meth hit. So far, they'd found enough meth to put Stan away for a very long time. A handful of unregistered handguns in the kitchen cupboards and, of all places, the fridge. Neighbors stared down at the scene, hanging out of open windows and glaring, crossing their arms as they watched the police and the marshals like their beady eyes were weapons, lasers that would banish them from the block. Silver leaned against the hood of his SUV, crossing his arms as Mike read off the list of what the police found. He whistled. "Not his day, is it?" "No. Serves him right. What the hell did he think was going to happen shooting his mouth off online about wanting to kill Judge Brewer and then running when we came knocking?" Judge Tom Brewer, the newest judge to the Washington, D.C. Federal District Court, had just handed down a stiff sentence to the owner of a web hosting server on the dark web and a ringleader of the dark web community. Clownface, his online moniker, was responsible for curating the massive online black market trading boards and facilitating transactions of everything from child pornography to illegal weapons to drugs. The trial had been awful, filled with gut-churning testimony about the truly horrific and obscene happenings deep in the twisted bowels of the dark web. When Clownface was sentenced to life in prison, the maximum sentence Judge Brewer could impose, though few thought that a baby federal judge would go to such lengths, online outcry reached a fever pitch. The usual gamut of crazies, trolls, and civil rights extremists stormed the internet, but they were joined by hordes from the sovereign rights movement. White supremacists, tax protesters, secessionists, and others who rejected the federal government and screamed about the overreach and abuse of federal authority. Mike had had enough of dealing with sovereign rights groups for 5 lifetimes. A large portion of the sovereign rights groups' infrastructure and funding had come from the dark web, with significant transactions running through the very site Clownface had managed. And Stan Coffey, sovereign rights nobody, wannabe white supremacist, professional meth head, and troublemaker extraordinaire, had run his mouth off on an internet forum saying that Judge Brewer should be dragged out of the courthouse and shot on the steps. In the ensuing back and forth with his fellow nutjobs, they'd all decided a wood chipper would be a better means of dispatching Judge Brewer, again on the steps of the courthouse. A subpoena later, the marshals had the IP addresses and emails of the users making the postings, their physical addresses, phone numbers, and all billing information for those accounts and any other connected social media accounts, cell phones, and laptops. Whether the online postings were a true threat, pursuant to Chapter 18 of the U.S. Code, was up to an investigation and the United States Attorney. Mike, Deputy Marshal and Deputy Judicial Security Inspector assigned to the E. Barrett Prettyman U.S. Courthouse, the D.C. Federal Courthouse, and to Judge Brewer's court security, only planned on banging on Stan's door to talk him down from his threats. Most of the time, that's how the bluster ended up shaken out. An apology and an urgent insistence that someone was just blowing their mouth off, followed by a quick search of their apartment to confirm they didn't have any weapons. Mike would have been out of there in half an hour. Now, one of the assistant United States attorneys, AUSA Cassandra Solorzano, would have to bring charges. Stan had threatened a federal judge, and he had means to carry it out. A stack of unregistered firearms. He'd threatened Mike, a marshal. It was 5 years for each threat against a federal official, so Stan was starting at 10 years minimum. And that was before the drugs and the guns. Stan Coffey was having a shitty day, and it was only going to get shittier. Let's get him booked. Fairfax PD can finish processing the scene. Mike called the officer guarding Stan over and told him they were headed for the jail. The officer seemed relieved to be leaving, to get out of the heat. Late D.C. spring was turning into summer with a vengeance, or to get away from the slit-eyed glares of the neighbors and the hostile tension choking the humid air. The ride to the jail was easy as they followed behind the patrol car. Silver drove and quizzed Gordon on the afternoon and what went down and the arrest. Gordon answered with a sheen to his eyes, the come-down of an adrenaline-soaked arrest. Stan was sullen and silent through the booking, glaring at the camera for his mugshots and sneering and cursing through the body search. Mike and the others waited until the paperwork was processed and then watched Stan parade past them into the lockup, decked out in Virginia's finest shade of neon orange. It was almost 4 p.m. Mike scrunched up his face. Gordon and Silver were close to their office in Arlington, U.S. Marshal's service headquarters. But he was at least an hour and a half away from his at the Prettyman Courthouse, right in the heart of D.C. Maybe 2 hours, what with rush hour traffic. It wasn't worth fighting back to the office this late in the day. Time to head home. Thanks, guys. Mike shook Gordon and Silver's hands. I'll call you both again anytime I need backup. They smiled, thanked him, and left together, heading out to Silver's SUV. They were marshals assigned to fugitive tracking and criminal investigations, the glitzy, glamorized duties that all the TV shows were about. They were what Mike had been, once. He'd been a member of a fugitive task force, a deputy marshal scouring his district for escaped prisoners, for wanted felons, for dangerous men and women evading the reach of the law. Not anymore. He was still a deputy marshal, but he'd moved into the Judicial Security Division, the part of the marshals exclusively dedicated to protecting federal judges, the U.S. Attorney's Office, and all prosecutors, all juries, and the courthouses. Threats against judges and prosecutors, not to mention juries, had skyrocketed over the past 50 years. Congress had charged the marshals with the job of protecting the entire judiciary. They were given the job with allocations for 110 judicial security inspectors, JSIs, and told to put 1 to 3 in each of the 94 federal judicial districts in the United States. With an average of 18 judges and 15 prosecutors, and thousands of jurors each year, in each district 1 to 3 inspectors had their work cut out for them. Investigating and responding to threats, providing security for the judges and the prosecutors inside and outside the courthouse, devising security strategies for high-risk trials, and even, sometimes, providing personal protection for judges under high-threat risk. It was enough to keep him and his fellow JSIs busy for 300 hours a week. He couldn't imagine what working alone would be like. He and the other 2 JSIs in D.C. didn't see eye to eye all the time, or ever, but at least they were there, and they had each other's backs. Like New York and Los Angeles, D.C. had 3 JSIs for the entire federal judicial district. Chicago had 2. The rest of the 90 federal districts had one. Mike got a ride from a Fairfax patrol officer to the metro and squeezed his way onto the orange train heading into D.C. He bumped and rocked for 45 minutes and then hopped off at McPherson Square. He turned up 15th and walked to Logan Circle, heading home. He hadn't been home this early in a long, long time. Silvio should be happy. He and Silvio constantly argued about his work hours. It seemed every other conversation they had was an argument now. Yes, he worked a lot, but he had a big job. A huge job. He didn't have the kind of job where he could take a few days off because he felt like it. His schedule was dictated by the court, by the judges he protected, and by their trial dates. And if he wasn't running security for a high-risk trial, then he was chasing down threats or following up on intelligence passed over from the prisons or the task force. If he managed to find a few days where each judge he protected didn't have a trial going, and if he managed to get Villegas, his fellow deputy JSI, to agree to cover for him, then he could take a few days off. That wasn't ever enough for Silvio, though. Silvio wanted him to jet around the world, fly off for a long weekend on one of his international trips, spend a weekend in Paris before coming in late on Monday. As a flight attendant, Silvio had a different understanding of time than Mike did. The work week was whatever Silvio wanted it to be, and he seemed to resent Mike's rigid hours, his lashing to the federal courts. Coming home early would be good for them. Hopefully, he'd get to see that giant smile of Silvio's, the one that lit up his face, the one he'd been captivated by from the first night they'd met, dancing and grinding at the Going Down Club. Was it a year now? In about 6 weeks, yeah. Damn. He should start making noise at the courthouse about getting time off. He needed at least a day with Silvio for their 1-year anniversary. Mike thundered up the steps to his building, an older block of townhomes squished together on the edge of Logan Circle. He wasn't wealthy enough to own one of the fancy townhouses on the circle itself, but he liked being close to the neighborhood. His home was quiet, D.C. charm in a teaspoon-sized place. He'd moved Silvio in 4 months into their relationship, eagerly hauling boxes and boxes of Silvio's stuff from his studio north of D.C., on the Maryland side, into his townhome. There was a strange car parked on the street. He knew his neighbors, generally knew what time they came and went. An out-of-place vehicle on the street before anyone was due to be home stood out. Mike eyed it, making note of the license plate as he shoved open his building's door. He jogged the steps to the third-floor apartment he owned and reached for the door handle. There were noises inside. Someone obviously happy. Silvio. Maybe he was on the phone. Smiling, Mike unlocked the door and strode in, expecting to see Silvio in the kitchen, glass of white wine in one hand, phone in the other, chatting with his friends about the latest high-fashion crime. Silvio loved fashion, loved dressing to the nines. His closets were near to bursting with Silvio's decadent wardrobe, shoes and shirts and skinny pants for days. He loved peeling those pants off Silvio and finding his jockstrap. He always wore a jock, and always a sexy one. Silvio was a tiger in bed, a sex kitten with the wildness of a jaguar. Sinking into Silvio made each of their fights fade away, made each of their arguments soften and disappear from his mind. They'd work it out. They'd made it this far. Mike stopped short, his boot scuffing against the scraped hardwood he'd laid by hand. The rubber of his shoe made a sad little whine, like a balloon letting loose air by surprise. Silvio was in the kitchen, but he wasn't alone. And he wasn't wearing any of his cute clothes. Someone tall, dark, and swarthy moved behind Silvio, his cock obviously buried deep in Silvio's ass. Hands gripped Silvio's shoulders, pushing him down on Tal and Swarthy's cock over and over. Silvio had that look on his face, that scrunched-up, mouth-open look he got when he was getting a good dicking, when he was loving Mike's cock buried in his ass, when he was close to coming. Neither of them had noticed Mike, even though they were now facing him. Tal and Swarthy was watching himself disappear into Silvio's ass. A captivating sight, Mike knew. He should feel something. Something should register. But all he did was blink, watching this stranger plow into his boyfriend, over and over. Well, his ex-boyfriend. Mike let the door go, letting it fall back against the door jamb with a loud clang. It wasn't balanced right and would always slam if not shut carefully. The door banged and Silvio's eyes opened, shock bursting across his delicate features. Tal and Swarthy's thrusts faltered. "Hi, honey." One corner of Mike's lip curled up. "I'm home." Silvio cursed, a breeze of Spanish as he backed up, pulled off Tal and Swarthy's cock, and look at that, they were going bareback, and grabbed a dish towel as if he could somehow preserve any sense of modesty in front of Mike. "What the hell are you doing here?" "I live here." Mike held out his hands, spreading them wide. "This is my home." "You're never here this early." Silvio's eyes flashed. Jesus, was Silvio angry? At him? Something bubbled in Mike's chest, indignation rising like a wave, a slow-building tsunami that kept growing and growing before it crashed against the shore. "I wanted to surprise you." He turned to Tal and Swarthy, who wasn't doing a thing to cover himself. "Who the hell is this?" Tal and Swarthy had the good sense not to say anything. His eyes slid sideways to Silvio. "He's not your concern." Silvio's voice snapped, cutting like broken glass. "Not my concern," Mike snorted, shaking his head. The wave in his heart kept building, rising higher than a skyscraper, a wall of rage and hurt that threatened to crash down on his world. He never thought this would happen to them. To him. Didn't Silvio know how he felt? What happened to the good times when they cuddled on the couch and watched TV, that then turned into kissing and making out and then slow, sweet loving into the cushions? Waking up slowly on weekends and drinking coffee in bed, holding hands and walking through the city, talking for hours, listening to Silvio tell stories about the flights he went on, the cities he visited, planning to visit them together. Though those moments, his favorite moments of their relationship, of any relationship, had been few and far between. "What did you expect? You're never home. You never give me any attention anymore." A curl of hurt wrapped around Silvio's words, his voice trembling at the very end. "You think I'm just going to sit here and wait for you all day? I'm working. I have a job. I'm trying to support you, us. And I expect someone who loves me not to do this." Mike threw his hand out towards Tal and Swarthy and his kitchen. Jesus, there was a shine on his counter right where they had been. He'd have to bleach the entire place. He'd have to remodel. Rip out all the granite and the cupboards down to the studs. Maybe he should just burn the whole place down. "You're such a selfish bastard!" Silvio snapped, stamping his foot. "If you loved me, you wouldn't have made me do this." The wave crashed, descending through his soul and drowning out his entire world. Red flared in front of his eyes, a bolero waving a crimson flag in the path of a bull. Reality seemed disconnected, as if he were living in a soap bubble with edges that shimmered. Silvio's face warped, first sneering, then twisting as if he were about to cry. Silvio's words bounced around his skull, the petulant tone of a child not getting his way. What he'd done, Fucking another man in Mike's home was Mike's fault? No. Never in a million years. Dealing with prisoners, with criminals, and with the scum of the earth had inured him over the years to emotional manipulations. Empty platitudes and frantic reaches from desperate men and women struggling to save themselves from the inevitable. He blinked and saw Silvio suddenly in a new light. The bubble around him burst, vanishing with a pop. Silvio was teetering on the edge of a full Mariah Carey meltdown. He could see it in the quiver of his chin, the flatness of his lips. The angle of his jaw set at that "fuck you" angle, the one that begged for a no-holds-barred fight. Part of him, still rocking and rolling on the waves of rage and indignation, still sloshing in the turgid waters of hurt and disbelief, wanted to dive right in, scream and shout and bellow about the whys and wherefores. He wanted to tear into Silvio, hurt him with his words, shred him with every terrible thought he could dredge up, every frustration, every sideways, unkind thing he'd ever thought. But why fight about this? What would the end be? Would fighting change what had happened? Or what he had already decided? Mike pulled open the front door. He swept his hand out toward the hallway, an ironic gesture of chivalry. Bye-bye. What? Silvio's jaw dropped. The fire in his eyes turned to lava spewing from a volcano, erupting with enough force to reach the moon. What the fuck do you mean, bye? I mean, get out, Silvio. Get out right now. You can't kick me out of our home. It's my home, you don't pay for a goddamn thing, and I absolutely am throwing you out. All of my stuff is here. It'll be waiting for you in the morning. Don't you dare, Silvio hissed. Mike gave Tall and Swarthy a long look, sighing. Will you control your boy, please, and get the fuck out of here? Silvio's breathless gasp could have broken glass. He might have sprained a lung. His eyes boggled, practically leaping from his face, and his jaw nearly unhinged. His boy? He shrieked. I am not his boy! Well, sweetheart, you're not my boy either. Again, Mike swept his hand to the door, dramatically inviting Silvio to get the fuck out of his life. Bye-bye. Mike! Leave, Silvio. Get out before I call the cops. Mike! Go. Come back in the morning for your stuff. Michael! Finally, Tall and Swarthy moved. He grabbed a dish towel and covered himself, a little fucking late, and then scooped up his clothes, left in a trail on the way to the kitchen from the front door. Designer jeans with ridiculous bling on the ass, a bromo t-shirt with too much design on the front, swirls that looked like stupid tribal designs, and sleeves purposely cut too small to cling to the biceps. Ugly underwear. Come on, Siv, he grunted. Let's go back to my place. Siv. What a stupid nickname. He never called Silvio dumb nicknames like that. Silvio sashayed across the living room, plucking his clothes off the floor one by one as if flaunting the savagery of their undressing, the stripping that had sent socks and jeans and Silvio's button-down halfway across the room. His ass twitched with every step, hips swaying. A line of lube smeared across one cheek. He held Mike's gaze, staring him down as he stalked toward the door. Don't fucking touch my things, he hissed, passing Mike by. He tossed his head, lifted his chin, and strutted into the hall, naked, glistening ass shaking like a flustered peacock. Mike choked back his laughter. The shouts he wanted to holler at the haughty ridiculousness of Silvio, his petty tyranny making him look like a toddler with a broken tiara, stamping her foot as she wailed at the indignity of the world. Tall and Swarthy had the good sense to at least appear embarrassed about their ejection from Mike's home. He shuffled to the door quickly, his clothes held in front of him. He offered Mike the dish towel he'd used to cover his cock. Mike didn't take it. And then they were both in the hallway, naked, clutching their clothes. Silvio glaring at Mike like his eyes would truly murder him if he just wished it hard enough. Mike let the door slam shut, cutting Silvio off from him. Hopefully forever. A minute later, a car started up on the street. Probably the car he'd noticed, the out-of-place one. He'd known something was up the moment he'd saw it. And then his cell phone buzzed. And buzzed again. And again. He looked down, swiping the screen on. A barrage of texts from Silvio paraded down his phone, exhortations and eviscerations. The fight he hadn't let Silvio start, apparently now happening over text. Blistering tirades. Silvio shredding him right and left, ripping into their relationship, his job, and even their sex life. He had to call a locksmith and get his locks changed tonight. Start pulling out all of Silvio's things and making giant piles of his crap. Silvio could pick them up on the curb tomorrow. Maybe neighborhood vultures would tear through it, pull out what they wanted, and leave Silvio with the dregs. He had to post signs in the building telling his neighbors not to let the cheating bastard in if he claimed he'd lost his key. He had to bleach. Or fucking destroy his kitchen. His phone buzzed. Over and over and over again. It was going to be a long fucking night. Chapter 2. 9 a.m. and Tom's courtroom was packed. The first day of trial for Wayne Lincoln was due to begin that very moment. Wayne Lincoln was a mid-level gang member, responsible for running drugs through his depressed neighborhood of Brentwood, and had upped his game to murder. The prosecution was charging him with 4 drug-related murders and slapping distribution charges on top of that. They were trying to send a signal to gangs and drug runners in D.C. Gang violence and drug distribution weren't going to be tolerated. He was still a baby judge, only a year into hearing his new title, Judge Tom Brewer, the newest judge on the D.C. federal bench. And even though he was new, he tried to work with Lincoln's attorney to persuade Lincoln to offer up evidence and testimony in chambers that would help with a federal investigation into the growing gang and drug violence, in lieu of going to trial. He wanted the best for everyone, if possible. He'd lessen the sentence if Lincoln cooperated with the investigation. But Lincoln had clammed up, and the case went to trial. If the jury found Lincoln guilty, he'd have to be harsh with sentencing. It was a high-risk trial, all gang cases were, and Tom had been briefed by the JSI assigned to him, Deputy U.S. Marshal Mike Lucciano, about the security procedures Mike had handcrafted. Point number 1 on the security plan was that Mike himself would escort Tom from his chambers to the courtroom every day and provide personal security, standing watch during the trial when Lincoln and the public were present, and then escort him back to his chambers after trial was over. 9 a.m. Time for Tom to stride into the courtroom and call the proceedings to order. But Mike wasn't there. Tom, already wearing his voluminous black robes, frowned at the clock. In the history of time, since he'd started as a federal judge at the D.C. Federal Court, Mike had never been so much as a second late. Not for anything. He was as punctual as he was friendly, as professional as he was warm and kind. All of Tom's fellow judges, others who worked with Mike, had nothing but the best words of praise for the man. Dedicated, diligent, unflappable, considerate, professional. 15 different reasons for Mike's tardiness flew through Tom's mind, each more terrible than the last. Should he call the police first? Or the hospitals? Did his co-worker, Deputy Marshal Villegas, or his boss, Marshal Winters, know Mike was late? Did they have any information? The bailiff assigned to Tom poked his head into Tom's chambers, knocking as he opened the door. "Your Honor, the court is assembled and everyone is ready for you." Tom swallowed. Did he blow Mike's tardiness off? Ignore the security procedures, built by Mike by hand after studying this trial and the potential risks? He gave his bailiff a small smile and stayed, sitting at his desk. Thanks. There's been a delay. Please let both parties know to expect a 10-minute delay. 10 minutes. Was that enough time to produce a missing man from the ether? A man who was reliable as gravity? Tom didn't know Mike all that well, but he'd worked with him for a year, and, before today, would have set his watch by the sound of Mike's footfalls down the secured hallway, just outside his chambers. He reached for his desk phone, chewing on his bottom lip. He had the speed dial programmed for Mike's office, but he didn't have Marshal Winters, Mike's boss. There was a phone chart on his laptop. Somewhere. Bang! A door slammed at the end of the fourth-floor secured hallway. The corridor behind all the courtrooms that connected their private areas. A handful of judges' chambers, their law clerks' offices, a tiny law library and small break room, and Mike's personal office, the size of a closet, away from the public. The weighted doors securing the corridor were as heavy as a small car. Bulletproof, blast-proof, people-proof. More than one unsuspecting law clerk had been mowed down by those doors, and most of the other judges, significantly older, significantly grayer, used the slow-as-drying-paint private elevator to the private lobby instead of the main center stairs. But Mike always took the stairs. So did Tom, and he'd run into Mike most days, each of them balancing their shoulder-slung briefcases and their cell phones and their coffees. Mike would chide him for being on the public staircase, shaking his head and laughing at him. Tom always quipped back that it was good he ran into Mike most mornings, a judicial knight in dark-suited armor. Was that Mike now? Tom crossed his chambers in 3 quick strides. Baby judge that he was, he'd been given the smallest chambers. His robes, billowing like bat wings behind him, nearly touched both walls as he hurried to the door. Leaning into the hallway, Tom spotted Mike, rushing toward him. Hair disheveled, standing straight up, suit wrinkled and what looked like stains on his jacket and spraying over one side of his shirt. Coffee, maybe, but he didn't have a coffee cup in his hand. He didn't know whether to be relieved or even more concerned. Mike never, but never looked less than professionally perfect. It was disgusting in a way. He had that effortless masculine chic that Tom had always envied. Sandy hair combed into a pompadour and styled like he'd stepped from a magazine. Cockeyed grin like he knew the punchline to every joke ever told. A body made for suits, filling out the shoulders to perfection, and a trim stomach and narrow hips that some fashion designer, decades and decades ago, must have dreamed about when first creating the enduring fashion craze of a man in a perfectly tailored business suit. Rumpled, stained with coffee, and late. Had to be something terrible. A car accident? Something worse. Mike spotted Tom, waiting in the doorway in his robes, and Tom saw his face. Scrunched up like he was trying to control himself, hold back some kind of twisted anger or frustration. Fall. He jogged the rest of the long way to Tom's chambers, shaking his head. As he came near, Tom saw Mike's cell phone clenched in one fist, squeezing so hard his knuckles were white. Mike closed his eyes, exhaling. The stench of coffee wafted off him. "Judge Brewer, I am so sorry. There is no excuse for me being late." Up close, Tom could see dark bags beneath Mike's eyes, purple stains that marred his tanned skin. The corners of his eyes were pinched, tiny crow's feet that were just starting to form, looking deeper than they had yesterday. His lawyer's brain started stacking up the evidence, putting together pieces of the puzzle that was Mike and this morning. "It's all right. Something crazy must have happened. Car accident?" Swallowing, Mike looked down, glaring at the polished tile floor. Tom kept watching him. A muddy stain, dried coffee with cream, marred one toe of Mike's otherwise perfectly polished black wingtips. Not exactly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Wincing, Mike's whole body clenched, and the hand holding his cell phone, his arm all the way up to his neck, started to shake. New evidence. Tom's eyes narrowed, turning the frame on its side. There wasn't a giant patch of coffee on Mike like he'd expect if Mike had spilled it on himself. It was more of a splatter. Almost like... Come in. Sit down. Mike's cell phone kept buzzing, a constant drone and whine. Each vibration, each mechanical trill made Mike flinch, made his jaw clench and his eyes squeeze closed. Tom leaned back against his desk, standing in front of Mike. Mike held his phone in both hands, suspended in front of him as he slumped in Tom's leather chair. The bailiff poked his head into Tom's office again. "Your Honor, it's been 10 minutes. His gaze flitted to Mike, and the bailiff's eyebrows shot straight up. "Thank you. Give us another 10 minutes, and give the court my deepest apologies." Nodding, the bailiff shut the door. Mike groaned, pinching his nose with one hand. "Shit," he cursed. "Judge Brewer, I'm—" Tom waved him off. "Don't even bother with apologizing, Mike." Mike sat straight up like a cord had been yanked along his spine, rocketing to professional in a half-second. He stared straight ahead, jaw clenched. Tom softened his tone. "You don't have to apologize. This isn't you. You have been absolutely perfect for every single day I've been here. I was starting to think you were actually a robot, some state-of-the-art android being tested by the Marshals." Mike chuckled. His shoulders relaxed, fractionally. "You're allowed to be human?" Tom winked. "Once." Mike sat back, going boneless as he sighed. His phone kept buzzing constantly like a beehive lived in his hand. "Something you need to take care of?" Tom nodded to the phone. Was there a family situation? Something Mike needed to be focusing on instead of being at the office. "No." Mike shook his head, his voice hard. "I've already taken care of it. This is just..." He swallowed. "This is someone wanting it to hurt." "Oh." Tom's gaze swept over Mike again. The clenched shoulders, the tight eyes, the bags, the flinch with every buzz, every incoming text. If he had to guess. And the coffee stains. "Bad breakup?" Mike smiled, his gaze fixed on the edge of Tom's desk, just to the right of Tom's hip. He nodded, slowly. "The worst. That coffee isn't yours, huh?" Groaning, Mike smoothed his hand down his splattered shirt and jacket. "No, I haven't even had any this morning." He took a deep breath. "Morning came way too quickly, in fact." Tom nodded. He dragged his phone close and paged his secretary. "Peggy, could you get me a cup of coffee, please?" He turned back to Mike. "How do you take yours?" Mike's jaw dropped. "Heavy on the cream, no sugar? Your Honor." He tacked the honorific on at the end, quickly. Peggy chirped that she'd be right there. She was always bubbly, no matter the hour. Morning people were amazing. Tom turned back to Mike. "I'm willing to bet that you have a spare suit in your office." Mike flushed, but nodded. "Spare suit, gym clothes, and tactical uniform." "Knew it." Tom smiled. "Go change. Take a deep breath, and then come get your coffee." Rising, Mike bobbled for a moment, seemingly not sure whether he should scramble out of Tom's chambers or stay and self-flagellate himself apologize, and apologize some more. His phone kept buzzing in his palm. "Want me to take that off your hands?" Tom held out his hand. Mike hadn't once read the incoming texts, but he hadn't let go of his death grip on the phone either. Tom knew. God, he knew. The fastest way to get away from something was to pretend it never existed. Mike swallowed, his Adam's apple rising and falling. Stubble darkened his face and neck like he hadn't had time to shave that morning. He took a deep breath, held it, and then passed his phone over. Tom dumped it in his top desk drawer. "See you in a few minutes." Mike was back in record time, impeccably dressed in another dark suit, a bold lime green tie cutting a striking path down his starched white shirt. He'd run wet fingers through his hair, smoothing wind-blown strands and finger-combing them into a perfectly suave style. In minutes, he'd gone from frazzled to fantastic. Tom was jealous of that ability. It was practically a superpower. He held back from taking Mike in from head to toe and forced himself not to linger over his broad shoulders, his strong hands. Instead, he passed him a mug of coffee, perfectly made by Peggy, and waited while Mike chugged half of it. He checked the clock. 9:18 a.m. "Are you ready, Inspector Lucciano?" Once during his first week, he'd stumbled with how to address Mike, fumbling through the bewildering double titles of Deputy Marshal and Judicial Security Inspector. Mike saved him, telling him Inspector was the proper official term, but he could just call him Mike. Mike smiled. Finally, a real, honest smile, and nodded. "I am, Judge Brewer." "Well then," Tom winked. "The time for justice is at hand." Mike laughed as he held the door open for Tom and escorted him down the private hallway to the courtroom. The bailiff spotted their approach and ducked into the courtroom a minute before they arrived. Tom and Mike waited, and then entered when they heard the booming call of the bailiff. "All rise!" Tom gave Mike one last smile before climbing up to the bench and settling in. The trial started smoothly. Tom spent the first few minutes apologizing to the court, and to the jurors in particular for the delay. He took the blame, spinning a story about his terrible choice of dinner the night before and his urgent detour before the start of opening arguments. He made more than one juror laugh and the AUSA Solorzano shake her head, so he counted that as a win. Mike stood silently by the bench, watching him. He could practically feel the gratitude pouring from the man. He won more points from the jury with his opening instructions. Tom had a friendly, informal style, which rankled Chief Judge Fink to no end. Chief Judge Clarence T. Fink, judicial leader of the D.C. federal courthouse, Papa Bear to all the judges, and one of the oldest-serving federal judges in the entire judiciary. He'd lived through history Tom had read about in school books as a child. He was a legend on the bench. Chief Judge Fink preferred a statelier approach, with the judge keeping his distance from the proceedings and only interacting with the courtroom when absolutely required. His poker face was the best in D.C. More than one attorney had argued before him in sidebar, utterly convinced that they were making a pitch-perfect argument to their point, and one that Judge Fink would most certainly agree to, only to be shredded a moment later. Tom, many decades younger than Judge Fink, had a different style. He came down from the bench and instructed the jury from the courtroom floor, facing the jury box. He was, he said, their partner in the trial. The trial could only be successful with all partners doing their very best. He was responsible for keeping the law correct, keeping the attorneys on track and everything above board, prevent any trick shots, and keep the proceedings fair for all parties. The jury, in contrast, was responsible for judging the evidence, there to listen to the facts presented to them by both sides and then judge those facts against the law. Theirs was a solemn duty, with no small amount of significance. This trial, or any trial, couldn't happen without them and their dedication to the proceedings. He got about 3 or 4 jurors to smile at him, nodding along, another 2 to sit up straighter in their seats, and, always, another 1 or 2 to roll their eyes. Tom wished them well, and climbed back up to the bench. As he passed Mike sent him a warm smile and a shake of his head. Tom shrugged and grinned back. Opening arguments were as expected, Solorzano delivering the government's position and the charges against Lincoln with brisk efficiency. She detailed the evidence to be presented like the opening of a thesis, lining up the paint-by-numbers canvas for the jurors to follow. Lincoln's defense counsel, a younger attorney from the public defender's office and still wet behind the ears, struggled to throw doubt, like black paint, against the prosecution's picture. Lincoln had been caught dealing drugs to an undercover officer, and forensic evidence put his specific weapon, which witnesses said he treated better than his own child and never let anyone borrow, as the weapon used to murder several individuals over the past 2 years in D.C.'s ongoing drug and gang wars, ravaging the poorest neighborhoods. They broke for lunch promptly at 12:30. Tom could have pushed back 20 minutes, making up for the delay in the morning, but there was no faster way to piss off a jury than to delay lunch. They were already glassy-eyed, and several looked like they needed a hit from their cell phones, stat, before one of them expired from lack of social media infusion. He called for a lunch recess and climbed down from the bench. Mike, of course, was waiting for him, and held open the door to the private corridor. "Should be a quick trial." "Should be." Tom rolled his neck. Pops sounded. "I was keeping an eye on the back row. Looks like Lincoln's buddies have shown up. Do we need to make arrangements for the witness testimony?" "We're checking him out. Lincoln's gang hasn't ever threatened a witness or tried to hurt anyone who went to trial. It's been a lot of bluster in the past." Mike held open the door to Tom's chambers. "We're still looking at them all individually, but I doubt the gang will risk the federal government coming down on them to take out a witness against Wayne Lincoln. In the grand scheme of things, Lincoln was a small fish in the very large, very violent sea of D.C.'s gangland." Tom shrugged out of his robe and hung it on the hook behind his door. Mike stood in the center of Tom's office, fidgeting. His eyes darted to Tom's top desk drawer. "Do you have any plans for lunch?" Tom grabbed his suit jacket. No, Judge Brewer." Mike straightened. "Are you eating with the law clerks again?" At least once a week he sat down with the law clerks, all recent grads from law school, and talked them through their first year in the profession. To a person, the law clerk started with the fire-eyed optimism and passion of a graduate, dedicated to changing the world through profound and world-shaking legal work. By the end of the year, they were worn down by the system. They traded bets on settlements and deals likely to be made before going to trial, and had their ears open for cushy corporate jobs that would pull them away from the grind and toil of public law. Not today. They're having a special lunch with Chief Judge Fink. Tom winked as Mike's eyebrows shot to his hairline. It was late spring, the time for most of the law clerks to start handing in resignation letters and start fancying their wardrobes for their future corporation gigs. Chief Judge Fink liked to give them all one last pep talk, extolling the virtues of public service. Tom eyed Mike, still standing in the center of his office like he was out of place, like a coat rack in the middle of a rug. He fidgeted and kept looking at Tom's desk. He didn't know Mike well enough to ask him about what had happened. He really didn't know him well enough to offer to take his phone either, and it seemed like Mike's phone was burning inside his desk, an infrared beacon blazing in the office. He should give it back. He should tell Mike he hoped everything was all right and focus on his own work. He shouldn't get involved. But that's not at all what he did. His mouth seemed to have a mind of its own. "I am in the mood for some barbecue. Want to join me? There's a great place up on 7th. He'd lost count of how many times he'd stunned Mike that morning. How many times he'd seen Mike's jaw drop just slightly. It did again, Mike's mouth hanging open for a moment before he snapped it shut, his teeth audibly clacking. "I don't know what I'm doing either." Tom shrugged and smiled, already letting Mike off the hook, feigning a casualness that was so very far removed from what he really felt. He felt like ants were racing in his veins, like his heart was an engine struggling to start. But then Mike smiled. "Sure. The weather's great. Want to walk, or should I bring my car around?" "Let's walk." They fell into step together, heading for the staircase in the center of the Prettyman Courthouse Annex. The E. Barrett Prettyman U.S. Courthouse proper housed the main judiciary and the D.C. Court of Appeals, and tucked away in its dark recesses the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court, the FISA court of wiretapping fame. In the Bryan Annex, the triple football field-length marble hall attached to the main courthouse, the United States District Court for the District of Columbia, the D.C. Federal Court, made its home. Courtrooms were on the 2nd and 4th floors, and in the center of the annex, a spiral staircase, enclosed in bright maple wood paneling curved upward through all levels. White marble steps gleamed underfoot as they padded down the 4 floors, side by side. The courthouse, as always, was bustling, and Mike kept one shoulder just in front of Tom, his marshal's duty to protect. Tom smiled at the side of his head and kept close. He was making sure he wouldn't lose Mike in the crowd, or so he told himself. The sun was warm as they pushed out of the annex and turned onto C Street. Across from them, D.C.'s Metropolitan Police Headquarters gleamed, and behind them the U.S. Capitol rose over the Prettyman Courthouse. A cloudless sky, blue like tropical waves lapping against a postcard shoreline, wrapped over D.C. "How did your questioning go yesterday? You were following up on the online threats, right? You thought it was just them shooting their mouths off." He probably should have waited for Mike to officially brief him on the situation, since it was an official threat made against him. But work, at least, was something for them to talk about. He was scraping the bottom of the barrel for conversation topics that weren't about the weather, sports, or something completely lame. Mike laughed. "Okay, you're not gonna believe what happened." Mike was back beside the bench for the afternoon, stuffed full of ribs and coleslaw. He groaned the whole walk back, complaining that he'd fall asleep for sure during the afternoon session. Tom promised him he'd charge him with contempt of court and sentence him to perform a song and dance routine on the bench if he heard one single snore. Mike's flush stained his cheeks a deep rose, and he couldn't look at Tom as they climbed the stairs back to the 4th floor. He did bring his laptop into the courtroom, and Tom spotted him running background checks on each of the people behind Lincoln, sitting on the side of the defense in the courtroom. No snores, though, and they wrapped up at 4, recessing until 9 the following day. Tom promised the court he'd be on time. Half of the court laughed. Mike again escorted him back to his chambers and then took up position in the center of Tom's office, his briefcase slung over one shoulder. He waited while Tom took off his robe and hung it behind his door. He was different than this morning, that was for sure. He was back to his relaxed self and had a small smile, the same tiny grin he always seemed to wear, curving up his lips. His eyes were back to their laughing glint, the blue in his gaze just a touch lighter than the sky had been at lunch. A day away from his phone, and whoever had been trying to hurt him had done him a world of good. Still, Tom reached for his desk drawer and tugged it open. Mike's phone glared up at him, the flashing light pulsing as if accusing Tom of holding it hostage. He half expected it to buzz again. But the phone was silent. "Here you go." He passed it across the desk to Mike. "I hope everything is going to be okay. I know it's not my place to ask." He trailed off. He shouldn't ask. He shouldn't have gotten involved. He wasn't Mike's friend, and he wasn't Mike's dad either. God, that thought. He just barely stopped himself from cringing. Shrugging, he shoved his hands in his suit pants pockets. He had to salvage this, somehow. "If you need to grab a beer and vent, I'm always happy to listen." Mike nodded and stared at his phone, not even listening to Tom. He seemed to hesitate, his thumb hovering over the dark screen. He swiped on it and then whistled. 272 texts. Wow. I think that qualifies as bat crap crazy. Tom barked out a quick laugh. Well, in my official, judicial opinion, I'd say you're correct. Mike scrolled through his phone, breezing past the messages. Lines and lines of text that Tom couldn't make out. There were some pictures, but Mike angled the phone away, holding it closer to his chest, and frowned. Well, it's definitely over. Tom didn't know what to say. Anything that came to mind sounded trite. He tried to smile, hoping it came out sympathetic. He probably looked like he had gas. Mike swiped to a new screen and pulled up a picture. He looked at Tom, as if weighing whether or not to show him. He took a deep breath. This was my boyfriend, he said, turning the phone to Tom. Tom froze. Only his years of being a lawyer kept him from falling on the floor, from stumbling and tripping over nothing, from looking like a gobsmacked clownfish gulping air and floundering. He kept his jaw closed through force of will alone. If he wasn't so controlled, his chin would be scraping the carpet. Mike liked men. He blinked and forced his gaze to the picture on the phone. Mike and his now ex. The picture was sweet. Mike beaming with his cheek pressed against the face of a tanned man. Younger. In his early 20s, if he had to guess. In sunglasses and a pastel polo with a popped collar. Mike had beard scruff and a backwards ball cap on. His ex-boyfriend had perfectly manicured eyebrows and a hint of lip gloss. The ex-boyfriend's smile wasn't as wide as Mike's, and seemed, to Tom, to have an edge to it. What the hell was he supposed to say? Mike had just come out to him. Granted, those kind of things weren't such a big deal anymore. For most people. And the revelation of a boyfriend instead of a girlfriend should be as nonchalant as talking about the weather or the Nationals game the night before. But a big part of him was still stuck in 1991, still reliving the moment when. Looks like a loser. God, he hoped that was the right thing to say. Mike laughed. Relief swept through Tom, enough to make his knees practically wilt. He's an asshole, that's for sure. Sorry, Your Honor, I didn't mean to curse. Please, he made it to bat crap crazy. I think you're allowed to call him an asshole. Mike ducked his head, smiling, and turned back to his phone. He scrolled through the photo reel, picture after picture of him and the ex. Moments in time, kisses shared and hands being held. No reason to keep any of this. A swipe of his finger and the pictures vanished. Deleted. You deleted all your photos. If I could, I'd delete them from my memories. Tom whistled. That bad? I came home and found him with another man in my house. I put all his stuff on the curb, and this morning he went thermonuclear. I think he shot into orbit for a minute there, threw his coffee at me, started screeching his head off. And then blew up my phone telling me everything he ever thought about me. Oh, and sent me pictures of him and his new boyfriend having sex. Mike shrugged. Yeah, I'm deleting all his photos. I don't blame you. God, what should he say? He was an idiot fumbling for words. He was a lawyer, a judge, for Christ's sake. Words were his tradecraft. Speech was his profession. I'm sorry it ended that way. Honestly, I'm glad it's over. It was bad for a while, but I kept deluding myself. I'm good at that. And then Mike sobered, going still as he tucked his phone into his pants pocket and schooled his expression back to the stern seriousness Tom always saw in court. Thank you, Judge Brewer, for what you did today. This morning, and with the phone. I really am sorry about being late, and for having this personal drama interfere with the court. It's fine, Mike. I understand you don't have to apologize. Some days are just really shitty. Mike nodded, and his smile crept back. Thank you. I'd say any time, but... Tom tried to smile. Your next guy better treat you right. He hissed after he spoke, drawing a breath reflexively as if he'd been stabbed and was sucking against the pain. Hopefully Mike wouldn't notice. He didn't seem to. I don't think there will be a next guy for a while. Mike straightened, gripped his briefcase, and took a step back. I've got some stuff to take care of in my office. If you need anything, Your Honor, I'll be down the hall. I'm good. I'll see you in the morning. On time, I promise. Mike headed for the door and disappeared out into the hallway. As the door shut behind him, Tom slumped sideways against his desk, resting his hip on the dark cherry wood as he curled forward and let out a whoosh of air. Breath he'd held since Mike's last smile. He closed his eyes and wished, for a moment, that he could erase Mike from his own memories. Chapter 3. Tom set down his glass of wine on his kitchen counter, obsessively twisting the stem until it was in the perfect meridian on his slate-gray granite, exactly between the two edges of his expensive kitchen island. He was surrounded by French provincial decor, cream and ivory cabinets and deep gray granite, and fragile blown-glass bucket lights that hovered over his island. They were the only lights on in his house, 3 pools of light that barely stretched to the counter's edge. His wineglass sat on the outside of the circles of light, untouched, unexposed, unilluminated. He'd come home and grabbed a glass of wine and sat, and hadn't moved. In the living room, a clock ticked, the soft tocks as loud as a shotgun blasting through his silent home. His silent, empty home. Perfect in a catalog decorator's way. He'd poured his time and money into his house over the years, giving his weekends and his evenings into fashioning the perfect home for himself. And for Edame. Edame, his 6-year-old basset hound, snored softly on his sofa, spread-eagled and flat on her back. It was her post-dinner nap time. But other than Edame and him, his home was as warm as a haunted house, and as lived in as a Hollywood set, a cardboard cutout of a surface-level life. His life was practically scripted in its routine and repetition. But who would want to see something so boring? Laundry, for one, done every Sunday, socks and undershirts and boxer briefs that he collected in a little plastic basket in his closet, and that Edame liked to ransack. His dry cleaning picked up every Wednesday like clockwork. Cooking, for one, every night, except Tuesdays when he ate out before teaching his adjunct law classes at Georgetown. A single chicken breast, a lonely salad, a glass of wine, occasionally a second. Tonight he'd had at least 3. But a bottle could last him a week. sometimes. He was utterly, completely alone. He rolled his wine stem again, watching the burgundy Cabernet shiver in his glass. He'd chosen this. He'd chosen to be alone. It had been his plan. Ever since 1991. 1991. The moral majority had successfully united the Christian far right with the Republican Party the decade before, and their firebrand religious purity defined the national attitude toward gays. Freddie Mercury died that year. He died of AIDS, of gay-related immune disease, of gay cancer, according to the press, and society, and every terrible headline that screamed the news. The Reverend Jerry Falwell called it a gay plague sent to cleanse the world. The World Health Organization had only stopped listing homosexuality as a disease the year before. In Washington, D.C., Congress had disallowed the district from repealing the sodomy law. The U.S. Congress had forced D.C. to keep the sodomy law on the books, criminalizing homosexuality. Criminalizing him. ACT UP protested across the nation. AIDS ravaged the community. Fear clung like a cloying perfume, choking everyone. An oppressive humidity made from millions and millions of fallen tears. The cries and wails of gay men dying all alone. Dying in fear. Dying in rage. Dying for no reason at all. There were only 2 gay members of Congress then. The Democrats had only added support for gay rights to their platform in 1980. Terry Sweeney defined gay men on Saturday Night Live and was widely regarded as a national laughingstock. Gay men and women on TV were relegated to the tragic roles, dying of AIDS, dying of violence, dying of drugs, dying because that's what gay people did. They just died. Or to the comedic roles, where they were slapstick sidekicks or inconsequential buffoons, never to be taken seriously. A whole swath of people, written off as a momentary tragedy or as inconsequential frippery. Was it any wonder that society followed? 1991. He was a brash and brazen 21-year-old with 1 semester left before he graduated college. His grades were rock solid, and there were 4 years of stellar pre-law under his belt. He had acceptance letters for all his top-choice law schools, NYU, Cornell, Columbia, Harvard. His last semester he had time to burn. He was young, dumb, and full of cum. He was invulnerable and fearful at the same time, rebellious and cautious, needing to live, to love and be loved. He wanted the world to be the color of his dreams, wanted to paint in primary colors. He wanted to stride away from fear and build the world that rang out in the protest marches, in the calls to action. He wanted the future and wanted it in his hands. He went looking for life in all the wrong places. Long nights dancing, partying, running from the cops when their bars were raided. Meeting Peter and falling head over heels for him. Wild days and nights, again of seemingly never-ending sex, smoking cigarettes out of the window over Peter's bed, refusing to detangle long enough to pull on shorts and head outside. Alcohol-fueled adventures and living life so fast, so raw that he felt like his nerves were exposed to the sky. And one day, his professor's voice, still as blaring, still as distinct, still as stunning as a crash of cymbals in the center of his chest, even 25 years later. "I didn't know you'd chosen the homosexual lifestyle. This will seriously hurt your career. Are you hoping to work for the gays and their organizations as some sort of legal counsel? There's no money in the work, but you won't work anywhere else." He didn't know what to say. His entire life, his entire plan for his whole existence, struck down in a handful of sentences. He'd stumbled, fumbled. What are you talking about?" he'd finally muttered. "I want to be a prosecutor." "Not with that lifestyle choice, you won't." His professor had handed back his legal brief, a giant D written on the front. His first. "Your law schools have already been notified." "What?" "You're not going to be a serious attorney, Tom. You might not even live long enough to graduate law school, what with your lifestyle. Why waste the slot on you?" 1991. He'd spent the rest of his final undergraduate year in a daze. Days and nights blended together, a smear of shame and self-flagellation. He blinked, and a month passed. Peter disappeared. He built a wall around himself, removing every part and piece of him from the public eye. He sent letters to Cornell and Columbia, Harvard and NYU, declining his admission to their law schools. His professor seemed smug. Radiated smugness, seemed to live a swirling maelstrom of it, secure in his knowledge that he was right about Tom. He was oh so right. 1992 came and went. He worked as a paralegal in D.C., working 80-hour weeks and living in the basement sublease of an older couple with 3 yippy dogs. They growled at him every time they saw him. He had no time for a life. No time for fun. And he built his wall higher. His plan restarted then. He'd always had a plan, and he'd always followed it. He was going to be top of his class in high school. He was going to get into a prestigious undergraduate school, graduate top of his class, and earn acceptance to the top law schools in the nation. He never planned to be outed by his professor, painted with stripes of shame like he was a criminal, like he should walk around with a scarlet letter on his clothes. A pink H, perhaps. Or go all the way back and bring out the old pink triangles. He was labeled a homosexual, and his future was ripped from him. So he relabeled his life, refashioned his identity. If he couldn't have the life he planned and be gay, then he couldn't be gay. A year later, he was accepted into Georgetown Law, and a prim, proper, and perfunctory Tom Brewer strode up the steps. He planned to graduate top of his class, planned to work as a prosecutor after clerking in the D.C. federal courthouse. 19 years as an AUSA for the D.C. Federal District. He had the life he'd planned. His nomination to the federal bench caught him by surprise. That was unexpected. He'd leapfrogged over Dylan Ballard, the United States Attorney, the lead prosecutor appointed by the previous president for the D.C. Federal District. He'd never seen eye to eye with Ballard, but his appointment over Ballard instead of Ballard had chilled their relationship to near-Arctic temperatures. They still hadn't spoken a full year later. After 5 rounds of vetting, more paperwork than he'd ever seen, and a background investigation by the FBI that kept him awake for a solid 6 weeks, he got the call that the Senate had confirmed him and 12 others as brand-new baby federal judges across the U.S. And not a word was spoken about his deepest, darkest secret. Who knew anymore, though? His old professor, a bitter, nasty man, had died. He'd hung on to life for 98 miserable years and refused to die just to keep raining spite on the world. He taught until the month before he died, full of vinegar and malice to the end. And Peter, his one boyfriend, his one lover ever, had disappeared. None of the men he danced with ever bothered to learn even his first name. And thank God he was young and dumb before the advent of cell phones and social media immortality. He was to the world exactly what he'd remade himself as. Tom Brewer, now Judge Tom Brewer, dedicated to a life of civil service. A valiant defender of the law, pursuer of justice. He forswore relationships due to the fiery purity of his convictions, his steadfast dedication to the pursuit of truth, justice, and the American way. Defending justice left no time for love. He was a warrior of the law. He was a terrified gay man, hiding in plain sight, locked in a closet of his own fears. Velvet rage thundered through his veins, and he watched the generations of gay men who grew up after him live open lives, seize their futures, be proud of themselves and their partners. How many openly gay attorneys had he served beside in the years after 1991? Things were different these days. Mike was, obviously, openly gay, secure enough to show his judge a picture of him and his boyfriend. Ex-boyfriend. He'd never heard a rumor, never heard a hushed whisper or a sideways comment, not even a squeak. Sighing, he folded over his counter, bracing his elbows on the cool granite. His house was a shrine to a life half-lived. Hours he'd spent perfecting his D.C. townhome, in the poshest zip code, as an abattoir of empty dreams. He'd never planned to share his home with anyone, but he built everything for two. 2 bar stools, a kitchen nook for 2, cozy and loving, a leather chair large enough to cuddle in beside a quaint fireplace. Everything in 2s, 2 by 2 by 2. Like he was mocking himself every day with the thought, the hope, the dream he could never have. He spent his nights in a bed big enough for him and another. There was practically dust on the unused side of the bed, though. Empty space for a man who would never exist. He was living half a life, with space carved out for a dream he'd killed in 1991. Flowers in a vase in the center of his kitchen island caught his eye. They were wilting, petals starting to fall. He'd have to buy more on Saturday. He always bought from the farmer's market, from the one stand with the brightest blooms. Rollicking freesias and laughing daisies, sassy roses and smart sunflowers. He liked the old man who sold the flowers, an immigrant with a thick accent and a megawatt smile. Short and stocky and bald as Mr. Clean, with hair sprouting from his ears and curling up his forehead from his eyebrows. He picked the best bouquets for Tom each week, clucking over the flowers, wrapping them in butcher paper, making sure the package didn't drip. He had a cookie for Etta May, too. Over Christmas, Tom had brought him a gift, a basket for his family. Was that the sum total of his social life? He'd never had close friends, not even in the prosecutor's office, and now that he was a judge, he was the crypt keeper of his social life, watching cobwebs settle in the corners of his existence. What would it be like to go to the farmer's market with someone he loved? Would his partner pick out flowers for him? Would they laugh and tease each other? Would his partner tickle his nose with a tulip or a sprig of baby's breath? What if his partner surprised him with flowers? Walked in the door with a giant smile, a kiss, and a bouquet. Groaning, Tom slumped and stretched across the counter. His forehead hit the surface and his breath fogged the dark stone. He'd made his choices. The life he'd lived, had chosen to live, didn't allow for a partner. Didn't allow for him to even dream of loving another man. But things were different these days. Hope was a cancer. Dreams were a parasite. He'd banished his subconscious yearnings to the dark recesses of his gilded closet years ago. And yet, God, he was lonely. Why couldn't he have half his life back? What if he wanted to smush his face against someone and take a ridiculous selfie with them? Perhaps cheat and snag a kiss right before the picture snapped. Because who wouldn't want to kiss their beloved as much as possible? What if he wanted that, wanted to be happy? He didn't want the wash of terror that yearning triggered, the spine-shivering, bone-puckering flinch of his soul, the fear that being open, being out of his padlocked closet would be the end of everything. Would it, though? He was a federal judge now, and barring him suddenly leaping headfirst into a wanton criminal spree or accepting bribes to rule in defendant's favor, he was on the bench for life. He could step down, be impeached if he was a criminal, or die holding his gavel. He'd probably be buried with it still in his hand. That kind of job security didn't exist anymore. What if he did find someone? What if he somehow found a man who wanted a middle-aged, completely boring, practically re-virginized servant to a basset hound? If he cracked open the closet door, would he be yanked out all the way? Would his old awful professor rise from the grave and tell him he was worthless, he was a dirty homo, and he was nothing but a fraud? Would the Senate find some obscure law that would unapprove a federal judge? A congressional, oops, our bad, we didn't know you were like that. But it wasn't like he would be the only gay judge. There were 10 openly gay judges. He tracked the nominations of each, tallying them up in his brain like he was collecting proof of the world changing, something to weigh against the inevitable hatred and disdain he always felt reaching for him. Witches' claws in the mist or an anvil hovering above him. He was a cartoon character in his own life, plodding along waiting for the hammer to fall on his head and the laugh track to play. For the world to roar at him, mock him, scorn him. But what number would be enough for him to join the ranks? What number of enough gays was enough for him to feel safe? It would always be one less than he needed. Edame snorted and rolled, kicking the air before flopping to her side. She sighed, huffing and stretched. He needed to walk her. She needed her nightly walk before bedtime, the capstone to a long day of naps. In his next life, he was going to be a basset hound. He'd probably be gay then, too. Maybe he could find a stately boy basset at the dog park to drool with. Christ, he was pathetic. He pulled himself up, dragging his wine glass closer. He downed the Cabernet in 3 huge swallows like he was downing beer, or going down on a man, and ignored the burn at the roof of his mouth, the tightening of his nostrils. Cabernet wasn't meant to be inhaled, and he coughed as his throat seemed to fill with sand. But for the moment, he just wanted to drown it all out. Go back to 1991 and drink until he didn't care if he woke up afterward or not. Why today? Why was today the day he remembered everything? Why were his dusty dreams rattling the old bones of the skeletons in his closet now? Because of Mike. Because he thought Mike, suave, sophisticated Mike, ridiculously sexy, professional, perfect Mike, was straight. He'd thought there was a girlfriend, or maybe girlfriends, or even a wife and 2.5 kids at home with a dog and a perfect picket fence. Mike was the pinnacle of what he'd always admired in a man. Kind, confident, funny, strong. Deliciously competent in his job, too. And he'd never, ever thought Mike was gay. His gaydar, after all these years, was downright rickety, less reliable than a leaking submarine. Though he'd purposefully unlearned the signs, had stopped looking for when men would check him out, stopped making eye contact with strangers, stopped letting his gaze linger on other men long enough to see if they'd make the first move. He'd made his world small. There was no way. No way at all. He couldn't think it. Him and Mike, laughable, Utterly laughable. He'd never be young and sophisticated like Mike's ex. He'd never be as perfectly put together. Would never catch Mike's eye in any way other than as a stodgy, old judge. Putting on the robe aged him 20 years, it seemed. He'd become a geezer in his mid-40s. And he could never be as proud as Mike. There was maybe 10 years difference in their ages, but going to college in 1991 versus 2001 made all the difference in the world. Mike had recent history on his side, protest movements and legislations and pride marches, gay-straight alliances, passionate speeches about equality and affirmation that people actually listened to. Ellen had come out and found acceptance. Anti-discrimination laws had been passed. Hate crime laws that protected his people actually existed now. He vividly remembered the days when gay men were murdered, and their killers got off just because they were gay. 10 years had sped up centuries of progress. But he'd shuttered the peephole on his closet door and barricaded its gilded frame. "Come on, Edame." He called her name and she popped up, her long ears dragging over the couch cushions, floppy jowls flapping as she shook and shimmied to wake up. She trotted over, her sagging skin swaying back and forth, and wagged her tail as she stretched at his feet. She nipped at his shoes as if to tell him to hurry up. I'm moving. Your daddy is just being maudlin tonight." She didn't care. She flopped to her back and rolled, wriggling as he grabbed her harness and leash. She sprang back up, trotting over so he could slip her harness on and buckle her in. In moments, they were trotting down the steps of his townhouse in Foggy Bottom and meandering down the street. Edame sniffed every crack and crevice, investigating the remnants of each dog that had passed by during the day. It was a slow loop around the block, and she did her business on 7 different plots of flowers and at the base of a large maple tree. Leaving messages for friends, no doubt. One long dog conversation told in piddles and droplets. "Edame, you have a better social life than I do." She shook, rattling her collar and flinging a 3-inch-long missile of drool through the air. Tom ducked, and it narrowly missed his shoulder. "Thanks, Edame. I appreciate your help." Her tongue lolled out, and she trotted off, her tail held high, floppy butt sashaying back and forth, strutting down the sidewalk like she had not a care in the world. His next life, he was definitely coming back as a basset hound. Once or twice through the years he'd had a longing for more, but weeks of perusing his top-secret stash of gay porn and nightly dates with his hands usually cursed him of that longing. He sexed himself out or bored himself with the repetitiveness of his porn. The same old that could never replace another warm body sinking into him, spreading out over him, the weight of a man pressing him into the mattress. The night before, he'd been too depressed, too maudlin, too morose to even consider fooling around with himself. He hadn't been as uninterested in himself in years. Friday morning was one of his swim days, and he was up early, feeding Edame her princess-certified breakfast of wet dog food sprinkled with shredded cheese and pieces of tortilla, microwaved until the cheese was just melted and the dog food warm enough to waft through his townhome. Always a delight. Edame ate and did her business and took up position on the couch, flopping down for her morning nap. He kissed her head and headed out, gym duffel and briefcase over his shoulder and garment bag in one hand. The D.C. morning was already warm, practically midday hot with a cloudless sky stretching overhead. He left just early enough to miss the crush of commuter traffic and ducked into the Foggy Bottom metro station. A transfer at Metro Center, and then he got off at Judicial Station. The plaza gym at the courthouse complex was exclusively for the judiciary, federal employees, and D.C. Metro Police, and he used the swimming pool there 3 days a week. Did Mike ever work out there? Oh, for Christ's sake. He forced himself not to think of Mike, or of anyone, any male body part, any fantasy man he'd concocted over the years, any perfect assortment of smiles and laughs and soft eyes gazing at him. He just swam, lap after lap, water rushing by his head, sluicing over his body. He took too long in the shower, leaning into the hot spray with the water running down the back of his neck. He'd gotten older, somehow. His legs were wiry. His hips were narrow, but not sexily so, not anymore. He just looked thin. His shoulders had always been wide, swimmer's shoulders that tapered to a V, and his arms nicely toned. But his chest had a smattering of gray hairs poking out, traitors hidden in the sparse strands of brown. He hadn't bothered sprucing himself up, manscaping, as they called it these days, for 2 decades. What was the point? If he found someone, he was going to have to start paying attention to himself again. But that wasn't going to happen. Putting the thought firmly out of his head, he shut off the shower and toweled off. Got dressed and managed to dry and fluff his brunette with a little bit of salt hair into the D.C. sideswept style that was all the rage for mid-40s guys like him. He looked like every other middle-aged man in D.C., maybe a little thinner. He'd never let himself get overweight. But he was boring. As boring as, well, a judge. There was a coffee shop in the lobby, a requirement for all federal buildings to keep the wheels of bureaucracy turning. Every morning he bought his first cup there, one of his only indulgences. A sugary whipped cream monstrosity. Ridiculous, but delicious. And medium drip, heavy on the cream, please. Tom passed over a 10 with a weak smile to the barista. What was he doing? Buying Mike's coffee? Mike got his own coffee every morning, just fine. This was stupid. He was stupid. Still, he took both cups. His sugar meltdown, Mike's refined brew, and headed for the annex. Maybe he'd run into Mike on the stairs, and he could pass it off as a mistake. An oops of the barista's. If Mike never saw his order, maybe that would fly. Yeah, right. No Mike on the stairs. He could dump the coffee in the trash, forget his lapse in good judgment. He could banish all evidence of his foolishness. He badged his way into the private corridor, the long, bright hallway that led to his chambers. Past the line of courtrooms, 4 in a row, and the chambers of his fellow judges on the 4th floor. Judge Tanya King and Judge Dana Juarez. Past the smaller offices for the law clerks and their secretaries. And at the end of the hall, Mike's tiny office. Mike's door was open. He was early. Well, go figure after yesterday. Mike had been mortified. His ex sounded like a nightmare. Good riddance. He couldn't think like that. Tom closed his eyes, hovering in front of his own office door. He could still ditch the coffee. Hey, Judge Brewer! Uh-oh. Mike's cheery voice slammed into him, and footsteps paraded down the hall. Good morning, Mike called. Happy Friday. Morning. Tom opened his eyes and turned to Mike. Mike was a devastatingly handsome man. He hit all of Tom's buttons, poked at every one of his deeply buried yearnings. He wanted to rake his fingers through Mike's hair, lying like waves of perfect sun-baked sand that ran for miles. He'd look gorgeous in a tiny bathing suit, stretched out on a towel on some empty beach, laughing and smiling as the sun brought little drops of sweat to his skin, beading into rivulets he'd lick off. Mike would taste like the sea, like happiness and sunshine and freedom, like the joy the perfect blue of his eyes promised. Mike had a folder in his hands, and he flipped through the pages, reading off names and sentences for minor drug charges and weapons possessions. Tom's brain caught up seconds too late. Looks like Lincoln's gang, for the most part, isn't knocking on the doors of the big leagues. Lincoln must be a connector between his people and the bigger fish. His guys are just the leg breakers. Tom blinked. Too bad we couldn't get him to flip. You tried your best. Mike reached for Tom's keys, dangling off his pinky as he clutched his sugary coffee. Let me get your door, Your Honor. Thanks. He could stare while Mike's back was turned. No one would know. He could stare at Mike's shoulders, his back, the muscles moving beneath his white button-down. Mike had ditched his suit jacket in his office, and he wore his shoulder holster, his weapon clipped beneath his armpit. His shoulder blades rolled beneath the straps, his back muscles flexed. Mike stepped back and opened the door. Here you go. Tom's gaze snapped up. He fixed a smile to his face, a stretch of his lips he hoped wasn't too ridiculous, and headed into his office. Double coffee day? Mike hung back in the doorway. Actually, here goes nothing. This is for you. Mike's jaw dropped. Just in case. I need my inspector fully caffeinated. Slowly, Mike smiled and took the offered cup. He shook his head, chuckling to himself, and a flush darkened his neck. You're too kind about what happened, Judge Brewer. I've got a reputation as the oddball of the court to uphold. Chief Judge Fink would have brought me up on contempt of court charges. He probably would. Tom grinned. But I have always been more lenient with first-time offenders. Mike was quiet. He stared at his coffee, spinning the paper cup in his hand. I'm beginning to understand why that ends up working so well for you. His eyes lifted, met Tom's gaze. Tom's grin grew, turning into a smile. I have always found that mercy bears richer fruits than strict justice. Mike's head tipped, cocked to one side. He frowned as if searching his memories. Abraham Lincoln? Tom nodded. Thank you for the coffee, Judge Brewer. Mike spoke softly and saluted him with a cup before he headed back out of the office. He kept smiling the whole time, and Tom's stomach fluttered as he watched him go. There wasn't a chance in hell that he and Mike could ever be together, no matter how attracted he was to the man. Mike's tastes didn't run to boring mid-40-year-olds, as evidenced by Exhibit Number 1, the photo of his ex. But maybe there was a chance at friendship. God knew he could use a friend. His life was empty. Purposefully empty. Achingly empty. He wasn't a greedy man. He'd take whatever he could get, whatever friendship might one day be offered or extended. Baby steps. He had to unbarricade his closet door, crawl his way out of solitude. 25 years was a long time. His forged persona fit him like a tailored suit, a mask he'd handmade to perfection. He already felt exposed, allowing feelings he'd ruthlessly squashed for decades to bubble up. Attractions he'd never allowed himself to acknowledge, given free rein this morning. Panic crawled at the base of his spine, scratched up his neck. What if everybody knew? What if everybody saw that morning what he'd hidden forever? Eyeballs on him. Hundreds of eyeballs. Thousands, millions when it hit the news. When the papers screamed gay judge and the news shows talked about his outing, dissected his life, and his creepy old professor rose from the grave, his bones rattling as he pointed a skeletal finger at Tom and shrieked, I knew it! Tom took a slow breath and closed his eyes. He could forget all of this. Shut his office door, not listen for Mike's voice or look up when Mike walked down the hall passing by. Not catch his glances, his smiles. not dream or hope, ever again. He could go home to Edame and his empty house and lock all his doors, barricade his closet higher, build a great wall to repel invaders wielding flags of hope, rainbow banners held by shirtless men who smiled, who laughed, who were proud of who they were, and wanted him to rappel from his prison tower down to them. But his tower was in a lake. An ocean made of tears. Tears of all the men in all the years, decades, centuries before him, who had their dreams crushed, their lives destroyed when someone found out their secret. History was a cruel mistress, a harsh teacher. He thumbed at his coffee cup, playing with the plastic lid. The sounds of the courthouse coming alive began to fill the hallway. Peggy coming in, unlocking her office. His law clerk, Danny, skateboarding down the hall. He could only get away with that if he came in before Chief Judge Fink. Judge Dana Juarez down the hall, calling good morning to Peggy. Mike's voice, saying hello, striding past his office. He was heading for Judge Juarez, probably chatting with her about her high-risk trial coming up next week. Mike glanced into his chambers, smiling. He still had Tom's coffee in his hand. He raised it, saluting Tom again. Tom nodded back. He left his office door open. In his mind, he imagined himself slowly taking bricks down, one by one, and peering through the crack. Chapter 4, May 9th. Simultaneous knocking. Banging like an invading horde was at his door, and a ceaseless rattle of his doorknob broke over his radio, belting out Britney Spears on Saturday morning. Mike threw open the door with a glare, leaning against the heavy wood. Chris Caldera, his best friend, stood in the entrance, his perfect face curved into a pout, lips pushed out, long eyelashes batting, slowly. He held up a key like it was an indictment. "My key doesn't work." Mike held up another key. "I changed my locks. Here's your new one." Chris snatched it out of his hand as he strutted into Mike's townhome. He was dressed for Paris. For Milan, an haute couture fashion model gracing his apartment with color and style. Shining boots, polished to a high gloss, pointed at the toe and with a heel that was just on the wrong side of scandalous. Tight twill pants, a sunny button-down, a skinny tie, shades of blue competing for dominance. A long Gucci trench coat and Gucci sunglasses perched on his perfectly spiked hair. Mike swore Chris accented the harsh angles of his face with makeup, dusted his cheekbones with bronzer until they looked like they could cut diamonds. He knew Chris wore eyeliner and mascara. Chris was 2 years older than Mike, a year away from 40, but he'd cut Mike if he ever said that aloud. Chris was a walking stereotype. He knew every Tony-winning musical by heart and could belt out Bette Midler, Celine Dion, and Idina Menzel. He was sass on heels, deadly with his tongue, and went through men like a ravenous black widow. Mike had met him his first week in D.C. after he'd transferred out of the hellhole he'd been working in before. They'd spent the whole evening at a bar trading barbs, verbal repartee that tried to draw blood. Mike wanted to take him home, wanted to unwrap him and devour him, wanted all that sass to shred him to pieces. He'd practically begged. Chris had refused. "You're too young for me, sweetie." They were best friends from that moment on. Chris stopped in Mike's foyer, staring at his living room as his perfectly sculpted eyebrows slowly rose. He flicked a hand out to Mike, pushing one slim hip out. "Did you forget to tell me you're moving?" Everything from Mike's kitchen was in the living room, stacked in boxes and bags and piled in haphazard stacks. Half his shelves in the living room were bare, emptied of Silvio's crap. His hall closet looked like it had been ransacked, jackets and clothes heaped on the floor and spilling onto the hardwood. I moved Silvio out. Chris pulled his head back, just slightly. His lips pursed. He was being good so far, holding his tongue, waiting. Mike sighed. Chris would let him have it eventually. I came home and found him banging some other dude in the kitchen. Chris's manicured hand flew to his neck, his long fingers spread over his throat and across his collarbone. His eyes flared, Spanish fire blazing bright. He blinked, ridiculously long lashes fluttering over his creamy cheeks. "I never liked that bitch," he snapped. "I told you he was no good." "I know." "I told you he was a fuckboy." "I know." "I told you you have the shittiest taste in Maine." Mike grinned. "I know." He reached for a sledgehammer, leaning against the wall of his entranceway. Chris gave him a flat glare. "What's that for? Did you keep one of your shitty polyester shirts? Gonna whack it into broken threads? I might actually help you with that. Let me grind it beneath my heel." Laughing, Mike headed for the kitchen. It was just empty cupboards and bare granite now. His eyes lingered on the spot Silvio had leaned against, his elbows braced on the stone, getting drilled by Tall and Swarthy. "It's time for a remodel." "Oh, honey, you know I don't do manual labor. You called the wrong friend." "You're keeping me company. And your seat is over there." He pointed to his bar stool and a mixing bowl filled with ice he'd set up beside it, perched on his end table. A bottle of vodka rested in the ice, and a martini glass sat beside the bowl. "Lovely, darling." Chris sashayed his way across the living room, picking through piles of crap and tossing his jacket over a stack of boxes. He poured a straight vodka martini as Mike spun slowly in his kitchen. One last survey. It was all coming out. Every last scrap. "You could at least take your shirt off while you're being super mask." Mike laughed and peeled his t-shirt off. He flung it at Chris, who batted the sweaty, dusty fabric down, grimacing and glaring like Mike had spilled paint on his clothes. He brushed his pants, flicking imaginary dust away. "Ready?" Mike heaved the sledgehammer over his shoulder. "Mm-hmm." Chris lifted his glass and winked at Mike. "Let's see it, big boy." The kitchen was rubble in under an hour. Granite cracked and smashed, turning to dust. The cupboards splintered, breaking apart into shards. Wreckage built around his feet. Only his sink and his fridge remained. Stainless steel islands in a sea of dust and ruin. Chris clapped slowly as Mike stood in the center, breathing hard. "Great job, Fred Flintstone. What are you going to do with the mess you made?" Chris deigned to help him with the rubble, picking through the wreckage and plucking all the medium-sized pieces into bags and boxes that Mike hauled out to the dumpster. He went back to his martini as Mike swept and vacuumed, and then made Mike wipe down his boots. Only when he was satisfied with Mike's cleaning was Mike allowed to collapse onto his couch. "Did that feel good?" Chris poured another drink and brought it over to Mike. He perched on the armrest. "Yeah, that did feel good." Getting over Silvio was easy when Silvio acted like the biggest bitch inside D.C. Anger had a way of speeding up the breakup process. Silvio was just a mistake. Another one. Another in a long line of mistaken boyfriends and bad decisions. "I assume we're going out tonight? You're gonna fuck your way through D.C. again until you fall head over heels for another fuckboy?" Mike scrubbed his face, stalling. Why was it always the same? Why did he always end up like this, alone, pissed off for one reason or another, and left to wonder why he seemed like the only guy to want something real? Mike took another drink. "I think I need to change how I date." Chris nearly fell off the arm of the couch. He pressed his hand to his chest, feigned a heart attack as he blinked fast. I hear the cries and wails of fuckboys from Virginia to Pennsylvania. Lamentations, bottoms going unfilled. Jesus, Chris, am I that bad? After a breakup, honey, you put Madonna and Coco Chanel to shame. I think there's a mass fuckboy alert when you go out. Some bottom booty call making them all a tizzy. They come flocking, holes already lubed. They're hoping to catch you in their nectar. Okay, look, I'm not doing that anymore. Really? Chris couldn't fit another ounce of disbelief into that single word. He really couldn't. It hasn't fucking worked, has it? Here I am again, alone. The last thing I want to be is alone. Chris sat back and crossed his legs, one foot bouncing delicately. Silence strained the living room. You are a hot mess. He looked down. Chris took pity on him. You want the gay fairy tale, Mike. You want Prince Charming and happy ever after. But Prince Charming is not gonna come wrapped up in the boys you've been fooling with. Mike sagged into his cushions with a sigh. You're a good guy. A really good guy. Why do you keep wasting time with 24-year-old flight attendants and wannabe models? They're not good enough for you, honey. Chris smoothed his hair, tucking wayward strands off his forehead. You need someone who thinks you are their Prince Charming, not the pretty face and attached dick that comes with a credit card. He stayed quiet, twirling the glass back and forth, making ripples in the vodka. I don't know if that guy exists, Chris. I've been looking for him. Where is he? He's for damn sure not a fuckboy. Chris sat back. I cannot believe these words are passing my perfect lips. But, he sighed, why don't you take a break from this scene? Focus on yourself for a while. I mean, do you have any idea what your Prince Charming is like? What you really want? 'Cause you're not happy with what you've had. I do know what I want. Mike could picture it, could imagine life with the man of his dreams. He wanted a partner, a real partner, an honest-to-God relationship. He wanted to find the one, the man he'd marry. He wanted someone to love. Faces blurred together, his exes and his hookups, a haze of haughty smirks and sneers, flashing eyes and slit-eyed glares, sarcasm, biting tongues, ferocity when provoked. He loved Chris like a brother, but Chris wasn't the kind of man he dreamt about night after night. He's kind, he finally said. I want someone kind, gentle, loving. Memories kept rushing by, a harsh counterpoint to his actual desires. Nights spent alone or watching his partner texting all night long. Distance, when all he wanted was closeness. He could count the good times with Silvio, the moments where they seemed to be really close and not trying to shred each other with sass and sarcasm that flayed too close to the bone. Affectionate. He wants me. Really wants me. Days he wanted to talk about his work, the cases he saw, the law, politics, and the world they lived in. Being laughed off or ignored or talked over, being told he was boring. He's smart. We talk about things. Maybe we'll stay up all night talking sometimes. The truth was he wanted someone so out of his league that his mystery man might as well be a satellite orbiting the Earth. And Mike was an ant. He wanted someone intelligent, grounded, and with a heart of gold. Someone who wanted to hold his hand and cuddle with him, watch movies on Friday nights, and sleep in on Sundays. Someone gentle with his heart, with his dreams. Someone who wanted him to be the whole world, the way he would be Mike's.
Does that sound like a fuckboy?
Chris's voice was gentle. Mike shook his head.
You're looking in all the wrong places. You want Prince Charming, but you're looking in a swamp. Get away from the bars and the apps. I know God isn't your thing, but there are gay men's groups at some of the churches, and the center has volunteer gigs you can join. There's a lot for gay men to do, Mike, other than troll for a hookup or look for the one at the club.
I know. He squeezed his eyes shut, rubbing them with his fingers. We already are doing that, though. I mean, we're in the league, and we volunteer. That's how we met Billy and Aaron.
Do more. This is our culture. It's not just bars and clubs and hookup apps. If you want to find someone special, go look for him where you think he's hiding.
Chris tilted his head.
And be the kind of guy you want to attract. You're a good guy. Stop settling for less. Quality attracts quality.
That's not true, and you know it.
The flakes will stop hassling you when you stop feeding them your dick.
Chris stood, brushing off his pants.
Dr. Caldera prescribes a cleanse, Deputy Marshal Lucciano. A cleanse of the scourge of fuckboys.
He pointed at Mike, tapping the tip of Mike's nose with every word.
No more fuckboys.
Yes, Doctor. Mike smiled.
Come on,
Chris snapped.
We've got to get you a new kitchen. And tonight you're taking me to the Kennedy Center. Madame Butterfly is playing. I'll culture you even if it kills me.
Yes, my queen. He winked as he stood, and Chris tisked at him as he grabbed his trench coat. Mike sighed, blowing air out of his hollowed cheeks. We need to stop by the clinic, too. Chris whipped around, his eyebrows disappearing beneath his spiky fringe. True concern poured from his gaze. Silvio was banging the guy bare. I don't know how long he was cheating, but if he was going bare, then I need to get checked. Chris turned away and shoved his arms through his coat sleeves, bunching the fabric and viciously tugging on the lapels. He took a long time straightening it, smoothing his shirt front, facing away from Mike. When he turned back, his expression was back to his haughty indifference, but Spanish fire still smoldered in his gaze.
I never liked that bitch.
I will listen to you from this day forward about any man. Mike pressed his hands together and bowed, as if bowing to a master.
You're damn right you will. Now go shower and change. We've got a busy day.
How did someone enter the gay scene these days? When he was in college, he just showed up at one of their bars. He drank, grinded on the dance floor, and whiled away his nights in a music-fueled haze. If he, Judge Tom Brewer, U.S. federal judge, walked into a gay club and started to grind against someone, he'd be plastered across tabloids before morning. He needed something subtler, something a little more anonymous. Cruising was out. He didn't just want to fuck. Didn't want to just pick up a random man at a park or a truck stop and trade a quick hand job or blow job. He wanted to meet someone, make friends. Eventually, maybe find something deeper. How did anyone go about that, though? The chances that anyone he happened to meet in the world happened to be gay, happened to be single, and happened to find him attractive and desirable were, God, practically zero. And how would he even approach anyone? There was no calculus to determine if a man at the coffee shop was gay or straight or open to his tentative smile. What if he joined a gay organization, a sports league or a volunteer group? That would be firmly planting his flag on gay ground. Was he ready for that? Maybe not, since he was hesitating. 25 years, though, brought a lot of technical challenges. Smartphones, websites, and apps. There were two in particular that stood out. Grind Me, an app whose name made his jaw drop, but promised a world of secure and protected interactions with gay men all around him. He could meet other gay men, chat with them, trade pictures, eventually. Maybe meet up. As a tool for a small, dispersed community, one that still had more than a fair amount of fear ingrained deep in their culture, it was practically a perfect solution. It was too perfect. There had to be a catch. He downloaded the app, though, watching the progress bar building in chunks across his phone, and then install and plaster an innocuous-looking mask icon on his home screen. Tentatively, he clicked it. Setup was relatively simple. He didn't know what to choose as a display name. Something relatively obscure. He settled on Justice 95. 95 for the year he graduated law school. He cringed when it asked for his age. No hiding that, though. Clan? What the hell was a clan? Oh. Well, he wasn't a bear. He wasn't an otter. He could hardly be described as rugged. He'd long ago left behind any possibility of being called a twink. Clean-cut, fit. Did they have a boring clan? He'd belong in that one. He also chose discreet. Height, weight, and body type were depressing. 5'11", 180, brown eyes, salt and pepper hair. They tricked that up a bit, and he smiled when he checked the box for silver fox. Looking for. He bit his lip. Chat, dates, friends, networking. People networked on this app? A relationship or right now? Well, not to put too fine a point on that. He chose chat, dates, and friends. He wasn't ready for anything else. Relationship status. He snorted. Single. Perpetually single, eternally single. He had no social networks. He'd learned long ago not to get involved in social media. It was a tool for defense attorneys and vicious, vengeful criminals to try and find and use against you. It wanted a picture. He couldn't put a picture of his face on the app. He just couldn't, no matter how anonymous it promised to be. He'd seen scandals born in Washington, D.C. from anonymous encounters, promises of secrets being kept. He didn't want to end up another headline, another D.C. has-been. He picked a cute picture of Etta May and put it up instead. Everyone liked dogs, right? And then he was online. Holy God! A stream of images. Men's torsos, men's asses, men eating popsicles and bananas, men bare-chested, men pouting. Close-ups of biceps and pecs, pictures of bulges. What looked like tube socks shoved down suit pants. Men tied up in leather. His jaw dropped. It was all relatively clean. Nothing pornographic, nothing hardcore right on the front page, but holy hell, the line was seriously pushed and blurred. He didn't know where to look first. His eyes bounced around the screen, flicking from one younger guy to the next. Everyone seemed gorgeous, and perpetually in their late 20s to early 30s. He was a dinosaur in comparison. Where were the men near his age? He found the search settings and skewed the toggles up to only show ages from mid-30s to just under 50. He wasn't ready for that number yet. More beautiful people. More torsos. But more faces, too. Smiling, confident men. One profile caught his eye. Someone a little younger, well-built. He had a tank top on, a backwards ball cap, and a ridiculous smile. He looked like he'd been caught laughing by the camera. The edges of his hair were sandy blonde, almost honeyed. His eyes weren't blue, but they were still nice. He clicked on the guy's picture tile. A larger photo appeared and a chat icon at the bottom of the image. "Online now," blinked at him. He hesitated. What was he doing? What on earth was he going to say to this guy? Maybe if he was younger and they met in person somewhere, he'd offer to buy him a drink. Yeah, right. He'd never go up to a strange man in public. He was beginning to see the allure of apps like this. That ever-present fear, is he or isn't he? Interested in men, friendly, nonviolent, homophobic, offended by his very existence. But he still didn't know what to say. Start small. What would he say if he saw him at the coffee shop? Tom clicked on the chat button and typed, "Hi." He waited. "No," came back. "No? What did that mean?" He frowned. "I'm sorry?" "No. No to you. No face pic, a dog, really. Nice metaphor, bitch. Just no." Tom sat back, stunned. A new chat popped up. He clicked over to it. "Are you so ugly that you have to put a dog pic up for your profile?" He couldn't breathe. "She's my basset hound. You could at least post a picture of your body. Something that would make it worthwhile. I mean, I can close my eyes if your face is ugly, but if you got nothing else going for you, then..." He clicked out of that chat. He scrolled back to the main screen, looking at the tiles of men. He found a guy about his age, smiling into the camera, looking friendly. He wore a sweater that Tom knew he had hanging in his own closet. He clicked on his profile, and then on the chat button. "I'm new to this. Is everyone on here so... forward? Rude? Sorry." He smiled. Finally, he could just talk to someone. Take an ice pick to his wall and chip out a small hole. He just wanted to talk to someone, anyone, and not feel so lonely for a half hour. "I'm only into twinks, not into old guys." Tom closed his eyes. He bowed his head, his chin touching his chest. A new message notification sounded, a short drum beat. He almost didn't want to click it. "Looking for men for PNP orgy. BB, breeding, and lots of." He frowned. What was an eggplant emoji? Oh. "Daddies wanted for hot, eager twinks." Well, maybe that other guy could link up with this orgy. He clicked out of the chat and logged off the app. Etta May snored at the end of his bed. She ran in her sleep, her short legs and stubby paws scuffing against his comforter. Soft, sleepy barks rumbled out of her, her dreams too good to stay contained in her mind. He tossed his phone on the bed next to him and slid down, lying on his back against the pillows. Okay. Grind Me wasn't a good option. Almost Perfect did come with a catch. The guys there were forward, shockingly forward, and very into sex, which wasn't a bad thing. God, how confident was a man to plainly state that he was only into twinks? How much sex was a man his age getting? Going by the smile on his face, he was pretty damn fulfilled. All these men, living their lives fearlessly. And him, alone and pathetic and cut off from seemingly the whole world. He was an alien to their culture, an outsider with his face pressed to the window as they lived and loved. He rolled over, bunching his pillow under his head. What was Mike doing? What did he do on weekends? How much fun did he have with friends who loved him, supported him? He was probably the center of the party somewhere, laughing, having a great time, finding another lover, surrounded by life, surrounded by happiness. He stayed awake, watching headlights shiver over his walls, crisscrossing his ceiling, until he fell asleep, hours before dawn. Chapter 5. Washington, D.C. was despicable in the heat. Ever since he'd gotten the call and had gotten on the plane to come to D.C., he'd been miserable. Americans were insufferable, taking up too much room in the world, in their cities and on the streets. Too loud by half, too fat by whole. The whole nation disgusted him. He slammed the brakes on his rented sedan and barely squealed to a stop before plowing into the back of a minivan. Traffic on I-395 was a nightmare, as always. D.C. traffic was the worst, even worse than Moscow's Garden Ring. He just wanted to get out to the country, get out to the plot of land he'd been given access to. He could shoot out there, put together his Dragunov and sling hot lead down the homemade range, shred a few paper targets, maybe something else as well. He had a place inside D.C., a hole in the wall above a pizza shop that always smelled like garlic. He kept a sleeping bag in the corner and a cooler full of water, and, of course, his rifle. He could steal 3 different neighbors' Wi-Fi. The Voice had also given him access to this piece of property far outside of D.C. If he didn't get out of the city, he'd let loose early, blow 5 people's heads off before he even laid eyes on his target. He hated these times most of all. The waiting, the living on another person's timetable. Shadowing a target successfully took time, though, and especially a target of this caliber. He couldn't just appear out of the blue. He had to establish himself in D.C., put in the time to lessen the suspicion around him when the inevitable happened. He had to be just another neighbor, just another man people saw buying bananas and deodorant and milk. He still charged quadruple his rates for this idle time. Wasted time. He was a hostage to time, chained to its slowness, the march of days and hours that moved for other people. Soon, the Voice tried to assuage him. Soon it will be time. Just a little while longer. Chapter 6. May 19th. Lincoln's case ended not with a bang, but a whimper, as the poem said. The jury convicted him on all counts. Tom, like always, visited the jurors privately after the verdict was read and the trial concluded. They didn't have any questions for him. Just a general expression of sadness, mixed with anger that gangs and drugs were taking so many lives away. Federal judges heard the full gamut of cases, but he had another drug case lined up after Lincoln's. This time a smuggler caught flying cocaine in through Dulles Airport. She was a permanent resident, laid off from her job and desperate for money. She'd swallowed 30 little balloons, but was caught after landing at Dulles. Her first offense, and she was only a green card holder. He sentenced her to the minimum time he could, and looked down when she started crying after she was told she would be deported at the end of her sentence. A 2-defendant, 8-count financial crimes case was up next. White-collar crime, conspiracy, and embezzlement. His eyeballs bled every night as he read over the 5-inch-thick federal rules of evidence and fell asleep with a massive tome across his lap, his reading glasses sliding down his nose. He started dreaming in evidentiary rules, dream jurors, shirtless men with a parade of evidence and testimony delivered by other, mostly naked men who made him stutter, made him stumble. One dream attorney gave him an imaginary lap dance in the center of the courtroom while the proceedings droned on and on. Mike would appear, wearing just his lime green tie and a pair of itty-bitty briefs, and he'd rescue Tom from the circus in his courtroom, pull him into his chambers, push him back across his desk. He needed double sugar meltdown coffees to get through each morning. By day, both the AUSA and the defense attorney practically shouted over each other objections right and left. He had to rule on their outbursts every 20 minutes. Mike waved hello to him each morning and poked his head in to say goodbye each evening. Tom had started growing a stack of law books on his desk, flagged with sticky notes and crammed with notepapers at the start of the case. Every day he added more books, more research, and the stack grew higher and higher until he could barely see over it. One day he heard Mike's footsteps, but when he looked up, law books were all he saw. He spent his lunch hour moving every book to new stacks against the wall and ended up sprawled on his carpet while he read case precedent and reviewed legal opinions. He sat cross-legged through the late afternoon with his back against the desk, chewing on a pencil. Knocking broke his focus, his deep dive into a decision upheld by the Second Circuit in the last decade regarding evidence admissibility for embezzlement cases. Testimony brought up in a former trial that ended with an acquittal. Words swam on the page, tiny font on onion skin paper, flimsy like an old Bible. He blinked and looked up. Mike stood in the doorway, grinning. He spat his pencil out and smiled back. "Hey." "Hello yourself, Your Honor." Mike's eyes sparkled. "I have to say, I've never seen a judge sitting on his floor before." Tom straightened his tie, trying to collect his dignity. He set the book he was reading to one side. Rules of evidence could wait. "I realized I was building a fort on top of my desk. I figured you were about to tell me it was a safety hazard, that if you couldn't see me from the doorway, then you'd have no idea if I was truly alive or dead behind all those books." Mike laughed. He held out his hand. "I'm not worried you're going to drop dead on me. You're too young for that." Warmth flooded Tom's chest, and his shoulders straightened, drew back. He took Mike's hand and clambered up. Mike's grip was firm, his hold gentle. He thought Mike's hands would be rough, but they were smooth, practically soft. Calloused just a bit on his thumb and his finger. He took care of himself. Mike let go first, and Tom turned to his desk, tossing his pencil on his blotter as he exhaled. "You think I'm young, huh? You're no Chief Judge Fink." Tom whistled and shook his head. "He is 96 years old. Incredible. If I live to be 96, I won't still be working." "Oh, come on." Tom leaned back against his desk and crossed his arms. "You'd be a great 96-year-old Marshal. Standing post in the courtroom, leaning on your cane with your badge and your gun. By then it'll probably be a laser or a sonic something, though. Something high-tech that'll make us feel really ancient. And I'm sure I'd have to help you off the bench so you could go talk to the jury. You'll keep doing that even when you're 96, I bet." He winked. "It's just around the corner." "You're not that old." How could he be both thrilled and depressed at the same time? Mike saying he wasn't that old wasn't a dinosaur, that he didn't see him as an old man. He was no Chief Judge Fink. But the truth of it was he was still too old for Mike. Too old for popped collars and a smooth, sleek face. Too old for the men on Grind Me, even. He took a breath and pasted his polite smile on. His judicial smile. The little quirk of his lips that he used in court. "How can I help you?" Mike frowned and leaned back slightly. A wariness settled in his eyes. I noticed you were here pretty late for the past 2 weeks. I just wanted to check in on you." His smile softened. "Thanks. I'm buried in a white-collar crime case. Embezzlement. He nodded to the stacks. "Trying to get a handle on case law and precedent. The evidence is detailed, and a lot of it is challenged. I have to rule on evidence every day, and I want to make sure my opinions are well-grounded in legal fact. I don't want the appeals court to overrule me because I didn't know enough." "Sounds like a lot. Is it almost through?" "Yes, thank God." Tom smiled as he crossed his arms. "I have never been so happy to see the end of a case." Mike's small frown faded. "If you're busy, I can leave you to your reading." "No, I need a break. I'm going cross-eyed." He scrubbed his face, his fingers rubbing his eyelids and pressing on his eyeballs. What time was it, even? "Can I repay your generosity, then?" Tom opened one eye, staring at Mike. "Can I buy you dinner?" Mike spoke like his offer was an easygoing nothing. Like his words were the easiest thing in the world to say. Like they didn't have any deeper, richer meaning to them. Like they weren't what Tom had been longing to hear for 25 long years, and more recently for the past several weeks. Ever since Mike had begun starring in Tom's personal fantasies. He boggled, blinking, frozen. "I never got a chance to repay you for lunch. When we went out for barbecue." Mike was trying to jog his memory. Oh, he remembered. He remembered every moment of that lunch, of that day. Swallowing, Tom nodded. "You don't have to pay me back." "I want to. Something simple. You haven't eaten, and you said you need a break, right?" "Yes, but..." "What do you feel like? Mexican? Indian? Barbecue again?" A cold shot of tequila sounded great. Maybe 6. If he could shoot them out of Mike's belly button, even better. He squeezed his eyes closed. "Mexican sounds great. I could go for some tacos." And a side order of sanity. "But really, you don't have to do this." "I want to, Judge Brewer." What could he say to that? He didn't say anything, just grabbed his briefcase and his suit jacket off the back of his chair and shrugged into it, trying to shake out the wrinkles he'd put in his pants. "Lead the way." They ambled down the stairs side by side. Mike loose and relaxed like Tom rarely got to see. The annex was closed, the doors locked, and only badged personnel were inside at this hour. Their shoes squeaked on the tile, dark wingtips and heavy soles clipping a steady pace. He kept shooting sidelong glances at Mike, listening as Mike summarized Judge Juarez's high-risk trial, where he'd been since leaving Tom's courtroom and the Lincoln case. The evening sun cast long shadows across the judicial plaza and down the marble steps, a heavy glow shrouding the pavilion. The colors seemed heavier, the blue in the sky closer to the earth. Time slowed in the evening, the sun reluctant to set, the day holding on for just a few minutes longer. The air was warm, just on the verge of hot, brimming with humidity, enough to feel it in the lungs and make the skin prickle. Golden light clung to Mike's skin, caressing the planes of his face. Mike led the way to the Mexican restaurant down the block, a cheery place in yellows and reds. Men clustered around the bar watching the Nationals play the evening game, and families sat in booths along the wall. The hostess was a friendly young woman, her dark ponytail swishing from side to side as she said hello. Mike asked for a private table or a booth against the wall, and she led them to a secluded corner booth. Mike slid in on one side, his back to the wall, facing the restaurant, a lawman's instinct to survey the surroundings. Tom smiled as he sat down. He'd had enough lunches and dinners with FBI agents and police officers over the years. working as a prosecutor, to know that all federal agents and lawmen types fought for the corner seat with the best vantage point of their surroundings. The gunfighter's seat. Old habits die hard. I was a member of a task force for a long time. He'd been on the other side of the marshals, hunting fugitives, where every marshal wanted to be, ostensibly. He heard Inspector Villegas talk about it in the break room, how he wanted to be back in the thick of it, and he was doing his time at the courthouse in judicial security until he could transfer out. He even heard the marshals on prison transport talking about it, counting down the days until their time in the courthouse and the prisons was done. Why did you become a judicial security inspector? Mike perused his menu, pursing his lips. Do you like queso? Avoidance. Huh. His lawyer's brain couldn't resist a challenge, the gleeful chance to examine a witness. One corner of his mouth curled up. I do. He licked his lips. Do you like being a JSI? Mike glanced up, eyeballing him across the table. I do. He tried not to smile. The game was on. Tom flicked his eyebrows, smothering his own grin. And you didn't like being on the task force? I never said that. You never said you did like it either. Mike flipped a page in his menu, his lips pressed together. Do you like your tacos crunchy or soft? Both at the same time. Crunchy with a soft tortilla smothered in beans or guacamole wrapped around the outside. That sounds pretty good. As good as being on the task force? Sitting back, Mike flicked shut his menu, his smile breaking free. Your reputation as a thorough prosecutor is well-founded, I see. You heard about me? He had been one of 30 AUSAs for the D.C. Federal Court, and though he'd been on the criminal side of the U.S. Attorney's Office, he'd never met Mike until he was a judge. When he needed a JSI, it had always been Villegas or Winters, or the guys who had been there before Villegas, Winters, and Mike. Never Mike. I read your file when you were assigned to me. Not as exciting. He thought he'd made an impression on Mike, that Mike had known him before they'd even met. Ah. Villegas said you were a hell of a prosecutor, though. Said you could eviscerate on cross-examination. I enjoy a good conversation now and then. Conversation? Is that what you call it? Of course, speaking of, where were you when you were on the task force? Mike shook his head, holding back his laughter. The waitress came and asked for their drinks. Tom waited, letting Mike order first, and when Mike ordered water, he stuck to a diet soda. Some Dutch courage wouldn't be amiss right now, but he should keep it professional. Mike was, obviously. Mike also ordered queso to share. I was assigned to a big fugitive hunt, and by the end I was disgusted with the whole thing. I didn't like any of it. I came away thinking that this country is holding together with bubble gum and twine, and one lit fuse in the wrong place could blow the whole thing. I wanted to do more. Like investigating crimes? That's more the FBI's job. Mike sighed. I wanted to make sure that this country always had a fair system in place for everybody. That our legal and justice system worked more times than it didn't. Judicial security seemed like a good fit. Protect the best and keep the system honest. Slowly, Tom smiled, his grin stretching until his cheeks hurt. Mike snorted and looked away, a flush dusting the arches of his cheeks. I know, I'm a sentimentalist. Mike shrugged. I think it's great. You're great. He spoke too quickly, words tumbling from him, filling the empty table and the space between them. Mike's gaze flicked to his, but Tom froze, overly exposed like he'd been caught unprepared in a trial. His mind was a blank hum, his words repeating in a loop. The waitress bustled back, saving him and dropping their drinks and queso on the table. Mike ordered tacos along with a side of guacamole and a stack of flour tortillas. Tom ordered the same. "Gonna give my way a try?" He tried to redirect the conversation. Get them back to safer ground. "Yep. So tell me about this trial that has you fearing you'll die behind a stack of law books." Tom groaned. "If I tell you about it, you'll die of boredom too. Then where will the court be without its best JSI?" He grinned as Mike's flush returned. "How's Judge Juarez's trial?" "Going well. The defendant has gotten uppity a few times, but he settled down when Judge Juarez has warned him. He's on his last warning, but seems to be behaving. No outbursts for the past 2 days." "That's good." Tom grabbed a chip and broke off a corner. "What's next after her trial? Judge King have anything coming up?" Judge Tanya King, by some mystery of the universe, usually got civil cases instead of criminal cases. Every case was randomly assigned to each of the 15 judges, but out of the 4 of their combined 4th-floor docket, Judge King handled 3 times as many civil cases as him, Judge Juarez, and Chief Judge Fink altogether. "I have a week without trial protection, actually." Mike grinned. "I can catch up on everything else I'm supposed to do. I've got 15 different intelligence reports I need to analyze, low-level threats I need to circle back on for their 3 and 6 month checks, monthly prison gossip analysis from headquarters to review." He stopped, shaking his head. "Hopefully I can get it all in that week. What about you? What's after this trial, if you manage to survive?" Tom groaned. "A patent trial, unfortunately. The only thing worse than this current case is a contested patent." Mike frowned. He took a long drink, his throat working, and then set his glass down, licking a bead of water from his bottom lip. Tom fought not to stare. "Patent cases are a special kind of awful. There's no jury, it's just the patent lawyers and me. And patent lawyers are usually engineers and attorneys. Double doctorate plus a law degree type of person. They're specialists in the field of the patent, and the whole case is 2 legal and technical experts arguing over very, very specific technical knowledge. The only patent case I heard last year made my brain bleed, and I still have no idea what the patent was actually about. I really thought about flipping a coin to decide whether to validate or invalidate it. I was that inadequate." "What did you do?" "I validated the patent, and I waited for it to go to appeal. I figured Chief Judge Fink was going to be in my chambers by the end of the week reading me the Riot Act and telling me what I should have done. He likes to do that. But there wasn't an appeal. They accepted my ruling." He shrugged, scrunching up one side of his face. "I hope I did both parties justice, but I honestly didn't have a clue what they were talking about. And I like to think I'm a pretty smart guy." "Kind of smart. You are a judge, after all." Mike winked. "So, what's this patent case about? What's the dispute?" Tom ignored the compliment, just pushed it out of his brain, or he'd go silly like a teenage girl. "From what I can tell from the brief, it's challenging whether a section of code, within a section of code, within a section of code," Tom arched his eyebrows as Mike grinned, "was lifted from another company's proprietary software. It's more than a decade old as well, so there's civil ramifications if I invalidate the patent or give the patent to the plaintiff. But I am in for a crash course in computer technology and software code next week." "Sounds exhilarating." "You've never seen one, I take it. Drop in. You can share my pain. And hey, if you understand what's going on, I'll get you to rule on the patent." Somewhere there was a boldness within him, a hint of the younger man he'd once been. He knew how to flirt. Once. Mike laughed. "I'm still amazed at the breadth of cases you all hear. Watching TV, it's like judges only hear the big murder cases, or only civil cases, or only drugs.
But in a month, you've had 2 civil cases, 2 drug cases, and a white-collar crime case. And that terrorism case is gaining speed. It might be coming to our court. We're all watching the news on that one. The FBI had foiled a homegrown terrorist months before, stopping his plan to bomb the D.C. Metro by using an undercover FBI agent posing as a member of ISIS. He'd gone silent after he was arrested and the case against him was made by the government. Slowly, rumors of his case. Was he or wasn't he cooperating? Would he or wouldn't he go to trial? Would he just plead guilty? Grew. Nodding, Mike crunched a chip. Winters, Villegas, and I have been working on some plans for all new terrorism cases. There are a lot of angles on those. They're media circuses, for one. And everyone will need protection. The jurors, the prosecutors, the judge. He pointed a chip at Tom. If it goes to trial, and there's a really good chance he could just plead guilty according to what we hear, then we'll take care of you. Or whoever gets this case. Mike heard a lot of gossip from his fellow marshals, especially the ones on prison transport and in the jails. He should probably ask Mike more about the rumors he heard, and for information on the judicial grapevine. It was likely more accurate than the information he got from the U.S. Attorney's Office. With my luck, it'll probably be me. Then we'll be working together again. Mike's words shouldn't make him giddy. They shouldn't fill him with warmth, with happiness. He shouldn't want high-risk trials just so he could be near Mike, fill his days with sights and sounds of the man. The waitress arrived, bringing their food. The plates were a riot of color, boisterous with spirals and flamboyant flowers, and she spread out tortillas and cups of guacamole between the two of them. When she left, Mike looked questioningly at Tom. Like this. He showed Mike how to spread the guacamole on his tortilla and then wrap it around the outer shell of his taco. Guacamole squeezed out of the sides of Mike's, smearing all over his hands, and Tom almost stopped breathing when he licked his fingers clean. He waited, watching while Mike took his first bite. He forced himself not to react to the blissed-out expression, the eyes rolled back happiness that he saw on Mike's face. That would stay with him. "This is really good," Mike muttered around another mouthful. "Where has this been all my life?" Clearly, there weren't a lot of tacos where you were stationed on the task force. Tom winked and took a bite of his own as Mike snorted. "How do you like being a judge?" Mike's question, tossed at him in between bites, made Tom pause. He blinked at Mike. He sighed. "I never expected it. Never thought I would be a judge. So I never imagined what it would be like." He looked down, picked at the lettuce trailing out of his taco shell. "I really have no idea if I'm doing it right." "You don't like being a judge?" "I do," Tom said quickly. "I do. It's meaningful, it's amazing, and I'm honored every day. I still think, though, one day I'm gonna get a call from the Senate. 'Oops, you're not the Tom Brewer we wanted. Our bad. Here's the door.'" Mike swallowed a huge gulp of water and shook his head. "Nonsense. You're great." Thanks." Tom looked down, looked sideways at the salt and willed the heat in his cheeks to disappear. "It's harder than I imagined. And I don't mean the cases or managing the courtroom or applying the law. I mean, that's all challenging, but it's the aspects of the job that no one talks about that are the hardest." Silently, Mike waited, his full attention on Tom. "I was a AUSA, a hard-ass one. And I know a lot of my fellow AUSAs expected me to be a hard-ass on the bench, too. I remember FBI agent Harvey congratulating me and telling me that they needed some good blood on the bench. Stern sentencing." Tom shook his head. "But I fought for the government's case because I believed in those cases. I took the ones that were good cases to trial, and I believed in every one of them. We were getting bad people off the streets and upholding the law. I also let go of cases that I didn't believe in. I didn't try to cram a suspect into a crime that didn't fit. I also didn't believe that just because someone is accused means that they're automatically guilty, especially before all the facts and evidence have been borne out. And I worked hard for fair plea deals. He shrugged. My old co-workers won't speak to me anymore. I earned a reputation early as a softy on the bench. Remember the Sousa trial? Mike nodded. He'd sentenced a first-time offender to the lower end of the criminal sentencing guidelines, defying the wishes of the AUSA and his former co-workers. Even Chief Judge Fink had come tottering into his office, hollering at him in his scratchy southern drawl that he'd just fallen on his face right out of the gate. He was going to be the defendant's favorite judge and get all the trick defense attorneys clamoring for his sympathy, his bleeding heart. He listened to the chief judge in silence, taking his lumps. He'd read in the newspapers after the trial that he'd been eviscerated at the U.S. Attorney's office, called a soft-on-crime judge and a traitor to his own people. Ballard had resented him before for leapfrogging into the federal judiciary, but after the Sousa trial, resentment had coalesced into a burning hatred. He'd been off to a great start on the federal bench. Pissed off his chief judge, made a name for himself in the papers as a bleeding heart softy, and was now a sworn enemy of the United States Attorney's Office. Compared to Ballard, he was a softy. The United States Attorney for the D.C. district was a man who seemed to have been born without a heart. Instead of a warm human center, Ballard had a cold fusion device instead. He was as friendly as an android, as gentle as the Terminator. His soul existed in a ball of passionate rage, focused through his job on a somewhat perverted sense of justice. He'd been worried when he worked for him that Ballard would one day become a federal judge. I don't believe in being overly harsh. I believe each and every crime, each and every defendant is unique. A mafia boss is not the same as a desperate drug smuggler. A low-level gang member who joined because he didn't know what else to do and didn't have any options in his life and got caught selling drugs is not the same as a stone-cold killer. Painting everyone the same and shoving lesser criminals in with the major criminals is only hurting everybody. Only hurting society. So, he sighed, sitting back, I have to be extraordinarily careful with my sentences. With what evidence I allow into trial and what I exclude. Every action I take, every decision I make will be evaluated by an appeals court. My decisions have to stand on the merits of the law. I can't be open to accusations in either direction, that I'm too hard, a prosecutor's judge, or too lenient, a softy who gives defendants everything but the keys to their own cells. I have to be fair, and there's no guide for that. Fair isn't fixed. I can't point to a line and walk it and say, this is fair. I have to be individual. He broke off, snapping his lips shut. Sorry, this is incredibly boring. You don't need to listen to an old judge whine. It's not boring. Mike sounded serious. As serious as he did when he delivered his threat briefings and warned Tom about suspicious activity around the courthouse. What you said. He shook his head. I mean, that's why I became a marshal. I wanted to make sure everyone got their day in court. The bad guys who needed to go away and the ones who needed to be heard before the law and needed their name cleared. He exhaled. I once chased a woman across 3 states because she'd shot her husband dead and then ran. She was wanted on a felony murder, and the state wanted to prosecute her hard. I found her and brought her back. Her husband had been beating her 6 ways from Sunday every day for 7 years. She snapped. I told her she'd have her day in court and the judge would hear her out. It would be justifiable. A crime of passion or self-defense. He shook his head and a sad smile turned down the corner of his lips. Turns out the judge and the sheriff were both family members of her dead husband. Small-town courts are like that. And there wasn't a thing I could do. Was this when you were on the task force?
Before, Mike was quiet. I thought, these aren't the kinds of judges this country needs. I mean, her life is over. When she gets out of prison, the hate will have eaten her up. She was free. She was finally free. And I brought her back to hell. I'm sorry. That wasn't justice. No. Mike shook his head, but tried to smile. He was trying to fight back through the sudden sadness, the heaviness that had fallen over their table. It cocooned them, the vivid color seemingly muted beneath their shared dismay. I didn't find a lot of justice out there, but I see it happening in your courtroom. You're a good judge, Your Honor. He smiled slowly, his lopsided grin turning embarrassed so wide his cheeks ached. He looked down before the burn on his face turned into a blazing fire. Thanks. And you're not old. Tom snorted. Putting on the judge's robe has made me ancient. No matter what my driver's license says, the judge's robe says Grandpa. Grandpa? No way. You're what, 41? He beamed. 46. Well, you look good. Tom's chest swelled. His mind burst like an opera singer had just struck her high note or a New Year's celebration had exploded into fireworks. Mike kept speaking, and Tom blinked, focusing back on what he said. No family? No grandkids? Snorting, Tom shook his head. No grandkids. And no family. Never married. Because I'm gay. Because I'm gay. I'm just like you, but I'm too scared to... No, he couldn't leap from his closet like that. He was going slow, being deliberate, being careful, cautious. I think you're one of the only single judges in the country. Thanks, he said dryly, arching his eyebrows. I didn't mean it like that. Being a federal judge is very attractive, I know. Tom held up his hands, as if telling Mike to back up or slow down. It's hard to beat back the admirers. Mike had the good sense to look bashful. It's lonely being a judge. I didn't have a lot of friends before I was appointed, and now? He blew air out of his lips and waved, waving goodbye to his social life. It's me and my dog and my law library. You have a dog? What kind? Mike seemed to light up, sitting forward. Dog people were easy to recognize. I do. A basset hound. Her name is Etta May. That's a good basset hound name. Mike laughed. Do you have any pictures? Do I have any pictures? He reached for his phone, swiping on the screen. His background was Etta May rolling on the grass on the National Mall, the Capitol Dome in the background. He clicked into the gallery and pulled up his camera roll. Idle snapshots of weird things he saw around D.C., a few pages from law books he wanted to remember for later, and then row after row of Etta May. He was pathetic. He pulled up a cute one of her looking at the camera, all long ears and droopy jowls and hangdog eyes, and pushed his phone across the table. Mike put his fist over his mouth and chuckled, deep guffaws as his eyes seemed to melt. She's adorable. Look at that face. She's my princess. And I bet she knows it. She's got you wrapped around her paws, doesn't she? She does. He glanced at the time on his phone. Damn it, it was getting late. It's actually time for the princess's dinner. Straightening, Mike nodded, leaning back. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to keep you for so long, Your Honor. Please, call me Tom when we're out of the courthouse. Mike gave him a wry look and raised eyebrow, as if to say, Yeah, right, fat chance. He grinned anyway. This was great.
I had a great time. Thank you for dragging me out of there. I had a good time, too. Mike smiled. Really smiled, not his polite smile or his working smile, but an honest smile. Uneven and dimpled. You are a really good judge. I'm proud to work with you. He couldn't come up with something good to say to that, so he just slid out of the booth and buttoned his jacket. Mike had slipped his credit card to the waitress when she came to refill their drinks for the third time. They ambled toward the door, Tom ducking into the bar to catch the score for the game. The Nationals were up by 3. Thank you again, Mike. I'll see you tomorrow. I'll duck into your courtroom. Check out this case that has you building a fort out of law books. That would make the day infinitely better. But he didn't say that. Didn't tell Mike that now he'd be waiting for him, glancing at the door every 5 minutes, hoping to see his smile and his blue eyes. Instead, all he said was, "Good night." Night. Mike trotted across the street, back to the courthouse, leaving Tom at the entrance to the metro. Just a short ride across the city and he'd be home with Etta May. She was probably wondering where he was, or more likely wondering where her dinner was. "Say hi to Etta May for me," Mike called back from the steps of the courthouse, waving one last time before he headed inside. Tom felt his heart skip a beat, and then crack in two. Chapter 7, June 4th. Grind Me was out. That app wasn't for him. At least, not right now. Spark, the other app Tom found, was better. Kind of. Spark was supposed to be for men who were looking for something a little more serious, or longer term than just the next 30 minutes. He put up a picture of his suit-covered torso instead of Etta May's photo. The first night he'd been on the app, he swiped right on a younger guy's picture and then got a message from him a few hours later. He was actually a they. A couple, 2 married men, younger and in love and looking for a little excitement and adventure. They were wondering if he was interested in meeting them to explore the possibility of a long-term threesome arrangement. He had a hard enough time with himself, let alone the thought of one other man. 3 of them together. He'd die. The stress would kill him. He politely declined and wished them good luck. Another man and he had matched a few days later. Someone in his early 40s, closer to his age. Honey hair and blue eyes, but not as suave as Mike. He didn't have the same laughter in his gaze, the same boisterous smile that Mike had. Mike had graced Tom with his perfect smile when he ducked into the back of Tom's courtroom during the final phase of the white-collar criminal embezzlement trial. He, the prosecutor, and the defense attorney were alone in the courtroom, trying to hammer out instructions to give to the jury before sending them out to deliberate. The 2 attorneys exploded into a snapping match that threatened to escalate to shouts and possibly even fists. He dragged them both out in front of his bench and read them the riot act, threatening contempt of court charges if they blew up again. The attorneys stalked back to their tables like furious peacocks, and he ordered a half-hour recess for cooler heads to prevail. He needed to calm down, too, before he charged the jury and sent them off to deliberate. Damn it, but they all just wanted this case over with. The attorneys stormed out. Usually he left first, the bailiff calling the courtroom to stand for his stately exit. But it was just him and the attorneys, and he'd told them to get out, so he couldn't be angry when they'd followed his command. The bailiff wisely decided to escape when he'd had the chance. And Mike stood at the back of his courtroom, his smile a mile wide, eyes laughing, ambling down the center aisle like he was there to take Tom to prom. His anger vanished, melted away, disappearing in the face of Mike. His smile, his presence, everything about him making Tom's heart skip a beat. He shouldn't be comparing other men to Mike, but damn it, it was so hard not to. The heart wants what it wants, or so Emily Dickinson said. One day he'd get over this crush. Get over the way his body felt light as a feather, his skin turning inside out as his heart skipped beats, and his palms sweated whenever Mike was near. The man who looked like Mike, but not really, not enough, had messaged him first, asking easy questions every day or so. What did Tom do? He demurred, saying he was a lawyer. He was, still, but he wasn't ready to go all out there, just yet. What kind of hobbies did he have? What did he like to do in his free time? Free time, there was an idea. He'd been a workaholic for years. As a prosecutor, there were always more cases, always more trials to plan, always more evidence to review and legal strategies to perfect. He could bleed away his hours at the office or bring his work home, scribble on his legal pad or peck at his laptop on the couch next to Etta May. Reducing his life down to a few sentences to send back to a guy who was kinda sorta close to the actual man he was crushing on was a depressing endeavor. I swim to keep in shape, play with my dog, and I like to work on my house. Home renovation, design stuff. Ooh, a handyman. That's great. What kind of dog? He didn't respond quickly, letting the conversation drag over several hours. The guy's name was Doug, and he was a physician specializing in podiatry. A foot doctor. He was the last man on Earth to throw stones about a boring career, but next to being a judge, was there anything more boring than being a foot doctor? Doug liked to kayak, liked to cook, and liked to visit California and go wine tasting. All great things. All wonderful, normal things. He could be happy jetting off to California for a weekend, sipping Merlot and Pinot Noir with his man, or cooking side by side with him, stepping around Etta May when she decided to be underfoot. She loved to park herself right beneath the stove when he cooked, as if she were afraid he'd forget her existence. But when he tried to imagine it, tried to imagine paddling across a pristine lake, staring at the back of Doug, the image of Doug always shifted and shimmered into Mike. Mike twisted in his seat, grinning at him. Mike playfully splashed lake water into his face. At night, he'd trade a few messages with Doug, give a thumbs up to the picture Doug sent of his homemade dinner, risotto with a truffle reduction, and a spinach and cranberry salad with a glass of Chianti, and made small talk about the Nationals or the traffic on the metro or whatever else. And when he lay down, his body went hot. The feel of his skin against the sheets like a lover's caress. The ruffle of his hair against the pillowcase like fingers sliding through his strands. His hands reaching out for a lover. He was a young man again, aching and eager and full of fantasies. He tried to think of Doug. He was talking to the man, for Christ's sake. But it was always Mike. Always Mike, he imagined. Their bodies entwined as they drifted into sleep, Etta May snoring at their feet. Always Mike hovering over him, leaning in for a long kiss, a nuzzle beneath his ear. Always Mike smiling as they talked, as they laughed over good wine and a dinner he'd made. Always Mike filling the lonely spaces of his house made for two. Always Mike's hands on him. And always Mike's name on his lips when his release branded his skin. Hot shame that made him want to crawl under his bed. What was Mike like as a lover? He had to stop. He couldn't fantasize like that, couldn't think of Mike as anything but who he truly was. A coworker. Perhaps a friend. And so far out of his league, it wasn't funny. Doug wanted to meet. For coffee or drinks or a walk on the National Mall. He hesitated, saying he wasn't ready yet.
and Doug's messages started dwindling. He wished he was sorry about that. Benjamin was a few years older than him, grayer than him, a lobbyist for an NGO focused on climate change. After hello and how are you, Benjamin flat out told him he was looking to marry and start a family by the end of the year. He wanted children, and his biological clock was ticking. He wanted to find a good man to be his husband and the father of their kids. God, he wasn't ready for that. From closeted to gay dad? That was a warp speed leap he couldn't quite make. Mike slipped into his courtroom in the middle of the patent case. During the testimony of one of the software engineers describing what their specific line of code in the program did, and how they had created the code and for what purpose. Tom's ears were bleeding and his eyeballs were crossing, and he was struggling not to prop his forehead in his palm and just give in to the tedium. But then Mike was there, sitting in the back, listening to the double-doctorate engineer and attorney string together indecipherable sentence after indecipherable sentence. He started to smile, and even from the bench Tom could see the laughter in his deep blue gaze. He was supposed to be listening to the testimony, but his eyes kept flicking back to Mike. Mike smiled, and he almost hurt himself holding back his own answering grin. "Your Honor?" The plaintiff's attorney politely tried to get his wandering attention back to the case. "Yes, my apologies. Please continue, Counselor." Mike ducked out silently. He wished he could follow him. Go wherever he went, stay by his side for the rest of the day. The rest of the week, the rest of the year, the rest of his life. He had it bad. A bad crush that was going to crush him one day. Mike was going to find a new boyfriend sooner or later. A man like him, he didn't stay single for long. On that day, Tom was just going to have to listen to his own foolish mocking. His mind lambasting his heart with 1,000 "I told you so's," and then scrape together the shattered remnants of his dignity, pluck out the slivers of his broken heart, and get on with his life. Chapter 8, June 12th. Until then, though, he still fantasized. Mike was a mosquito light, and he was the helpless bug pulled toward Mike's brilliance. It was going to burn in the end, but it would be worth it for the ride. He padded down the hallway toward Mike's office after Peggy said goodnight and her heels click-clacked down the corridor. Judge Juarez and Judge King always left before 4:30 p.m., and Chief Judge Fink usually called it a day around 3. Danny had skateboarded out of there a few minutes before Peggy. Tom slouched against Mike's doorframe and shoved his hands in his pockets. He'd left his suit jacket over the back of his desk chair and had loosened his tie sometime after 5. Some of his hair was probably sticking up from when he'd run his hands through it after finally escaping the last testimony of the patent case. He most likely looked like a dork. But Mike grinned when he saw him, looking up from his computer monitor. "Hey, Your Honor! You lived through another day of the patent case." "Barely. Just barely." He whistled, gazing at the confines of Mike's minuscule office. "This really is tiny. Are you sure it's even an office?" If Mike spread his elbows, he could touch both walls. "We marshals don't get grand chambers like you fancy judges. They designed this office for us. Unless they wired a custodial closet for internet and phone access." "That's not right." "I think it's to encourage us to get into the courtrooms. But," Mike sighed, "that means I end up falling behind on paperwork more often than not. Winters is barking at me about my missing trial reports." "Trial reports?" "Gotta file reports on all of the high-risk trials. Judge Juarez's, yours. An after-action brief, just describing what happened or what didn't happen in this case." Mike leaned forward, crossing his arms over messy piles of papers and lopsided stacks of folders.
Sticky notes clung to the walls and the edges of his computer monitor and waved like flags off the edges of his desk. "What's up, Judge Brewer?" He could stand here and talk to Mike all night long and be as happy as a pig in mud, but he shrugged and rested his head on the door jamb. "I was gonna grab a drink. Celebrate the final day of patent purgatory? Wanna join me?" He held his breath. Mike laughed, tilting his head back. His Adam's apple jutted from his tanned neck, sharp-angled and dusted with a 5 o'clock shadow. Tom wanted to bury his face in Mike's neck, breathe him in, lick his way down his throat to the hollow of his collarbones, the fur of his chest. He must be furred. Must have beautiful chest hair to go with that great body, those broad shoulders and slim hips. "Only if you twist my arm, Judge B." Winking, Mike stood, powering down his monitors and flipping a file folder closed. They ambled out, stopping for Tom to grab his jacket and briefcase, and then headed down the center staircase to the ground floor. Mike was relaxed again, laughing and teasing Tom about the patent case, about his valiant ability to survive the dregs of technical testimony. Tom steered them both to the Mexican restaurant they went to before. Mike grabbed a table in the corner, a tiny high-hop with 2 chairs practically side by side with a view of the bar, and a wall for Mike to back himself into. When Tom sat next to him, they were so close he could practically feel Mike's warmth through his suit pants, the heat of his skin just beneath his button-down. Mike's wrists rested on the edge of the table, his cuffs peeking through the dark sleeves of his suit as he flicked through the drinks list. Just the sight of his skin was enough to make Tom's pulse quicken. "What's your poison, Judge B?" Where had that nickname come from? If only Mike would call him Tom. He fantasized about it sometimes. Mike hovering over him in bed, whispering his name oh so sweetly. He had no frame of reference for it, no idea what his name would sound like on Mike's lips. "I'm a tequila guy." Tom snagged the menu from Mike and flipped to the margarita section. They keep tricking up margaritas. Coconut, pomegranate, cranberry, mango. "You're a traditionalist." "I'll try anything once." He held Mike's gaze for a moment too long. His eyes flicked back to the safety of the plastic menu, darting over words that swam under the dim lights of the bar. "Haven't had a coconut margarita yet," he murmured. "I'll do that." "Please make it a double." Could he flash his eyebrows as some sort of code? Some bartender's Morse code that he needed Dutch courage and stat? "What's your drink of choice?" The waitress walked up, perky and cute and young, her blonde ponytail swinging behind her. She wore a low-cut top and itty-bitty shorts, and she eyed Mike up and down. Tom tried to hide his smile. "Wrong tree, miss, but I know how you feel." "I'll take a whiskey on the rocks." Mike winked at the waitress, and she gave him a coy smirk over her shoulder as she walked away. Mike sent a private grin to Tom, an inside joke in the curve of his dimple. "So, you survived the patent case." "Barely. Testimony wrapped up today. I get to rule on the patent tomorrow at 3. Will it be a coin flip again?" Tom laughed. "No, this time I've followed it a bit more closely. The tech was easier to understand. Software instead of chemistry and nuclear physics. You still looked like you wanted to run out of your courtroom." Mike leaned into him, jostled his shoulder gently. God, it took everything in him not to melt against Mike's side. Not lean in and just let go. Rest his head on Mike's shoulder and then turn into his neck. His collar. Nibble on his skin. He laughed breathless and curled half over himself, bracing his forearms on the edge of the table. "Yeah, I did at times. Get a hold of yourself." He reached for the center spinner, a pyramid of plastic and shiny advertisements. "How's your week been?" "Quiet. full of paperwork, intel analysis, and reports. Mike rolled his neck as if shaking off the office. For once, the prisons are quiet. No threats coming down the wire for any of my judges. Your judges? We're yours now. Of course. God, Mike's smile could melt his bones. Swallowing, Tom looked down at the plastic pyramid he held. He flipped it in his hands over and over, not looking at the sides. What's up next for you? Do you have a trial next week? Mike kept talking, oblivious to the tempest in Tom's soul. I do, a felony murder rule trial. Who's your JSI? Mike frowned. Every murder trial was considered high risk and had a GSI providing personal security during the trial. Villegas. Mike's frown turned into a scowl. You and Villegas not on the same page? We're not even in the same zip code. Mike gave him a long glare. Villegas and I are as different as two marshals can be. He wants to do his time and get out of the courts. He just wants to bang down doors and arrest the bad guys. He's a cowboy. Villegas was definitely not as thorough as Mike was. Tom already knew that. Mike was perfect, professional, polished. Villegas treated most court cases like they were exercises in boredom he had to endure. And when a defendant got a little rowdy, it was like a switch got flipped, and Villegas was suddenly the defendant's worst nightmare. A prison warden and a drill sergeant combined. Are you guys randomly assigned to cases? Winners assigns them, usually. Unless we request something specific. I should have gotten that case, though. You're my judge. There was no reason for him to feel like a flower opening to the sun, but Mike's words had him blooming. A little ball of spring right in his chest. Winters does like to move things around, though. In case we do have to switch long-term or rotate out, we need to know all the judges' personalities and styles. He grinned, lopsided at Tom. Still, I'd rather handle your cases. I'd rather you handled me, too. He coughed. Well, you're very good at your job. I like working with you. He nearly face-palmed after he spoke. God, he could sound so incredibly dumb sometimes. Tell me about this case next week. Mike at least seemed to take pity on him. Did he see right through Tom? Did he know exactly how ridiculous Tom truly was? It's the trial for the getaway driver during a bank robbery. His friend went in to rob the bank with a fake gun and unloaded airsoft. The guard didn't think it looked fake, and he killed the friend. The driver was charged with the murder, since any death during the course of a felony can be pinned on all participants. I remember this. It was in the papers about a year and a half ago. Yes, that's the one. Finally going to trial. Tom sighed. His attorney thinks he can win juror sympathy. The defendant is a young guy. Got a bad shake in life, but the evidence is rock solid. And I don't think jury nullification or jury sympathy will play a factor. I'm still trying to convince the defense attorney to accept a plea. Otherwise, he could be looking at the death penalty. I hope you get him to change his mind. Nodding, Tom opened his mouth, ready to reply, but froze. A rainbow stretched across the plastic pyramid. A burst of rainbow running across the length of the advertisement, a brilliant banner. White puffy letters marched across the top, capital letters screaming at him. Pride Celebration Month, Washington, D.C. It was June. Mid-June, to be precise, the middle of Pride Month. He blinked, staring down at the rainbow in his hands. There was a march in 2 weeks, at the end of the month. Festivities and fun, the advertisement promised, and in solidarity with pride marches around the nation. And this weekend, Jesus, tomorrow, there was a pride celebration on the National Mall. Come out and party. Celebrate your fabulous life. Celebrate your life.
A gay life. Celebrate a gay life. The thought was almost brain-breaking. Nothing, not a single thing in his entire life had been worth a celebration. Not watching as his own people got sick, chained themselves in lines and to doors, begging for someone, anyone to help, for them not to be sentenced to death by indifference. Not growing up in fear, terrified that he was destined to join them, one of a long line of coffins buried in the night, forgotten and ignored by history, his existence a passing thought to a footnote of hatred. Not listening to snide remarks and under-the-breath comments or shouted slurs and thrown beer bottles. 6 blocks away, as an undergrad, he'd run from the police one night after they raided the bar he was at. Across town, he and Peter had been chased by a group of men with baseball bats. They were shouting that they were dirty faggots and they were going to get what they deserved.
"Here you go."
The perky blonde waitress was back, sliding their drinks across the table. Mike's had an extra napkin, folded and slipped alongside the whiskey glass. Her number, for sure. Thanks. Mike flashed his million-watt grin at her. She batted her eyelashes, looked him up and down, and then slowly smiled. If Tom had been into women, he'd have thought she was sultry, seductive. But he wasn't into women, and that was the problem. You all right? Mike's hand landed on his arm, and even through his suit, through the layers of fabric that he wore like armor against the world, he felt Mike's warmth, the essence of him. His toes curled. I'm good. Breathless again, Tom set the plastic pyramid back on the high top, carefully straightening it so the rainbow and the advertisement about DC Pride and the weekend schedule was turned away from him. He grabbed his margarita. Worryingly, it was white, not lime green, and downed a healthy swallow. Oh, right, he'd gotten the coconut one this time. Enough about work. He turned to Mike, plastering a smile to his face, and raised his glass. Mike met him, clinking his whiskey against his overlarge martini glass with a small smile. His insides were spaghetti and his knees were jello. He took another deep swallow, staring at Mike the whole time. God, Mike was so suave. So cool, even after a day at the office he still looked like a model. No wonder the waitress slipped him her number. Mike hadn't once looked at it, but come on. That had to be a weekly thing for him. He probably beat women and men off him, used a fire hose to keep them at bay. Tell me about you, Mike. What do you do outside of the office? Mike's eyebrow shot straight up as he sipped his whiskey. He set his glass down and batted it back and forth, slow, deliberate slides across the high top. I'm kind of a workaholic, he said, ducking his head. Tom raised his margarita, a silent cheers. It was a problem with my ex, but I like my job. I like being a JSI. Mike grinned at him and then took another sip of his whiskey. I'm on a local sand volleyball team. My friend Chris and I play doubles, and we're part of a bigger team that plays a bunch of other local teams. Sand volleyball? Where do you play? The court's by Lincoln Memorial, by the Rock Creek Park Trails, right on the river, near the tidal basin. Oh, cool. Never been to those. Visions danced in his head. Mike diving for a volleyball, leaping, lunging, landing in the sand. Suntanned skin, shirtless, sweat beading on his shoulders. Sunglasses and a ball cap and his face, concentrating on the serve. It's awesome. Great court, and my friends and I have a lot of fun playing. Mike shrugged. I work out. Tom's mouth got away from him. I could tell. Mike flushed crimson, and he chuckled into his whiskey glass as Tom tried to restart his stuttering heart, tried to hide the horrified terror blazing through him. Where, do you work out? Little gym by where I live in Logan Circle. Mike jerked his chin to Tom. What about you? You must do something. You're the fittest judge on the eastern seaboard. It was Tom's turn to flush and stare into the swirls of his margarita.
I swim at the Judicial Plaza gym. 3 times a week in the morning. Swimmer, huh? Mike sat back, appraising him. I can see that. He wasn't going to live through this margarita. Asking Mike out was a bad idea. He couldn't control himself. 46 years old, and he was helpless, hopeless in the face of Mike's smile and his teasing humor. He preened, pushing his chest out a bit, straightening his shoulders. I do what I can. He smoothed his tie. Mike smiled slowly and opened his mouth. A blaring cell phone ring stopped short whatever he was going to say. Wincing, Mike reached into his suit jacket and pulled out his phone. He cursed as soon as he saw the screen. Shit. Your ex? No, I'm late. I totally forgot I had this thing. Mike swiped his screen and answered the call. Oh. Well, tonight might be the night his dreams were crushed. Of course Mike had a new boyfriend. Of course there was someone he was supposed to see. Friday night and Mike was hanging out with Tom? No, he had a far better place to be. Of course. Tom sat suspended between dread and hope, trying not to eavesdrop on the call, trying not to watch Mike out of the corner of his eye as he scraped the bottom of his margarita with his tiny black straw. Yeah, I know, I'm sorry. Mike patted his pockets as if he was looking for something. He slid off the bar stool. I'm out with a coworker. I lost track of time. Silence. Yeah, I'm on my way now. Yeah, you too. Tom could fill in the missing gaps on his own. He poked at the melted ice, slush in the bottom of his glass. I'm sorry, Judge B. I totally forgot about this other thing I'm supposed to be doing right now. It's all right. He smiled. It felt forced. Hell, it was forced, but he hoped it looked better than he felt. Mike dug into his pockets and pulled out his wallet. No, this is on me. You paid last time. Tom shook his head. Go, I'll take care of the check. You don't want to keep him waiting any longer. Smiling, Mike nodded. I appreciate that. I'm sorry to cut this short. We have to do this again, Judge B. Yeah. He tried to muster his enthusiasm, tried to sound excited. But all he wanted to do was go home, complain to Etta May, wallow in self-pity for a while. Mike shot him a final grin and strode out of the bar. He didn't look back. The waitress appeared as if she'd been watching Mike and had tried to get there before he scooted out.
Your friend leave?
She frowned and grabbed their glasses, and then spotted the folded napkin she'd left for Mike. It was untouched, right where she'd slid it. He has a date tonight. She pursed her lips and sighed, blowing air out of her pert nose. With a twirl, she walked away, ponytail swinging. She didn't ask Tom if he wanted another drink. Just as well. He tossed a 50 on the high top and grabbed his briefcase. Time to go lick his wounds in private. This wasn't anything other than what he knew was going to happen. He'd known it would be like this. He'd only ever nurtured his fantasies in a vacuum, a pretend make-believe of his desires amid his delirium. Mike would always be the man who kick-started his midlife crisis, though. If it ended well, he'd be thankful. If he crashed and burned, well, he only had himself to blame. Chapter 9. Yes, I know you do not like it here. Vadim Kryakov sucked down his cigarette and rolled his eyes. The voice on the other end of the phone kept bitching, whining about the heat, the humidity, the bugs. It was never this hot in Moscow. Never. Look, it is only for a little while longer. Yes? Until we finish. Then you can go home. Vadim spotted his date striding up the sidewalk. He needed to end this conversation. Look, I will give you something to make you feel better. Yes? I will give you something special. The voice grumbled, snapping his displeasure about America, and Americans, and everything he was forced to endure. Is not much longer, I promise. Vadim waved to his date. His date smiled and waited, coy and eyeing him up and down. The promise of a long, breathless, glorious night lay in that gaze. He was done with this conversation. I will be in touch. You know what to do until then. A Russian curse and a snap, and then the line cut out. Vadim slipped the phone into his back pocket and headed for his date. Hello, gorgeous. Are you ready for a great time? I have everything we need to play all night long. A little cocaine, some poppers, booze and smokes. They'd watch the sun rise as his date fucked him again. I can't wait. His date purred, voice low and husky. Vadim smiled slowly. What are we waiting for? Chapter 10. June 13th. Tom straightened his polo, trying to smooth the pale blue fabric. He turned left and then right, inspecting his khaki shorts, the lay of his shirt. How did his ass look? He tried to keep it tight over the years. Were the shorts too baggy? Did he look good or old? Or did he just look pathetic? He didn't have anything hip to wear, and he'd feel stupid if he tried anyway. He couldn't even imagine trying to put on a pair of skinny jeans or squeeze his way into a metallic shirt. He had his normal, boring, straight-leg jeans, his button-downs, his polos, and his khaki shorts. He was a regular fashion model for the forgettable mid-40s guy blending into obscurity. Tipping his head back, Tom sighed, closing his eyes. Why was he doing this? Why was he even trying? 25 years of solitude, and he'd been, well, not fine, not great, but not terrible. He'd done 25 years of this life already. What was another 25? He didn't have to tiptoe out of his closet. He didn't have to change anything. His empty house seemed to swell around him, silent, eerily so. It felt suddenly like a tomb, his coffin an empty crypt to his empty life. He was going to die in this house one day, and no one would know. Someone eventually would complain about the smell, and the last anyone would hear about him was some local headline buried on page 7 about a former federal judge dying and decaying alone until he putrefied on his floors. His bones would be buried, and no one would ever know him. Truly know him. He was going to die in this house, and that day would come sooner rather than later if he had to endure this aching loneliness for another 25 years. He should never have fantasized, never let loose the shackles on his dreams, never tasted hope or imagined what could have been. But he had, and now he had to make a choice. Keep going, keep tiptoeing out, or turn around and slam that closet door shut again. He took a breath, and then another. Edame, are you ready to go for a walk? From fast asleep, lying on her back with her 4 paws spread wide and limp, Edame leaped to her feet, spinning until she found him. She stared him down, as if challenging whether he was serious or not, while her tail wagged and wagged. Come on, let's go get your harness. Howling, she took off, bounding down the stairs, her fluffy butt wiggling and tail held high. He heard her paws scratching at the wall below where he kept her leash and harness on a hook. If she could have, she'd have readied herself. I'm coming, Missy. He wrangled her into her harness, always a challenge when she was wiggling and excited, and then clipped her leash on. She bolted for the door, unspooling the retractable leash as he slipped into his low-tops. Etta May stuck her long nose into the seam of the door and sniffed, exhaling in long snorts, as if she was counting the seconds he was delaying her by not opening the door immediately. Finally, they were out, setting off. Etta May trotted ahead, wagging her tail, nose high, sniffing the scents of the city. He followed behind, steering her gently toward the National Mall. "Celebrate your fabulous life," the advertisement had said. "Come out and party." He needed to do this. He needed to take this step at the very least. Be among his people. Be in solidarity with himself. Walk in the sunlight as a gay man, if only to himself. For once in his adult life. Maybe after he'd message Doug again. See if he wanted to grab a glass of wine at one of the patio bars. Or take a walk through the monuments, circle the World War II memorial, or walk up the hill to the Washington Monument. See if they could get their banter going in person. See if he could be a gay man with another gay man. But first things first. He had to get there. What did a celebration of gay life look like? He didn't even know. He'd carefully excised everything gay from his world, purposely shuttered his eyes and his heart. His last encounter with any of his own people was back in 1991. The memories were still washed in hate, and to this day he could taste the tears and cigarette smoke, the future that felt like ash and decay. He was walking into the unknown, but damn it, he was going to do this. He could hear the celebration before he got close. Drums, street drums, plastic buckets turned upside down. Music, club pop and pop hits. Britney Spears, Lady Gaga, Katy Perry, all waxing and waning. Voices twining together and pulsing to a thrumming bass far away. He turned east on Constitution Ave and past the Ellipse, and then ducked onto the hill, jogging with Etta May up the grass to rise around the Washington Monument. And then he saw it. Spread before him, below him, stretched the National Mall, the green space of Washington, D.C., home to monuments, museums, and the city's picnics, festivals, and parties. And now home to D.C. Pride, the celebration of their lives. A rainbow arch of balloons rose over the entrance to the National Mall at the base of the hill. They fluttered and floated in the breeze, stretching for the sky, 15 feet tall. Bright, brilliant colors. A bold statement. A declaration. His breath hitched. Rainbow flags were staked into the ground along the edges of the mall, flapping proudly, another vivid declaration. As far as he could see, all the way to the U.S. Capitol, rainbows waved and shimmered, the colors of his people proudly flown for all to see. The mall was busy. Flamboyant dancers spun and twirled in one corner of the lawn near the National Museum of American History. Farther down the grass by the Smithsonian Castle, a drum circle beat out a fast and furious rhythm. At the far end of the mall by the National Gallery of Art and silhouetted in front of the Capitol, a stage had been set up. Rainbow balloons billowed overhead and banners flapped as music poured from the speakers. Even from where he stood, he could still hear the music, the songs floating on the breeze. Scattered on the lawn, people gathered on blankets and under trees, picnicking, playing soccer, walking hand in hand. Men and men, women and women. His people laughing, smiling out in the open, having a great time. Celebrating their lives. 25 years really was a long, long time. Tears pricked his eyes, and he swallowed hard, trying to force back a choking panic that seemed to rise within him, a swell of grief that nearly knocked him down. What had he missed?
When had all this, all of who he was, become something to celebrate? Etta Mae pulled at her leash, wanting to run and dive in. "Me too, Etta Mae," he whispered. "Me too." They headed down, passing under the balloon arch on 14th and into the green. Couples smiled at Etta Mae, and a pair of women crouched and scratched her ears, cooing at her floppy face. 3 young men passed by, and one laughed. "That dog is everything," he snapped, his voice lilting and full of warmth, of life. "Everything!" Rainbow flags were sticking out of backpacks and back pockets. Pride screamed from T-shirts and shorts, body paint and rainbows and slogans screaming in defiant joy and painted in vivid colors on bare skin. Music danced on the tree branches, rose and fell through the laughter and the happy voices of everyone talking, shouting, calling out to each other, waving, smiling, laughing, singing. Drums pounded by the Smithsonian Castle. Happy beats. Proud beats. The last time he'd heard bucket drums had been years ago, blocks away in front of the Capitol. The Second National March on Washington, D.C. in October 1987. The day had been crisp and clear, an autumn day that hovered between the start of winter and an Indian summer. A cold wind and a hot sun, like the world had been those days. President Reagan leading society on a frigid indifference to the millions and millions of dead gays and the fiery passion of a people refusing to die quietly. In the South, the meeting and mixing of heat and ice birthed storms that created tornadoes, tragedies that killed and wrecked lives, destroyed the present and the future. That sunny autumn day in D.C., the storm had come in the form of bucket drums. Skinny, sick men shouting at the top of their wrecked lungs, and people who gave their all because that was all they had left. Supporters, so few they could be named and counted in a single list, marched arm in arm with dying men. He'd sneaked out of his house, telling his parents that he was going to a friend's, and instead went to the Capitol on his own. He watched the protest in front of the Supreme Court, protesting Bowers versus Hardwick, a ruling which criminalized sodomy between 2 consenting men, even in private spaces, even in homes, and kept his existence, his desires, his life, a federal crime. Breathing in and breathing out and dreaming his dreams at night, he was a felon in the making. A man destined to go wrong, destined to break the law, and, of course, die for his sins. Wasn't that how it worked in the movies? The bad guys got it in the end. 17 years old enough to know in the marrow of his bones that he was one of them. He was one of the gay men his mother tisked about, and his father shook his head over. He was one of the forgotten. Tragic millions destined to die by 1,000 sad sighs and averted eyes. He wanted a man's hands on his skin, his lips on his lips, his body moving over and around and into his own. There was nothing he wanted more the summer he turned 17 than to drop to his knees and suck a dick. Suck it until he feasted on the cum while some man ran his hands through his shaggy haircut. The rage of the late 80s grunge culture. He watched the AIDS quilt be spread out for the very first time on the National Mall. On this very lawn in 1987. And felt like he'd soared out of his body. Flying high over the mall, over the panels and panels of names and faces. The only headstone some men would ever know. He thought he was looking at the future. One long stretch of names and faces, a history of gay men that would lead to the end of their existence. The panels on the quilt, the names, the faces, were all that was left of so many men. They had died, Their friends had died. Their lovers, their partners, their families. Whole communities erased. When would he be on the quilt? His soul had yo-yoed then. He was gay. He was one of them. Surely he was destined to die. What would he do with his life until then? No, he wasn't going to go out like that. Look at this march, he'd thought. Listen to the drums. Change is in the air. I'll be fine. I'll go to college, to law school. I'll be the change in the world. When had his back been broken? When had his 17-year-old passion been snuffed? Was it his professor's words? Or was it the hundreds, thousands, millions of side-eyed glares and breathless sneers, the looks that promised a beating, a killing, if he only waited around for the pleasure? The news that told him every day he was worth less than all others. He was expendable. He wasn't worth saving. His life was measured in statistics, in timescales and chances and tisks and sighs. He wanted to live, and he wanted to die, and he was so fucking terrified of his own soul, his own existence. Too many hormones and too little frontal lobe development of his early adulthood. He'd been a shooting star that burned too bright, breaking apart in the upper atmosphere of life. He'd given up. And he'd missed the road to this. He was a refugee of his own existence. And he walked through the crowd, the pulsing, vibrant celebration bursting with life that surrounded him. The sun was warm on his skin, on his face, like that autumn day 3 decades ago. But this was purely warm, warm with life, with future, with happiness. The cold wind, the terror, was gone. Tom tipped his head back and smiled, his face to the sun. Let osmosis work its magic. Let the happiness, the heat, the life seep into his skin and into his bones. Soak this up. This day, this moment, the rainbow colors and the laughter, until his skeleton was wreathed in rainbows and each individual fiber in his muscles pulsed with pride. Like a sailor lost at sea, he swam furiously for the shore. For this shore, which he never ever imagined could be. Etta Mae's tail kept wagging, and her tongue lolled out the side of her mouth. He pulled her into the shade and poured some water into a collapsible bowl for her. She drank greedily, making a mess, flinging water from her jowls as she looked up at each new sound or passerby. She was too excited to drink much and spilled most of it by the time she was impatiently done, trying to drag him down the path to the next group of people who cooed at her. A group of men and women were flying kites off to his left, and ahead a small group was tossing a frisbee back and forth. It looked like a game, like football without tackling mixed with basketball moves to block throws. 2 of the men playing were tall and slender, their long legs pumping out of short shorts. One was larger, bulkier, and shirtless, his shoulders muscled and a light pelt of fur grazing his chest, and marching down his belly to his low-slung waistband. He watched, his eyes wandering over the shirtless player. He had on a backwards ball cap and sunglasses, and he laughed as he flung the frisbee over the head of one of the slender defenders. The defender slapped him on the belly, and he doubled over, grinning, and then wrapped his arms around the other man. The skinny guy in tiny shorts and a tank top tied in a knot just to the side of his belly button slapped his arms, but blew a kiss over his shoulder. Desire slammed into him, like he'd been tackled from behind. God, he wanted that. He wanted a man to wrap his arms around him, smile into the side of his cheek, freely love him in public under the sun, in public in the nation's capital. He wanted so badly, so strongly. He wanted someone, a man, to love him. He really should message Doug, see if he could resurrect that fledgling connection. The man in the backwards ball cap let go of the other and spun, beaming, laughing, radiating happiness. He turned facing Tom. He stopped dead and his jaw dropped. He froze, staring. Tom looked over his shoulder. Was someone naked behind him? Was there someone stunningly hot walking by, someone that could have earned that response? He didn't see anything out of the ordinary. Just the same groups of happy couples and partners picnicking on the lawn, men and men kissing as they shared cheese cubes and glasses of wine, women and women cuddling or playing with young children on their blankets. When he turned back, the shirtless man was jogging toward him. Oh, shit. It was Mike. His insides went slippery, his guts like 1,000 wriggling jellyfish trying to escape. Mike. Beautiful Mike coming toward him. Shirtless. God, he was breathtaking. Those shoulders were just as perfect as he imagined, as he dreamed, and... Yep, Mike had a perfect stretch of chest hair marching down his flat belly and forming a trail that disappeared under his waistband. His board shorts were tied low and his hip bones angled out from his slim waist. Tanned skin stretched taut. Tom's blood seared his bones. Desire like a frisson, a bomb going off in his chest and sparking through him. His mouth went dry, parched as he imagined running to Mike and sinking to his knees, yanking his shorts down. Judge B? Confusion strained Mike's voice, and he spoke softly. Once he was close enough to be heard over the music and the drums and the clamor of happy voices. He shook his head. What are you doing here? Tom's gaze fixed to Mike's chest, to his perfect pecs. Words fled, the ability to speak a forgotten skill of a higher mammalian being. His mouth opened and shut. Opened and shut. Edame barked, howling up at Mike and wagging her tail. She would not be ignored. Mike crouched and grinned, ruffling her ears and scratching behind her collar. Edame beamed and gazed up at Mike with soulful eyes, full of love. Another devotee to the worship of Mike. Great. Jealousy flared. Edame had known Mike for 2 seconds and his hands were all over her. Jesus, he was jealous of his dog. He was losing it big time. Mike looked up and then seemed to realize he was shirtless. Sorry. He grabbed his T-shirt, hanging out of the back of his waistband, and pulled it over his head, quickly shoving his arms through the holes and tugging it down. You don't have to. I mean, it's fine. I don't mind. Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth right now. Nothing you will say will fix this. Tom's jaw clamped shut. He swallowed and tried to smile, tried to buy time. Mike's T-shirt, at least, had seemed to gift him back some of his brain cells. I'm just out for a walk. Beautiful day. Yeah. Mike still stared at him. And even though his eyes were covered, Tom could feel the questions. Of all the parks and all the walks he could go on in D.C., he ended up on the mall in the middle of Pride. His confidence, his joyous optimism from moments before, fled. The cold wind was back, sliding up his bones. Words stuck in his throat, crashing into each other like trains piling up, the tracks from his soul to his voice long derailed. He wanted to say, I'm here to celebrate. I'm here to party. I'm here because I'm just like you. I'm here because I'm gay. But he couldn't. He just couldn't. I saw a flyer for this last night, he said quickly. Wanted to check it out. Not quite a lie. Not quite the truth, though, and his soul shriveled. Mike smiled. Cool. He nodded back to the group playing frisbee. My friends and I came out together. I take it this is Edame? Edame was staring up at Mike, like Tom wanted to. Mouth open, tongue hanging out, panting and wagging her tail. Obviously enamored. Yeah, this is my princess. Mike crouched down and petted her again. Edame rolled over and spread her legs. begging for a belly rub. Tom was jealous. He was so very, very jealous. One of Mike's friends, the one Mike had wrapped up in a hug, peered at them. He had a bandana rolled up and knotted around his forehead, and his brown hair was artfully spiked on top of his head. Effortless, athletic chic. Sophistication. He looked great, so much more amazing than Tom's boring polo and khaki shorts. His ass also looked stunning, unlike Tom's. God, he was old. Mike's friend jogged for them, his long legs gleaming in the sunlight, sun-kissed skin winking beneath his knotted tank top. He pulled up next to Mike and leaned one arm on his shoulder as Mike stood. "Hey," he said, looking Tom up and down. His voice, his tone, said so much more than hello. "I'm Chris." Chris held out his hand, delicately. Tom took it, smiling politely. "Tom, nice to meet you." "Trust me, the pleasure is mine." Chris winked. Mike elbowed Chris in his ribs and turned sharply to his friend. He shook his head, quick, violent shakes that said, "No, no, stop flirting." Chris frowned at him and pulled his chin back, arching one delicate eyebrow. Mike spoke quickly. "It was nice seeing you." "Are you a friend of Mike's?" Chris talked right over Mike, stepping away from him and toward Tom. "Cute dog. He's a hoot." Tom grinned. Adame was back on her butt, watching everything around them, sniffing the air. "And we work together." "Ooh, are you a lawman like him? Big, bad U.S. Marshal?" "Chris." Laughing, Tom shook his head. "No, He's a lawyer." Mike jumped in, answering for Tom. "We work at the courthouse together." Chris's gaze bounced from Mike to Tom and back again. "Well, you must be one of the good guys, then," Chris said slowly. "Mike only likes the prosecutors." Mike sighed and shook his head, his hands on his hips. Tom smiled. "That's good to know. And yes, I was in the U.S. Attorney's office." "Definitely one of the good guys." Chris winked, a saucy little smile playing on his lips. "Want to join us? We don't have enough for a full game, but we're making do." "I'm sure he doesn't want to play with us, Chris." "I'd love to." Awkward silence. Chris turned a droll stare to Mike, arching both eyebrows high on his forehead. "Chris, could you give us a minute?" Mike crossed his arms and stared at his friend, a silent glare hidden by his shades. "Yeah, sure." Chris waved, a little wiggle of his fingertips. "Nice meeting you, handsome." He trotted off, his ass pushing out just a little bit. "Handsome. Huh." Tom puffed his chest out, just a bit. He hadn't been called handsome, ever. There'd been no one to say it to him. Something tickled his soul, though, some kind of light and pride. Some man thought he was attractive. Chris wasn't his type, but he wasn't going to turn down a compliment. "Sorry," Mike sighed, groaning. "Chris can be incorrigible. He's a man-eater. He doesn't know you're straight. He's just making assumptions." He shook his head. "Please don't be offended." I'm not straight. I'm not straight at all. I loved that. That was the first time I felt like a real man in years." Mike's words caught up with his misfiring brain. "I'm not offended." Mike smiled, his shoulders relaxing. "Thanks." He chewed on his lip. "You're welcome to stay. I mean, you can totally play. I just didn't think you'd want to." He shrugged again, lopsidedly. "We're all gay. I mean, I don't want you to feel uncomfortable." He'd never wanted something more in his life. A group of gay men. Friends, a day in the sun. Could he make friends with these guys? Join in the effortless fun, the happiness? Could he steal some of that joy for himself? I'd love to stay. A new worry chewed on his brain, munching at the base of his skull. If that's okay with you, he said quickly. I don't want to intrude. His eyes searched Mike's group of friends, clustered around Chris now, chatting and making no attempt to hide that they were watching him and Mike. Which one of those men was Mike's boyfriend? Which one had he been ditched for last night? You're not intruding. Come on. Mike beckoned him over to the group. Adame can chill with Aaron and Carlos. He pointed to a blanket stretched out on the lawn, set away from their game. Two men were laid out shirtless, their skin gleaming with a sheen of oil, shorts hiked up to show off all of their thighs. They were obviously tanning, soaking up the sun. Mike introduced them. Carlos, he said, pointing to the shorter of the two, a Hispanic man with a close-cropped haircut, tight, slender muscles, and no body hair. And Aaron. Aaron was taller, a runner with grasshopper legs and arms, pale as cream, with a few sprigs of chest hair valiantly trying to poke their way out of the center of his chest. This is Tom. They both eyed him, Aaron even raising his sunglasses to get a better look. Adame trampled them both, crawling over the two men like they were puppies she was destined to play with. Carlos sputtered, but Aaron cooed, baby-talking Adame as her tail went wild. Watch her for us while we play? Mike took Adame's leash and tossed it to Aaron, then pulled Tom out to the others. He did quick introductions. Chris smirked, John, short but muscular like Mike, squinted, and Billy, tall and slender with delicate features, nodded to Tom. He's on our team, Chris said, grabbing Tom's arm and pulling him close. Oh, come on, it's already 3-1. Deal with it, Captain America. He's ours. Chris flounced away, dragging Tom with him. Chris, John, and Billy force-fed him the rules of the game. Like flag football, no touching, no tackling, no running with the disc, and block all throws like you're a tentacle monster, and their strategy. It was simple. Hem Mike into his end zone and make his life hell. Mike's end zone was the rough patch of grass between the lime-green cooler and the end of Carlos and Aaron's blanket. You're about Mike's size? Chris eyed him up and down. There was something else in that look, something that made Tom fidget. You should go play man-on-man, D. Chris winked slowly after he spoke, grinning, and Billy and John snorted. Cheeks burning, Tom trotted down the grass, heading for Mike. They decide to be merciful and let you play on my team? I'm so on your team. We are the exact same team. I'm captain of your cheerleading squad. I'm supposed to block you. Mike grinned. Good luck. He never knew Mike was such a squirmy bastard. He was practically a dancer, wiggling and hopping on his tiptoes, flinging the frisbee over Tom's head, around his waist, spinning away from his blocks. Tom kept his distance, politely keeping to the rules of no contact, but Mike stepped into blocks, throwing him off balance. He could smell Mike's skin, his sweat, the sun on his hair. Could practically taste his laughter, the joy rolling off Mike every time he hurled the disc into their end zone. Since Mike was a team of one, all he had to do was throw the frisbee into their end zone to get a point. He had a worryingly high number of points. Chris was the de facto captain of their team. He called a huddle, and they all leaned in a circle, hands on their knees, asses sticking out. All right, Tom, you go long. You are a catcher, right? They were on the offense again after another of Mike's scores. He flushed at Chris's pointed words, breathing hard. He nodded. Mike will get all up in your business to try and intercept. Just shove your ass in his crotch. Works every time. Chris winked as Tom's jaw dropped. They spread out and then play began. Tom took off jogging down the field into Mike's end zone. Mike darted his way, watching him. Watching Chris with a frisbee, watching him again. Chris flung the disc, yellow plastic, soaring into the air. Billy and John ran down the grass behind him, backups in case he fumbled. But the frisbee was coming right for Tom. And so was Mike. Mike leaped, reaching for the frisbee over Tom's head. Tom jumped too, twisting, pushing his body into Mike's, and he ended up right in the circle of Mike's arms, wrapped up in his hold. His hip and leg brushing against Mike's, their crotches almost but not quite coming into contact. Flailing, Mike forgot the frisbee as shock broke over his face. His arms pinwheeled and he tried to twist away. Their legs tangled and then their arms and the ground came up fast. At the last moment, Mike wrapped Tom up and twisted, taking the impact. They kept rolling, Mike's spin propelling them along the grass until Mike ended up on top of Tom, practically straddling him. He pushed back, palms flat on the lawn, sunglasses missing somewhere in the crash, and stared down, worried panic making his eyes go wide. "You okay?" Tom laughed and laughed. He wanted to reach for Mike, wrap his hands around Mike's jaw, stroke his thumbs over his stubbled cheeks, and pull him down for a kiss. "I'm great." Mike smiled. And then Etta May bowled Mike over, tackling him and pouncing on Tom, licking him ferociously as she checked him everywhere for bruises and bumps. Aaron came running after, shouting and trying to catch her trailing leash. Etta May turned to Mike and licked him too, slobbering all over his face. Chris howled from the end of the lawn, falling over as tears poured from his eyes, and Billy and John both just shook their heads. The game wound down after that, and they ended up on Aaron and Carlos's blanket together, now in the shade in the afternoon. Bags of chips, a container of guacamole, and bottles of light beer went around. Etta May begged for chips with her big brown eyes and wheedled Aaron and Chris out of half a dozen. The guys started talking about their friends, people they knew from their expanded circle, and Tom caught names and references to clubs, an art museum, and the volleyball league Mike had mentioned. Mike lounged by Tom, leaning back on his elbows, ankles crossed. Tom sat cross-legged. Etta May flounced across his lap, fast asleep as he massaged her ears. "I'm glad you stayed." Mike grinned up at Tom. His sunglasses rested on top of his head, perched on his ball cap. "Even though I thought I killed you." "I'm tough," Tom winked. "But you're fast. Geez, you were hard to block." "Well, I might have been showing off a bit." "Hey!" Chris snapped his fingers. "Are we going out for dinner and drinks, or what?" "Yeah." Mike rolled up and checked his watch. "Yeah, happy hour starts soon." "I need to freshen up." Chris hopped to his feet and stretched, rolling his neck. "I smell like dirty balls and stank ass." "That's 'cause you have dirty balls and a—" John laughed and rolled away as Chris tried to kick him. They squabbled, Chris snapping at John and Billy as Aaron and Carlos gathered their things. Mike stood and held his hand out for Tom. Etta May woke and shook, and Tom reached for Mike. His hand was warm and fit right in his grasp, his skin soft and rough in all the right places. A shiver ran down his spine, imaginary fingers that ghosted over his skin. He tried not to show how weak his knees went. "So, where are you guys going?" "The tap room. It's a chill place to kick back. It's off K Street by DuPont Circle." Mike slung a backpack over his shoulder. "Sounds great." The rest of the guys bled away, Chris leading them toward Constitution Avenue, but Mike stayed behind. He fidgeted, his hands playing with the strap of his backpack. "I'd invite you to come along. I mean, you're not invited," he said quickly, rolling his hands as he spoke. It's a gay bar." He sighed, his expression tightening. "And I didn't know if you'd be comfortable with that. I mean, you're a judge, and—" He rolled his hands again, gesturing like he was signaling to invisible pieces of evidence, exhibits A through Z of Tom's potential bad decisions. He was a judge. That was the reason he was in the closet, right? He couldn't be both gay and live his life. His old professor and society had made that abundantly clear. He couldn't appear... Couldn't appear what? Like he was alive? Like he was a man, like he was a living, breathing human being with wants and desires and dreams of his own? There were 10 other openly gay judges. Why couldn't there be 11? Fear crawled up his bones like roots sprouting from the earth, spewing rationalities and excuses that flayed his trembling courage. This was too fast. Too much. An afternoon in the sun, hanging out with Mike? That was more than he deserved. Anything beyond that was pushing the boundaries of good sense. But he could test the waters, perhaps. Go and step into a gay bar again. Be among his people, get a lay of the land. And if he was spotted, if he was asked, if his name appeared in the papers or was spoken about in hushed voices, he could say he was there with friends. Just there with friends. He was a shitty person, thinking the thought. Using Mike and his friends and this offer as a way to test his extremely pathetic courage. Just call him the Cowardly Lion. He was a man with training wheels still attached. Did he have floaties on his arms in case he went into the deep end of life? Mike stared at him, biting his bottom lip. A question hung in his perfect blue eyes, the color of the sky above their heads. The corners of his eyes were pinching, and he started to look away. "I'd like to go with you guys." Tom swallowed. "I had a great time. I haven't had this much fun in..." He blew out, losing count of the years, the decades. "I like your friends. I'd love to stick around, if that's okay." Nodding, Mike smiled, exhaling like he'd held his breath. "Yeah, of course. They like you too. I think Chris has a little crush on you." He pushed his shoulder into Tom, a gentle, playful nudge, and started walking. Tom laughed, his cheeks burning. Edame trotted ahead, tired after her day at the mall. She didn't pull as hard on her leash. "I need to drop Edame off at my house first. She needs dinner, and I know she wants a nap." Edame turned her head, as if agreeing. "I'll walk you." He couldn't say anything that would convey the warmth in his chest. The feeling of the sun rising rose gold in the sky just for him. So he said nothing at all. He invited Mike in when they got to his place. Mike whistled as he walked up, eyeing the old D.C. style, the Victorian trim and historic neighborhood. "I wanted a place like this. Alas, government salary. I understand completely. I saved for years." Tom let Edame off her leash, and she trotted inside, heading straight for her water bowl. "The bathroom is there, if you need it." While Mike ducked into the hall bathroom, he poured ice into Edame's bowl. She was waiting expectantly. She only drank chilled water, and then started prepping her dinner. By the time Mike reappeared, his face washed, hair wetted and combed, and sporting a zip-up hoodie that was obviously 2 sizes too small, Edame was halfway through her dinner. Tom looked at Mike, and then down at himself. "Should I change?" "What? No, you're fine." Tom arched both eyebrows at Mike, slowly. "You look like you're about to break the seams on that hoodie, and He waved his hand over his rumpled polo. Mike's cheeks flared crimson, and he looked away. Looked down, coughed, and shoved his hands in his hoodie's front pockets. "You look fine, Judge B." "Uh-huh. I'll be right back." He headed for the stairs. "Let her out when she's done, please." He sprinted for his bedroom and his closet.
Jesus Christ, what should he wear? He ransacked his shirts, pulling out T-shirts and polos and discarding them as quickly as he tore them from their hangers. A pile appeared behind him, more shirts on the ground than on the rack. Cursing, he grabbed a long-sleeve gray pullover, a cotton shirt from an amateur swim competition he'd participated in years ago. It had shrunk a bit in the wash. He squeezed into it and stared at himself in the mirror. Well, it showed off his shoulders, and if he pulled up the sleeves, his forearms looked decent. It hugged his hips, too. At least he'd never developed a belly. The door downstairs opened and shut, and he heard Etta Mae's nails on his hardwood. Time to go. On the way, Tom grabbed a ball cap and plunked it on his head and then thundered down the stairs. All right, I'm ready. Mike smiled, gave him 2 thumbs up, and gestured to the door. Etta Mae, get some rest. She was already climbing the couch, ignoring him completely. I'll be back later. She flopped onto the throw pillows with a sigh, her eyes drooping closed. Don't go crazy while I'm gone. A huff, and then she went boneless, already asleep. Tom rolled his eyes and followed Mike out the front door. His stomach nodded as they walked, and he eyed Mike with a sidelong stare. Oh. He should have realized. Is your boyfriend coming tonight? He'd already figured out that Mike's boyfriend wasn't one of the guys from earlier. Frowning, Mike spun. I don't have a boyfriend. The guy from last night who you were meeting. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, Tom wanted to shove them right back in, grab them out of the air, and swallow them whole. He probably wasn't Mike's boyfriend, but that didn't mean Mike wasn't late for their scheduled rendezvous. Right now, as Grindme called it. Oh, Mike laughed. Shit. No, that was just Chris. You and Chris are friends, Mike said firmly, fixing him with a look. Best friends, but friends only. I told him I'd go with him to an art exhibition last night. He was really looking forward to it, and I forgot all about it. He cringed. I was a little late, but he had a good time. That's good. He didn't know which part he was talking about. Chris, the art, or Mike not having a boyfriend. God, he was ridiculous. I'm sorry I had to leave like that. I felt terrible. I didn't mean to ditch you. We can try again tonight. He grinned, that one-sided dimple coming back, carving into his tanned cheek. And then they were at the tap room, and Mike guided him in through throngs of men. A rainbow flag billowed by the door, and globe lights bathed the patio in a warm glow. A gas fire pit shivered in the middle of the patio, flames rising from a copper bowl filled with black sand. Wood and wicker chairs were scattered, men lounging in groups and sipping beers and cocktails. Inside, high tops and tables crowded the wooden floor, and a line of men hung out at the bar. The din was loud, voices rising and falling, laughter carrying over everything. Dartboards hung on the side wall, and 2 pool tables clustered together in the back. Tom spotted a younger man flirting wildly as he played against a businessman in a suit with his tie pulled loose. Both were grinning and practically undressing each other with their eyes. Over here. Mike leaned close and steered Tom with one hand on his hip to a table against the wall. Chris, looking stunning like he just stepped off a runway in Milan, batted his eyelashes and pursed his lips, blowing them a kiss. Aaron, Carlos, John, and Billy clustered around Chris, all drinking beer. Chris had a pink martini in his hand. He passed it to Mike as they came close. Mike took a sip and passed it back. There was only one bar stool, and Mike gave it to Tom. He perched on the edge as Mike leaned close. What would you like? Mike's breath tickled Tom's hair. What's good? He turned into Mike, their cheeks nearly brushing. Chris watched them, his gaze burning holes in the side of Tom's face. They have good mojitos, and their Mexican martinis knock guys on their asses all the time. I'll try one of those. Grinning, Mike headed for the bar. Tom watched and spotted one of the bartenders making a beeline for Mike, ignoring 5 other guys who were there first. Disgusting, isn't it? Chris rolled his eyes and sipped his cocktail. I always make him get our drinks. He's got that mask thing going. The boys go crazy. Chris folded his arms and leaned forward, bracing on the table. His shirt, silk puffed open, unbuttoned like he was Prince from the early days. So, Tom, tell me about you. You're a lawyer? Everyone was looking at them now. All of Mike's friends turning and listening and watching him. He shifted, straightened. Yes. Mike had kept that he was a judge from them. Was that to protect him? Protect his image? Panic bubbled in his belly. Did he need to protect his image? Should he get out of there? Right now? Yes, I'm a prosecutor. He'd rewind time just a little bit. Just over a year ago. Assistant United States Attorney. I work in the criminal division. So you prosecute the murderers and the gangbangers and the drug dealers? Yes. Tom blinked. Are you a lawyer? No, I work at the State Department. He sipped his martini again. But I keep up to date on current politics. His eyes bored into Tom's. How long have you known Mike? Shit. About a year. He was assigned to one of the high-risk cases I was part of. Where was Mike? Chris was going to shred him. He was under cross-examination, and his alibi was as flimsy as tissue paper. He's a great guy, isn't he? Something he didn't have to lie about. Tom smiled, his shoulders unclenching. He really is. Chris lifted his martini and raised it to him. A tiny toast, and then took a sip. He never took his eyes off Tom's, and as he drank, he winked. Here you go. Mike reached over and dropped a martini glass in front of Tom. It was filled to the tip-top and some sloshed over the edges. Sorry. Mike sucked Mexican martini off his thumbs as he leaned against the table facing Tom. Chris rolled his eyes. Thanks. God, he needed this. He needed about 10. Chris and Mike started talking, bantering about a volleyball game coming up. Tom listened and then tuned them out as he took in the bar, the people around him. He'd done it. He'd come to a gay bar. He was back among his people. Of course, no one knew he was truly one of them. No one knew he was at home, that he felt more comfortable here than he did walking around in the mask he wore every day. Men flirted at the bar, and he watched the signs. The play of a man making a move on another man. A gentle touch to his chest, a caress. A show of wrist. A bat of the eyelashes. Sweet, coy looks. God, he remembered that. Remembered having another man look at him like he was something to be desired. Something that another man craved. He jumped when a hand landed on his shoulder. Whoa! Mike smiled. Just me. You okay? Mike watched him carefully, as if trying to gauge whether Tom was about to bolt. I'm great. He turned back to their table. Chris had disappeared, and John and Billy had their heads together. Aaron and Carlos were heading for the darts and checking out every guy they passed. They were clearly on the hunt. Mike slouched against the table, his back to the wall, facing Tom. Tom turned toward him, and his thigh brushed Mike's. The bar was cramped, and they were so close. Closer than they'd ever been before. Well, except for when Mike had straddled him on the grass. Not too crazy for you? Mike nodded to the bar, to the men and the music. If only you knew. A part of him clenched, knowing that he was keeping something big, something huge from Mike. Something fundamental. It wasn't right, but he wasn't ready, not yet. It's great, This is a wonderful place. It was. It was so happy, so vibrant, so full of life. So unlike the dark bars he'd known. The anonymous places where you could find anything from a dancing partner to a dark room in the back, and a silent, anonymous body to hold. Or the neon clubs filled with enough drugs to reanimate the dead. There'd never been a place like this, where people were so plainly happy with their lives, with their place in the world, with an open patio and starlight shining down on them, and the content feeling that they had a place in the world. He could see men eyeing Mike up. Mike was the most gorgeous man in the bar, and the other men knew it. So, Mike. He slid his Mexican martini across the wooden table, leaving a wet trail behind his fingers. He had to talk to Mike, hold his attention for at least a little while, until someone else came and stole him away. I saw in the paper this morning that the Russian president has agreed to come to the U.S., finalize the travel plans and everything. The great thaw is coming, apparently. Yeah, it's crazy. Mike spun his mojito. I thought for sure we were headed for a new Cold War. In 1991, the Soviet Union was in its death throes, and Russia, the fledgling federation that was emerging from the USSR's tumultuous death, was reduced to a second-rate power and a crippled empire. The world's laughingstock. Their economy stagnated, crime flourished. The military was a husk of its former glory, best symbolized by the Russians' only aircraft carrier needing to travel with a tugboat for its inevitable loss of power. But the world changed, and catastrophe followed catastrophe. Oil, of which the Russians had plenty, soared. And the Great Bear was roused. First, brutal dealings with rebels in Chechnya, and the installation of a puppet government in Georgia. They took a chunk of Ukraine, strumming the strings of NATO, and watched as the finely tuned orchestra of the European nation and NATO fell to squabbling and passive apathy of Russia's renewed aggressions. And then Russia tried their hand in the Middle East, picking the opposite side to the U.S. in the bloody Syrian civil war that pitted faction against faction against faction. And the lines were only ever blurred to incomprehension. Past presidents had stirred rhetoric against Russia, playing the diplomatic game of censure and insult on the world stage. This president, President McDonough, wanted a face-to-face with his Russian counterpart, President Dmitry Vasilyev. Gossip on the Hill was that McDonough wanted to look Vasilyev in the eye when he told him to go fuck himself, and that the missile defense shield was staying right where it was in Europe. Are you going to be involved in any of this security for the visit? When the Russian president comes to D.C.? No, thank God. That's Secret Service, FBI, and Diplomatic Security Service at the State Department. They have enough giant personalities and butting heads in the mix. They don't want any other players making a mess of things. The Secret Service will run the show and push everyone else out, be the big bully on the block. The others will piss and moan about it, but do what Secret Service says. And then there's the Russian security services. They'll demand to be in on the security planning, and the Secret Service hates planning anything with foreign nationals on our soil. Sounds like a nightmare. It will be. I'm glad I have nothing at all to do with that. Mike grinned. I'll just read about it in the paper and watch the headlines on TV. He squinted at Tom. Do you think anything will come out of this meeting? Well, Nixon did go to China. Tom sighed. Russia locked up tight after Putin kicked the bucket. No one knows how that ended up actually happening. Heart attack, according to half the news outlets. Assassination, according to the other. This new guy, Vasilyev, is a mystery. But he's not doing anything that would make me feel comfortable about Russia again. I don't see that new Russia dawn everyone was talking about after Putin died. Me either. If anything, Russia is putting more forces on the border with Ukraine and staging training in Belarus. And building up in the Baltics outside St. Petersburg, too.
I saw that. I hope it's just posturing, but whatever's coming, it's gonna be a mess.
You think Russia and the U.S. could ever be allies?
Mike squinted at him. We were, once. We won World War II together. But it would take a lot, I think, to make it work again. A total shift in Russian policy. What do you think?
I'm withholding judgment.
Mike spun his mojito again.
Right before Putin died, most guys I knew in the intel community said it was only a matter of time before we were in a shooting war with Russia in a proxy somewhere again. Or multiple somewheres. But everyone has been really quiet about President Vasilyev. The intel community can't figure him out yet.
You have a lot of friends in the intel community?
A fair few.
Mike grinned.
I started in intel in the Navy. Did my 4 years and then got out. But kept in touch with a bunch of people.
That's great. The rest of the bar was fading away. And it was just him and Mike in their little bubble in the world. They talked about Mike's days in the Navy, his deployments to the Mediterranean and the Middle East. Mike asked about his funniest case and the craziest day he'd ever had as a prosecutor. Chris appeared and disappeared, listening and watching with eyes that were far too shrewd. Tom kept waiting for Mike's gaze to wander, for his attention to wane, but Mike kept looking into his eyes, kept smiling right at him. Either Mike's smiles or the Mexican martini were starting to mess with his mind. The boldness of his 21-year-old self came crawling back, a shadow of who he'd once been coming out of the past, resurrected by the bar and the men around him. He leaned his thigh against Mike's and left it there. Chris reappeared again with another pink martini. "Tom," he said, his voice a little looser, a little deeper than before. His eyes were shining bright and tipsy. "Tell me, what's your opinion about international development organizations? You think they're effective?" "Oh, here we go," Mike muttered under his breath. He winked at Tom, but stayed quiet. He and Chris went back and forth, him arguing for international relief in all cases and sustainable development projects in certain cases. Chris listened, his eyes flashing, and then jumped in, cross-examining each point he'd made like an expert attorney. They bantered, Mike's eyes bouncing between them like he was watching a tennis match. And then Tom heard it. An electronic drum beat. A pitter-patter sound. Close by. He knew that sound. From where? Mike slipped his phone out of his hoodie pocket and swiped it on. Grind Me's icon splashed on his screen. Tom couldn't help it. His eyes darted to Mike's phone, and he watched as Mike's message window popped up. Chris was still talking, gesturing as he waxed on about the benefits of sustainable local workforces as opposed to propping up long-term relief missions. He sipped his martini every other sentence, and his gestures grew wilder. Mike's message opened. A picture splashed across the screen. A young, smooth, naked man on all fours, spreading his ass. "Come fuck my hole, baby," the text read. "I'm so horny for you." Holy shit. Tom stared, his mouth dropping open, his eyes boggling. Chris stopped talking, going silent mid-word. Mike looked up and angled the screen away, hiding it against the zipper of his hoodie, but it was too late. Shifting, Tom turned back to Chris, trying to pick up their conversation again. Chris wasn't having it. He stared at Tom, and then at Mike. Mike had palmed his phone and slid it back into his pocket, like nothing had ever happened. Well, hello, reality. The text was a slap to Tom's soul. A wake-up call for his delusions. Of course Mike was on Grind Me. Of course Mike was looking for hookups, for men who were his type, young, beautiful, and confident about who they were and what they wanted. Oh, so confident. That was Mike's type.
He wasn't looking for a boring middle-aged man too scared of his own shadow to do anything. "What?" Mike frowned, staring at Chris. Chris's expression had soured, going frosty. His pouty lips pursed and his eyes slitted, and he glared at Mike like he wanted to fight. "Excuse me, I've got to use the restroom." Tom smiled as best he could and slipped away, moving through the crowd. Behind him he heard Chris's voice rise and carry over the din, but he couldn't make out the words. In the restroom, two younger guys were making out against the back wall while everyone else did their business. He watched them from the corner of his eye, smiling. Another man caught his gaze and rolled his eyes, but he was smiling too. Young love. To be so young and free. He headed for the bar and found a slice of room between two groups of gabbing friends. He smiled politely at a younger guy, college-aged and skinny, who gave him a long lingering once-over as he drank his colorful cocktail through a tiny straw. His cheeks hollowed as he sucked. Tom looked away, flushing. "How can I help you, Daddy?" The bartender leaned across the bar top, smirking. Jesus, the last time he'd been at a bar, he laughed at the older man, the daddies, and said he'd never end up like that. "Oh, boy. That table over there." He pointed to Chris, sulking as he stabbed his pink martini, and Mike, who stared down at his phone. A pang of jealousy hit him in the chest, and he sucked in a quick breath. "I'd like to pay their tabs." "Oh, that's sweet of you. You want to pay my tab, too?" The bartender leaned in a little closer, pushing his shoulders back. He held out his credit card and kept his mouth shut. Sighing, the bartender snatched it and flounced away, one hip pushing out in a pout as he worked the register. "You look familiar." A deep voice rumbled beside Tom, just over his shoulder. Cold panic washed down his spine, the combined fears of 25 years hitting him all at once. He stared at the man who'd spoken, a middle-aged businessman leaning against the bar beside him, a gentle smile on his patrician face. His brown eyes were warm, his full head of salt and pepper hair swept to the side, like Tom's. The businessman wagged his finger at Tom, smiling. "I know," he said. "You were in my dreams last night." He winked. Relief broke like a wave against a rocky shore. Tom laughed, helpless release and a little bit of guilt. "I hoped you would be the kind of guy to laugh at that terrible line." The man held out his hand. "Stephen." "Tom." He took Stephen's hand, still smiling. "Does it work for you often?" Stephen's thumb stroked down the back of his hand. "It let me see your smile." Tom shook his head, still chuckling. A burn started in his belly, an ignition on a long, long thread he'd tried to bury. Desire and the almost forgotten feel of being wanted by another man sparked. "Are you here alone?" Stephen's attention was laser-focused on him. He didn't blink as the bartender dropped Tom's card and a pen and flounced away again, bitter at his attentions being rebuffed. "Here with friends." Tom scribbled his signature and nodded toward Chris's table. They were all still there and, for the moment, ignoring him. Which meant he was free. Free to take down his mask, hold it in his lap, and try to be the man he'd hidden for so many years. "You?" "Just came to unwind and have a good time." Stephen's smile was honey-slow, seductive. "And are you having a good time?" Stephen wasn't exactly his type, wasn't anywhere close to Mike's level of attractive good looks. But he was handsome and fit, and his eyes shone with good humor. He was smooth and polished, and probably had what his Spark app liked to call shared life experiences for men in his age range. And with a Mexican martini sloshing in his veins and only chips to soak up potentially bad decisions,
Tom hovered between stay and go. Good decision and bad. His breath shook. Stephen winked at him. I might be on the way to a great time. He waved for the bartender. Can I buy you a drink? Let's go outside and chat. Sit by the fire for a little while. There you are! Mike bulldozed his way beside Tom at the bar, practically knocking the young college guy from his chair and hip-checking another man out of the way. They sent him sour looks, but stepped aside, muttering under his breath. Mike's arm wrapped around Tom's shoulders, and he sent him a wide-eyed, questioning look. You okay? He felt his mask snap back into place. I'm good. He crumpled his receipt, hiding it from Mike. I'm actually gonna head out, though. Stephen's lip pushed out for a half-second. He reached into his jacket and pulled out a crisp card. If you want to grab a drink, give me a call, Tom. Thanks. Tom slid the card into his shorts. I hope you have a good night. Stephen sighed, and Tom felt Mike's stare on the side of his face. Well, it'll all be only second best now. But he moved off, disappearing into the crowd and walking away from the bar. Mike guided him toward the exit, pushing and winding his way like a salmon moving upstream. The music was louder, and the place was packed. The crowd had easily doubled. The patio was full, and clusters of men smoked outside the door and along the curb. I'll walk you home. Mike shoved his hands in his hoodie's front pockets and fell into step beside Tom. You don't have to. You were having a good time. You should stay with your friends. I was leaving soon anyway. Mike shrugged and didn't look at Tom. Oh, right. His grind me message. He was on the way to a hookup. They walked together, not speaking for several blocks. Are you okay? Mike frowned, spreading his elbows and biting his upper lip. I mean, did something happen? Were you uncomfortable, or... No, I'm good. Tom smiled, forcing a lightness into his voice that he didn't feel. Mike was walking him home, dumping him off, and then going to have a good time with a guy he really wanted. He'd never felt older or more discarded in his life. Maybe he should call Stephen when he got home, invite him over, throw caution and 25 years to the wind. Just a long day. Yeah. Mike went quiet again. His phone buzzed in his pocket. Tom's teeth gnashed. Eventually they arrived at Tom's place, and Tom hurried up the steps to his door. Mike hung back at the street, wearing a deep frown with his hands still fisted in his hoodie pockets. I'll see you Monday, Judge B. Yeah. Tom turned, his key in the lock, and gave Mike a quick smile. See you Monday. Mike started to walk off, keeping his eyes on Tom's as he moved. Sighing, he turned away after he passed the second maple tree. His shoulders hunched, and he looked down at the sidewalk. What could he say? What could he possibly ever say that would change reality, or change history? Mike was Mike, and he was himself. He knew his fascination was doomed from the start. It was always going to end like this, with him watching Mike walk away, swallowing down his disappointment as Mike kept on with his life. His happy, proud life. At the corner, Mike turned back, and for a moment their eyes met. Mike stopped going still, and seemed to wait. Tom stepped inside and shut the door. Chapter 11. Mike's cell phone buzzed again. Another text from Chris. Where are you? Tom picked up our whole tab. What? OMG. He stopped on the sidewalk, closing his eyes. He should go back,
knock on Tom's door, apologize. Thank him, berate him, tell him he shouldn't have done that. Where are you? I walked Tom home. Are you with him? No. So where the fuck are you? Mike sighed. He scrubbed his face and turned off DuPont Circle onto P Street. I'm going home. I'll be right there. He shoved his phone back into his pocket and kept walking. When he got to his building, he didn't go inside but waited on the steps, sitting with his elbows on his knees and his hands hanging limply between his legs. Chris stormed up the block 10 minutes later, his low heels clicking, his hair sticking up, the artfully messy spikes nearly a mile high. Auburn highlights wound through his strands, catching the streetlights. His bronzer had faded and his eyeliner was smudged, but Chris didn't seem to care. First time for everything. He stopped in front of Mike, crossing his arms loosely as he shoved out one hip. His pants were rolled at the cuffs, showing off his slender ankles and low-heel leather boots. Want to tell me what the fuck that was all about? I think Tom's upset. I don't know what happened. Your little grind me message probably did it. Groaning, Mike scrubbed his face again, squeezing his eyes closed. He wasn't supposed to see that. And you're not supposed to be on Grind Me. Aren't you taking a break? Didn't you say you were deleting the app? I did. I just wanted to see. I don't know what was out there. We hadn't been out in a long time, Chris. Yeah, 'cause you're supposed to be on a fuckboy cleanse. Chris's head bobbed as he spoke, and he pointed one long manicured finger at Mike. Grind Me is the home of the fuckboy. Do you want to find another Silvio? No. Chris threw his hands wide and glared. What do you want me to say, Chris? Anger flared and his words turned sharp. I'm fucking lonely. Even when I was with Silvio or Don or Brad, I was still fucking all alone. I want... He sighed explosively. Somebody! God, I just want one good man. Someone who actually likes me and I don't have to play games with. I'm looking everywhere for him, so yeah, I opened Grind Me again, and you know what? It was fucking depressing. I already deleted it. He tossed his phone at Chris. Chris, the bastard, checked. He clenched Mike's phone after, folding his arms again. So, what the fuck is going on with Tom? Mike buried his head in his hands and didn't look up. Who is he really? He's a judge. Mike's voice was muffled against his hands. He's one of my judges in the courthouse. Chris's delicate eyebrows arched sky high. He's always been cool, but when Silvio fucked me over, he was... Mike shook his head. Beyond amazing. He's a great guy. We've gotten to know each other. We're kind of friends, I guess. And you have no idea that he's crushing on you hardcore. What? Mike reared back, scowling. Chris, fuck off. He's not into men. He's not into men. Chris's chin jutted forward like he was hammering nails. He counted off the evidence on his perfect fingers, slapping them against Mike's phone. He was at the mall today. He hung out with all of us and never batted an eye. He came to a gay bar and was pretty chill about it. He was enamored with you, 100% focused on you until your little grimy message wrecked him. Doesn't matter. He's not into dudes. Chris spun, walking away from Mike down the block as he cursed and muttered under his breath, moving smoothly from Spanish to English and back again. I have a file on him that's 4 inches thick, Chris. Background investigations from every government agency there is, going back to when he was a toddler in kindergarten. There's nothing in there, not a single thing about him being gay or bi or ever having anything to do with a man. I'm telling you, he likes men. He likes you. Mike pushed himself to his feet and trudged up the entrance to his building. He doesn't. Why are you fighting about this? Why don't you just make a move and know for sure? I guarantee you he'll be open to it. Chris followed him, his heels clacking with every step. Mike tore open the door, the glass rattling as it shook in his grasp. It's not that easy, he growled. He's a judge. I can be friendly with him, but anything else, it's never been done. A judge slumming with a marshal? He shook his head. Judges are untouchable. They're up there in the ivory tower. I can't go near him. He stomped up his steps to his apartment, Chris on his heels. These sound like excuses. You going to let something get in the way of what you want? I never get what I want. Mike glared as he shoved his key into his lock. You know that. Jesus, even you shot me down. You didn't really want me. Mike snorted and stormed into his home. You wanted a warm body to hide your heart in and a teddy bear to hold you through the night, Mike. That's not a relationship. That's you running away. I didn't want to be another man who left you because you were only half real. Chris slammed the door shut behind him. Finally, after all the years they'd been friends, they were having the fight they needed to have. Mike's blood boiled as he stared at the partially rebuilt kitchen he'd stalled out on. The frame of cabinets hung on his wall, bare wood that looked like a tree's skeleton. Half real. Everything in him shook. His hands, his voice, his vision. How fucking dare you? You're too scared to open yourself up. You attract the flakes and the fuckboys because that's all you show to the world. You play the game being what they all want you to be, Mr. Muscle, Mr. Meathead, Mr. Mask. But you hide yourself, Mike, and you wonder why they end up not liking you when you try to open up later. They don't want the real you, and they never did. They only want the fake guy you throw out there. And who are you to talk, huh? Mike roared. You eat men alive and kick them to the curb before they catch their breath. Who of us is actually scared of being real? Chris's eyes narrowed, going cold, deadly sharp. I loved a man more deeply than you will ever know. I will never find another love as deep, as intense as what we had. Never. He hissed. And I never want to. I buried my heart with him, and he will keep it. Mike swallowed. Sighing, Chris rested his hand on his forehead and closed his eyes. He marched to Mike's couch and flopped down, sagging against the cushions. You're different with Tom, he said softly. The tension in Mike's tiny home vanished, fizzling out of the air. You aren't putting on a show with him. You are just you. He's a great guy, Mike said softly. And way, way out of my league. You're right about that, Chris snorted. He's far more intelligent than you are, witty, kind, sweet, gentle, so handsome. Chris counted off Tom's features, flaring at his fingers. Running down your list of what your Prince Charming needs to be like, he seems to fit all the boxes. Except he's not into dick. Chris threw his head back against the cushions, glaring at him upside down. Do you just not want an older man? He's maybe 10 years older than you. 9 years older. Is it the age? You're freaking out about a little silver. You've chased twinks for years. Is he just not getting you going? Mike fidgeted. He's really hot, he said, like he was admitting to murdering 12 people. I always wondered why he was single. He could have anyone he wants. He wants you. Stop, Chris. Stop, please. He's not like that. I promise you he's not. These background checks, you can't hide from them. Everything comes out. Everything. He shook his head and kicked a piece of wood, sending it spinning into the bare concrete wall of his kitchen. Don't give me false hope. You think I don't know he's everything I want? This fucking sucks. Mike, I'm telling you, he looks at you like you hung the moon personally for him. Sighing, Mike shuffled to the living room and flopped onto the couch. He sagged sideways, lying with his head in Chris's lap, eyes screwed close. Trust me, Chris, I know what I'm saying. I know these background investigations, they find every skeleton, every sideways thought, everything about a potential federal judge. Presidents don't like to be embarrassed by their nominees in the Senate. Chris was quiet. He stroked his fingers through Mike's hair and rubbed his thumb over the frown lines furrowed in Mike's forehead. So, what did the fuck boy say to you on Grind Me? He sent a picture of his hole and told me to come fuck him. No class. These youngsters have no class. What about you? Mike pushed his head into Chris's touch. No silver foxes for you tonight? Well, Tom was yummy. Mike's eyes shot open. Chris laughed softly. Don't worry, Romeo. I'm not who he wants. He winked. But I'll still flirt with him. After tonight, I don't think we'll be hanging out again. You let him know you went home alone tonight. Apologize on Monday for this, for what happened at the bar. Hold your dick in your hand and say you're sorry. He tapped Mike on the nose. Bad boy. Are you gonna hold me when I'm a mess? When this all ends up the way I said so and I'm crying 'cause you told me to chase him? I won't need to. Tom will hold you. He'll never let go of you, either. Mike rolled into Chris's lap. He hid his face in Chris's belly, pressing his cheek and his nose against his button-down. Chris kept stroking his hair, over and over, until he fell asleep. Mike woke alone, face down on his couch. Chris had started his coffee maker before he left, though, and the little pot was gurgling away on his living room floor beside his bookshelves. His kitchen crap was still in refugee status in his living room, scattered in boxes and pushed around the room. He sat on the floor, sipping mug after mug, and let his mind go, imagining wild possibilities and what could be. Eventually, though, he got up, put his cup in the bathroom sink, and changed into his running shorts. He'd run this out, sweat out those feelings and ideas, hopes and dreams that were out of place, out of touch with reality. Shirtless, he stepped out into the D.C. heat, the early summer mid-morning already making his skin sweat. He ran up 14th to U Street and turned west, then ran down Florida Avenue and turned south on 22nd. He passed by cafes flying the rainbow flag and men out for their morning strolls with their fluffy little dogs. Whistles and "Hey, hot stuff!" floated past him, but he kept running until the rainbow flags faded away and the ginkgo and sugar maples started crowding along the streets, marching in orderly rows and shading the manicured block of old Victorians and turn-of-the-century D.C. brownstones. He slowed to a stop, bending over with his hands on his knees, huffing in deep gasps of air. Tom lived nearby. Maybe he was out with Etta Mae, walking her over to Rock Creek Park, or having brunch in Georgetown. Most likely he was working at home, reading legal opinions and case law and drafting notes for his own opinions he had to write. Decisions to be handed down on motions, evidence, and appeals. Tom certainly wasn't wasting any time thinking about Mike. Monday morning, Mike went into the courthouse early. He bought 2 coffees, his drip with cream and Tom's fancy sugar-filled mix, and waited on a bench outside the federal employees' plaza gym. He berated himself the entire time. This was stupid. Tom was going to think he was ridiculous. At best, a stalker. At worst, a princess drama queen, imagining something that wasn't even there. Was he just reading into the situation? Projecting his own discomfort onto Saturday night? Was he just uncomfortable with this whole thing, and that feeling was now pushing out into everything else? He crossed his leg and bounced his foot, clutching both paper cups as he stared at the gym doors. Right at 7 a.m., Tom strode out of the gym, staring down at his phone. He was dressed in his suit, his briefcase and his gym bag slung over his shoulder. The sun caught on his hair, freshly styled, and light splintered over bits of silver scattered through the dark chestnut. Mike stood and froze. He could turn away and forget this whole thing. His heart hammered. He could just back off and forget whatever friendship, whatever they'd fumbled into. It was ludicrous anyway. A judge, and him. He was just a marshal, a bruiser with a badge and a gun. But Tom looked up, looked right at him and stopped in his tracks. His jaw dropped. He could read everything in Tom's eyes. They were so expressive, so filled with everything that Tom was. Mike loved it. Loved seeing his eyes light up, squint narrow as he focused, go wide when he was blindsided. Tom would be a shitty poker player. He broadcast nearly everything in his coffee-colored gaze. Now there was shock, surprise, but not anger, not frustration. There was a light to his eyes, the look of happy surprise. He'd take that and run a marathon with it. Mike pasted a smile on his face and held out Tom's coffee. "Good morning. I wanted to thank you for picking up the tab on Saturday. You didn't have to do that." "I was happy to. I like your friends. I had a good time." Tom took the coffee and chuckled when he saw the order. "So, my secret is out. You know my taste in coffee. Would you like some actual coffee with all that sugar, Your Honor? If I had that much sugar, I'd blast off into orbit." Mike fell in beside Tom, and they strolled across the plaza to the doors of the annex. "I also wanted to apologize for Saturday." Tom frowned at him. His expression said he was confused, but his gaze was guarded. "I think you may have seen a message on my phone. From this stupid app. I don't even know why I was on that app on Saturday. It's terrible, and I deleted it. I've deleted it a bunch of times, actually." He sighed and jogged ahead, holding the door open for Tom. He was getting nowhere fast, and Tom was still frowning. "You don't have to justify anything to me. Your life is your own. I don't judge." "I know," he said quickly. "I'm not. I mean—" He bit his lip, forcing himself to stop. Tom turned to face him in the bright open entryway of the courthouse. People passed them right and left, attorneys racing to and from meetings with judges and law clerks and clerks of the court, families and friends arriving to watch their loved ones at their arraignments, hearings, and open trials. Defense attorneys barked into their cell phones and harried AUSAs, juggled bulging briefcases, manila folders, their phones, and paper cups of coffee. But Tom stared right at him, soft frown on his angular face. His eyes were guarded, emotions locked up tight. "I was having a great time," Mike said carefully. "And I'm sorry that the night ended like that. I would have liked to have spent more time talking with you." He snapped his jaws shut. Tom's smile was a breaking dawn, and his stomach flip-flopped like he was in an elevator that had dropped out from beneath him. "I had a great time, too. All day, in fact." Tom shrugged. "We'll just have to try again." Relief was a physical thing, a weight that lifted from his shoulders. "I'd really like that, Judge B."
Did Tom have any idea that he sounded like he was asking Mike out on a date?
Hey, I want Judge Brewer's felony murder case. Deputy Marshal Rob Villegas gave Mike the hairy eyeball, glaring at him over his computer monitor in his tiny second-floor office. Good morning to you, too. And why the fuck do you want that? Villegas always got his hackles up. He seemed like he was one of the cowboys, a marshal who just wanted to go out and hunt down fugitives. Being a U.S. Marshal was the only legal way to hunt a human being, one of his old co-workers on the task force had told him. Villegas would have loved it out there, would have loved the thrill of hunting a man. But Villegas was stuck at the D.C. federal court and was a miserable cuss who hated every minute of it. He took it out on everybody, the defendants, the attorneys, and especially on Mike. I don't want to trade anything, and I don't want to fucking fight, Villegas. I just want to take Judge Brewer's upcoming trial off your hands. Villegas' eyes narrowed to slits. His lips flattened. Yeah, right. You want to get something in your back pocket and then make me take some kind of shit later on. No. Mike forced his hands to unclench. Look, I know Judge Brewer's style. He's on my floor, I should have this case. But Winners gave it to me. Why are you fighting me on this? I want to take the case. 'Cause I don't trust you, Lucciano. He blew out a breath, cursing hard. Give me the damn case, Villegas. I'm not trading anything, and I'm not giving you shit later for it. I just want it. Well, when you ask so nicely. Villegas smirked. Sure, you can have my work. I've been meaning to get down to the range and put in some time. Mike grabbed the file folder labeled Brewer off Villegas' desk. Go have a great time, asshole. You wanted this. I'll be so goddamn happy when you're gone, Villegas. So goddamn happy. You and me both. He knocked on Tom's doorframe a couple hours later, poking his head in the open door. Hey, Your Honor, got a minute? Tom looked up from his computer. His reading glasses were pushed down on his nose, and he had 3 law books spread across his desk, and 2 yellow legal pads filled with scribbles. But he left it all and stood, smiling. Come on in. He gestured to the small conference table by the door. Have a seat. I took your felony murder case off Villegas' hands. He had some things to take care of this week. Oh. Tom smiled politely and folded his hands in his lap as he sat. Jury selection begins this afternoon. Danny is managing it with the attorneys. Do you need to be involved? I'll need the juror information after they're all seated, but I don't need to be in the courtroom unless the defendant is there or the proceedings are open to the public. And when you're in there. I reviewed Villegas' plans, and they're all right. I made a few changes. I'll be escorting you to and from the courtroom as per our usual practice. Villegas doesn't like escort duty. Villegas doesn't like much. Mike tried to stay professional. He cleared his throat. Are you still trying to convince the defense attorney to come to a plea agreement? I'm trying to convince the AUSA to accept a more lenient plea agreement. Tom sighed. I think Ballard told them all to be hard-asses, specifically on my cases. But you're the judge. Doesn't what you say go? I'm the arbiter of the law. The U.S. attorney is the representative of the state, and if the state wants to pursue a hard justice, that's what they'll do. They'll take the case to trial if they want to prove a point, to the community, or to me, that they want to toe a hard line. Do you think it'll go all the way? Even though they were picking a jury today, if the AUSA bent, a plea agreement could still be finalized before Tom's gavel fell on the first day of trial. I don't know. Ballard is really pushing. He thinks he can make a statement with this one. Or he just wants to make my life miserable. Okay. This is a case in flux. Something turned over in his belly and he squirmed as he pulled out his cell phone. Can I get your number, Judge Brewer? We should keep in close contact about this case. Tom blinked, but he pulled his cell out. Sure. Smooth, Mike, real smooth. He berated himself as he punched in Tom's number and sent a text. Tom's phone buzzed, and then a text appeared on his own phone screen from Tom. A single smiley face. I'll reach out to my contacts in the Marshals and see if they have any insight into what's going on. If they know anything from the detention center. Thanks. Tom stood and Mike followed. Silence hung over the office. He couldn't ask Tom to lunch. Not so soon after bringing him coffee. And stealing his case from Villegas. There was coming on strong, and there was being crazy, and he was verging on full-tilt crazy. I'll leave you to your work. He headed for the door. I'm glad you took over for Villegas. Mike stopped and turned back. Tom smiled at him, and he couldn't help the goofy grin that spread over his face. Me too. Tom brought him coffee Tuesday morning, and stayed in his closet of an office to chat for 37 minutes, leaning his shoulder against the doorframe and grinning the whole time. Mike's heart fluttered for 2 hours after. His Marshal friends at the detention center were a bust. No one knew whether Tom's case would go to trial or not. It seemed stuck in the U.S. Attorney's office, like Tom said. On his way back from grabbing lunch at the food trucks in the plaza, Mike spotted Tom and the law clerks, all clustered together in the fourth-floor law library, laughing. Tom had a way with the young law grads, somehow able to make them smile and laugh, even though by now they should be ground down and dead-eyed. Tom was the only judge who could pack the law library full of clerks. The other judges got their own clerks to stick around for lunch, since that was good for appearances. And maybe they're friends. But it seemed like most of the clerks actually wanted to be with Tom. Well, not Chief Judge Fink's law clerks. They were hard-asses like Fink. Mike hovered in the doorway watching as Tom told a story about one of the craziest cases he saw from the U.S. Attorney's Office, when he was an AUSA. I watched a South Dakota man bring a lawsuit against the federal government, which brought the case here, because the FBI in South Dakota had raided his paleontology laboratory at the university. He, over the course of 3 years, dug up dinosaur bones for his university on a university-funded dig. Turns out he was digging on federal land and didn't exactly fill out the paperwork perfectly. The FBI went and took the government's bones back years after the dig was through and the bones were on display at the university. They charged him with violating federal law, trespassing, conspiracy, and theft, and wanted him to serve time in jail and pay a giant fine. He countersued, saying they were way out of line, and that since the dig was public for so many years and they didn't do anything at the time, they lost their right to come crying about it after the fact. Way back when, the federal government even sent park rangers out to take photos of the dig, which were still up on the U.S. Park Service's website at the time of the trial. It was Keystone Cops meets Three Stooges. The law clerks hung on his every word, captivated by the legal intricacies of dinosaur bones and the obstinacy of the federal government. It was like he was telling ghost stories by camplight. Tom caught his gaze before he launched into the rest of the story. He smiled before Mike beat a retreat. Tom's voice followed him down the hall to his office. Right at 5 p.m., Tom appeared in his doorway, shrugging into his suit jacket and holding his briefcase. Leaving early tonight, Judge B? Class at Georgetown is at 6. Tom smiled. Have to get over there to teach. Oh, right. Tom taught a law class at Georgetown. Was there another more obvious example of how out of his league Tom Brewer was? What class do you teach again? Constitutional law. He checked his phone and winced at the time. I do have to run, but I wanted to ask you, When is your and Chris's next volleyball game? Tomorrow. He swallowed. Ask if he would like to come. Ask if he'd like to check it out. Hell, ask if he'd like to heckle Chris at the very least. But Tom smiled and disappeared down the hallway, heading for the stairs. It was his turn to buy coffee Wednesday morning, according to the ritual they'd begun. He could do the same thing he did Monday, buy Tom's coffee and wait outside the gym. Or he could go into the gym early and work out. Run into Tom, perhaps. Maybe even check him out a bit in the locker room. He was pathetic. 37 years old, and he was acting like a sophomore in high school. Still, Mike went to the gym. He was too jumpy, and he dove into his weight routine with gusto, burning through his upper body routine in half the time he normally took. Sweating, panting, and finally burnt out of his nervous energy, he headed for the pool. 4 men and 1 woman were swimming laps in the lane pool. He picked Tom out after a few seconds, watching his long legs and his smooth movements in the water. He swam a simple breaststroke, ducking and turning at the walls and beginning again, back and forth across the pool. He was a machine, a dolphin with feet. Mike's breathing slowed as he watched, but his heart rate stayed up. Eventually, Tom stopped at one end of the pool and hauled himself out. Water sluiced off his body, rolling down his chest and his hips. He wore jammers, the just-above-the-knee, skin-tight swimsuit favored by serious swimmers everywhere. And they left nothing to the imagination. He was a deputy U.S. Marshal, but here it was, the true test of his life. Could he keep himself contained in front of a soaking wet, mostly naked, skin-tight swimsuit-wearing Judge Tom Brewer? Tom tore off his goggles and shook his head. His hair puffed out, fluffing into dark chestnut and silver spikes. Water clung to his sparse chest hair, running in drops down his chest and stomach, racing for his jutting hip bones and smooth thighs. Hey! Mike hoped he didn't look as utterly ridiculous as he felt. Morning. Tom stopped dead, his jaw falling open. Shock poured from his chocolate eyes. He looked Mike up and down as if he honestly didn't believe Mike was truly there. Shit, he shouldn't have come to the gym. He shouldn't have barged in and invaded Tom's private time. He was way out of line. Mike? Tom's mouth moved slowly, searching for words. What are you doing here? Thought I'd give the Plaza Gym a try. He shrugged. You've said good things about it. Tom smiled. What do you think? I'll never work out anywhere else again as long as I can watch you climb out of the pool like that. Not bad. They walked to the locker rooms and then separated, heading to different lockers in different rows. Thank God. The Plaza's gym facilities were of a higher caliber than he was used to. Private shower stalls and individual toiletries. Blow dryers provided at a counter in front of a long line of mirrors. He met up with Tom at the mirrors as he was knotting his tie and sprucing his hair. Mike asked Tom about his class and about Georgetown and his students as they walked across the street to the annex lobby and the coffee shop. He batted Tom away when he reached for his wallet. It's my turn today. Tom smiled. He wanted to ask if Tom wanted to go to his volleyball game tonight. He wanted to casually bring it up, throw it out there as a friendly invite, just if Tom was interested or didn't have plans already. But he kept his mouth shut and listened to Tom the whole way up to the 4th floor. Any lunch plans? I'm going to run out and grab something off the Lebanese food truck. Want anything? After an hour and 10 minutes of internal debate, Mike sent Tom his first text message. He hoped Tom would say, I'll come down with you, or bring it back up to my office and we'll eat here. Instead, Tom said, Getting a haircut, actually. Okay, no prob. Damn. He grabbed a protein bar out of his desk drawer and leaned back. He was pushing too hard. He was coming on too strong. Tom was polite and kind and considerate, but he was pushing the envelope way too hard. He needed to take a giant step back. Tom wasn't even interested in men. Chris was wrong. Chris was never wrong, but there was always a first time for everything. His cell phone, face down on the desk, buzzed. Flipping it, he froze mid-chew as he read the message. "Hey, I was wondering if I could come watch your game tonight. Is that allowed? I've never been to those courts before, and I'd like to check 'em out. And cheer you guys on." Damn it, this didn't help. This didn't help at all. He was supposed to be backing away from Tom, not turning into a puddle of goo. His cheeks ached. God, he was smiling like a loon, just beaming as he stared at his phone screen. His inner teenage girl was jumping up and down, shrieking, and Britney Spears was playing in his mind, "Hit me, baby, one more time." "Yeah, would love to have you come by." Were the exclamation points too much? "Chris would love to see you again." Smiley face. "I'll be there." Okay, but what if Tom was into men? Mike's gaze kept wandering, drifting to the locked file cabinet where he kept all his judge's background investigation files. He had everything. The results of every background investigation done on Tom Brewer. Supporters of Tom, the senator who nominated him, the president's staff, and members of the American Bar Association who had given him the strong recommendation for his appointment, had all conducted background investigations. Seemingly everyone had. They'd also paid private investigators to act like opposition party members and try to dig up any dirt they could on Tom Brewer. The opposition and members of Congress who did not support Tom's nomination also paid for background investigations. And then there were the official ones. The investigations run by the FBI, the U.S. Marshals, the White House, and the Senate Judiciary Committee. He had a copy of every single one. Mike had read through them before. When Tom was first confirmed and Winters dropped his background binder on his desk with a heavy thud and said, "Here's another one." He kept the binder on hand in case he needed to reference something from Tom's past. A threat made in prison from someone he'd put away as a prosecutor. Someone who came up from the darkness and claimed such and such against Judge Brewer. Or a political slight that came out of left field. To do his job properly, he had to know all the skeletons in everyone's closet. Trouble was, Tom Brewer didn't have any skeletons. He was a picture-perfect nominee, which made some people extra nervous. There had to be something on the man. There was always something. Tom had a few extra background investigations done by his nominators, just to be sure. Nothing. He'd been a straight-A student in college and law school. He'd worked his way through law school as a law clerk and lived in the basement of a retired couple who had nothing but the best things to say about him. His college professors had either retired and fallen off the face of the planet or died. He lived alone his junior and senior year in college, thanks to a job as a paralegal that paid handsomely. And his roommates from freshman and sophomore years said he was a rule-following, classic, nice guy. One of his roommates was now a colonel in the Army, and the other was a multi-cajillionaire in New York. His high school teachers knew he was destined for greatness. His parents, sadly, were deceased. After law school, he landed at the D.C. United States Attorney's Office and stayed there for his career. He'd had the usual complaints against him from bitter defendants who lost their cases, but nothing ever panned out. No major investigations, no accusations of impropriety. Award after award after award for superior professionalism, adroit legal strategy, above-average conviction rate. His co-workers said he was polite, professional, and extremely competent. They knew he had a dog and a house in D.C., but didn't know anything about his personal life. When Tom was questioned by the FBI, he stated he was single and had been for some time, and wasn't looking to change that. The questions on a background investigation were invasive and pervasive. All questions about relationships were ticked no or not applicable. He'd never had a relationship with a foreign national, he said, and the FBI agent had made sure to note that Tom had laughed at that.
No relationship with a foreign national, his background investigation notes said. Because no relationships at all. He had no social media accounts, nothing that could be hacked or used against him. Smart man. He was a homebody and a workaholic. A typical Boy Scout. He was, on paper, flawless. He sailed through the Senate, appointed to his bench by vocal affirmation, with no opposition. There was nothing at all to suggest that Tom was hiding a secret sex life. No hint of a scandal or a cover-up. No headlines about Tom Brewer hanging out at parks or rest stops or cruising spots around the city. No insinuation from male colleagues that he preferred them over the women he worked with. No money paid in a settlement to hush a sensitive matter up. Not that Tom would behave like that, but Mike had seen other men dish out revenge in petty ways over the years. Tarring and feathering a man's reputation because of a spat was a nasty thing, but he'd seen it happen. Nothing at all to suggest he was hiding anything. And nothing at all to suggest he wasn't. He couldn't do this. He couldn't try to read into things. Say the absence of proof meant that in itself was proof. The law didn't work that way, and neither did human beings. If he presented his findings to Tom and then asked for a kiss, Tom would probably smack him with his gavel. What would it mean, though, if Tom was into men? His brain raced through the obvious. Maybe a kiss. Maybe something a whole lot more interesting. And then squealed to a tire screeching halt. It would mean Tom had lied to him. Maybe not directly, but certainly of omission. He'd hung out all Saturday playing the part of the chill, straight friend, and he'd had ample opportunity to set the record. Well, not straight, per se. So the fact that he hadn't was in itself a kind of proof, then. Right? Tom wouldn't keep something like that, something huge about himself, a secret. Especially not when Mike was open and out and proud. Tom wouldn't need to hide. Not from Mike. Mike didn't care for liars. There was never a good reason to lie, and people always got hurt. Mike chucked his phone across his desktop and leaned back in his chair. He scrubbed his hands over his face and groaned. He had to take a step back. For his own sanity. He was going to lose it. And he had to text Chris. Tell him Tom was coming tonight. And beg him to behave. Chris, of course, didn't behave, and neither did anyone else. Tom showed up right before the sets began, dressed casually in shorts and a t-shirt. He and Chris were playing second out of the night, facing off with their co-team against two other teams from the league. Of course, it was a gay man's league, and Mike hadn't thought about that when he said it was cool for Tom to come by. The first teams to play were butt sets versus sliding deep. The ref, a gay cop who could ham it up to the ever-loving stars, made a show of calling the team names, side-eyeing Tom hanging out with Mike on the sideline, with a smirk. Tom flushed and coughed into his shoulder. Chris, stretching, grinned wolfishly. I forgot to mention that it would be kinda crude. Mike cringed. I'm sorry. It's fine. Tom laughed. When do you guys play? Mike explained the game setup and the rotations, and then stretched while Chris chatted with Tom. Chris wore his team tank top with pride, the rainbow letters boldly screaming their team name, multiple scoregasms across his flat chest. He had on neon yellow shorts and a sweatband. His hair, of course, was artfully coiffed skyward. Mike kept his hoodie zipped around Tom. His shorts were a bit longer than Chris's, but he was showing a lot of leg. He kept bouncing, jiggling, trying to bleed off his nervous energy before the match began. Their team partners, butt sets, won, and then they were up. Chris leaned in close as they hit the sand.
Gonna be able to perform with your man watching?
Shut the hell up. He ditched his hoodie at the last moment, tossing it back toward the bench. He missed, and it fell on the grass.
Oh, Tom is picking up your hoodie.
Shut up, Chris!
You're so obvious. So obvious, Romeo.
He tried to breathe before he served, tried to clear his mind. His first serve went too far, though, and then they were on defense. The game went fast after that, and he was sweating in no time. Chris and he moved in sync, long used to each other on the court. They kept up with their opponents, and then moved ahead. At a break in the game, Mike ripped off his tank top and tossed it aside, not thinking. He downed half a bottle of water and poured the rest over his face, and then froze when he saw Tom walking over.
You guys look great. I always look great.
Chris winked at Tom. The bastard was hardly sweating, even though they were working their asses off out there. Mike was drenched in sweat and half his water bottle. Tom smiled at Mike like they were sharing a private joke, and took his empty water bottle when the ref blew the whistle and called for the end of the timeout. The whistles and catcalls started then. Everybody had seen that, had seen Tom and him on the sideline. Mike had played with most of these guys for over 2 years, and they knew him pretty well. They'd seen him after Don and before Silvio, and knew his ways. Him showing up with an older man, for any reason, had never, ever happened.
Someone found a sugar daddy.
Showing off for daddy, huh?
Be a good boy for your daddy.
Bend over and hit the spread. Your daddy's watching. He flushed, burning alive. Where was quicksand when he needed it? If he could dig his way out of the court, disappear, and reemerge in China, he wouldn't be far enough. He couldn't look at Tom. Jesus. He could barely set up for the serve.
Here, daddy, daddy, daddy!
He pounded the ball just to shut them all up, and he naturally missed.
Get your daddy to sew that burn, baby.
Don't worry, baby cakes. Daddy'll take care of you tonight.
Daddy, your baby needs a kiss.
Bite the pillow. I'm going deeper than your daddy. It only got cruder from there. He and Chris eventually beat Top Me hard, but they had to work for it. The heckles faded, and for the last half hour, just their play calls, grunts, and shifting sand broke over the courts. Cars passed by, the hum of tires and lapping water on the Potomac. The moon rose, hovering over the city, but it was still hot. In the final play, Mike set Chris up for a spike, and Chris slammed it home, beating the guard by inches. Chris collapsed to his knees, screaming, and Mike tackled him into the sand as he laughed. They shook hands with the other team, Mike gritting his teeth through the last of their friendly heckles, and then jogged back over to Tom. Tom beamed at him, caught between laughing and cheering. You guys were so good. That was amazing.
We were amazing, weren't we? Especially Mike.
Chris sucked on his water bottle, hollowing at his cheeks, and stared at Mike. Mike kicked sand and licked his lips. Thanks. He met Tom's gaze for a half-second and then looked away. Do you have my... yeah, here. Tom passed his hoodie over, and Mike shrugged it on quickly, zipping it all the way up. He was hot, still sweating, burning up, but he couldn't just stand in front of Tom half-naked. Hey, sorry about what the other guys said. They were just trying to heckle me. Chris rolled his eyes, sighing dramatically. He fussed with his hair, staring at them both. He could not have made it more awkward, acting like a dad or an obnoxious chaperone watching their every move. Tom shoved his hands in his pockets and scrunched up his face. Honestly, I've never been complimented that much in my life. He gave Mike a bemused kind of smile, a helpless shrug. They were backhanded compliments, but I'll take what I can get. Chris jumped in while Mike tried to find his tongue. He couldn't figure out what to say that wasn't a blatant come-on, wasn't flirtatious.
We're all grabbing drinks after. Do you want to come? You're not allowed to pay this time. Mike's paying.
I can't. Tom actually seemed disappointed. Not like he was bowing out due to politeness. I have some stuff I need to do tonight before tomorrow. I got emails during your game that I need to take care of. Almost 10 at night, but sometimes work never sleeps. Mike knew how that went. Everything okay? Hope so. Maybe a signal that there's an opening for a new plea agreement. Tell you tomorrow over coffee? Deal. Chris stuck out his hand, a delicate gesture, and cocked his head. Too bad. We'll miss you tonight. It was good seeing you again. You're always welcome here. He smiled when Tom took his hand and then winked. Tom flushed. See you guys later. Mike watched him walk away, heading for 23rd Street. Chris hovered just behind his shoulder. He's going to turn around and smile. Just wait. Chris's voice was soft, a whisper in his ear like the devil on his shoulder. He's going to turn around and smile at you. Please, please, please. And then Tom did. Mike beamed and Tom waved before disappearing across Rock Creek Parkway. But coffee together the next morning turned into Mike finding a cup of coffee and a sticky note with his name on it in front of his office door. Early morning meeting in Chambers. Gonna be a crazy day. He barely saw Tom, only when Tom was ducking in and out of his office or striding down the hall, head tucked together with Solorzano, who was working the stubborn felony murder case. If nothing broke today, the trial began tomorrow afternoon. He and Chris were going to a movie that night, so he couldn't stick around after hours waiting to see if Tom would finally have a few minutes to spare for him. The rest of the night he was grumpy and in a fit, and Chris snapped at him before the movie started. He walked home alone, Chris bailing on his bad attitude as soon as the credits rolled. Friday morning, Winters called him and Villegas into his main office in the big courthouse to review threat assessments against the whole D.C. federal bench. Threats from prisoners, rumors flying in the detention center, snitches who told of revenge plots against the judges who had sentenced gangbangers and mafioso types to years and years in prison. Only 9% of the threats made each year were serious, but it was finding the 9% that really wanted to seek revenge or crazy fame that made the job difficult. Mike didn't get back to his office until after lunch. Tom's door was shut. But at 3 p.m., Tom appeared in his doorway, suit jacket off, tie loose, and a huge smile splitting his face. We did it. He pushed back from his desk. The felony murder case? You got the U.S. Attorney's Office to accept a plea? And a good plea at that. Sighing, he slouched one shoulder against the doorframe. Solorzano wanted to focus on another trial she has with Judge King, and wanted to make an 11th-hour deal. I held a firm line since they wanted to play games until it suited them. Nice. He gets 20 years, which is better than 40 and better than facing the possibility of the death penalty. Since the death had occurred during the commission of a robbery, capital murder charges brought the death penalty onto the table. The kid is terrified and knows he screwed up. I'm sentencing him to a prison with a good education center and trade school. He can finish his high school degree and learn a trade. Tom shook his head. Wrong friends, wrong place, wrong time. When he gets out, he'll be in his mid-40s. Hopefully he'll have a life set up for himself when he does. Well done, Judge B. Mike couldn't stop his smile, and he didn't try. It was the best possible ending for the kid. The very best. So, now your trial calendar has opened up, gonna take a vacation next week? Tom scoffed. Yeah, right. That'll be the day. I've got hearings on motions for other trials all next week in the afternoon, and I've got to finish my opinions and briefs. He made a face as if he were a superhero in a bad comic book. Justice never rests. Laughing, Mike threw his head back. You're too much, Judge B. Let's celebrate. It's after 3 on a summer Friday in D.C.
The weekend started hours ago. For other people. But, like you said, justice never rests. We're the only ones still here on the floor. Really? Not that he was surprised by that. Summer Fridays bled D.C. workers like a bad head wound. If someone didn't have to be in D.C. for the sweltering weekend, they often booked it out of the city. Come on, let me buy you a drink. Did Tom know that sounded exactly like he was asking Mike out? They headed out of the near-empty courthouse and went across the street to the same Mexican restaurant. Their Mexican restaurant, as Mike thought of it. It was full, packed with people for happy hour and celebrating the end of the work week. Mike steered Tom through the crowd to the patio, and they parked in a corner underneath a fan that helped scatter some of the summer heat. They both shucked their suit jackets and rolled up their sleeves. Tom ordered a margarita, and Mike asked for a beer. This wasn't the time to lose his wits. He managed to keep up the small talk for a while, running through the threat assessments from the day before and then listening to Tom retell the negotiations he'd been through with Solorzano in the U.S. Attorney's Office all day Thursday and Friday morning. From there, Tom started talking about the game. Mike squirmed. He'd rather not remember the hot wash of humiliation he'd faced all night long. You guys play really well together. You and Chris are a good pair. Yeah, we're good together. We're a regular Bonnie and Clyde. Is he seeing someone? No, Chris is a widower. Oh. Tom's eyes went wide. I'm sorry, I didn't know. It's okay. It was a while ago. He's dealt with it in his own way. Tom wanted to ask, he could tell. But his eyes shone, bright with grief and hesitation. He took a sip of his drink and changed the subject. Is the game usually so ribald? Mike groaned. They were trying to screw with me. I've never brought a friend to a game. Your ex never cheered you on? I never brought a friend. I'm sure they thought we were hooking up. Tom flushed and reached for his drink. He wouldn't look at Mike. Heart hammering, Mike tried to figure out the right thing to say. Was Tom's blushing a tell? A giveaway? Or just a normal reaction for a straight guy? I'm sorry. Did it make you uncomfortable? I told them all at the bar that you're just a friend. They know we're not. They know you're not into dudes. It was Tom's turn to squirm. It didn't make me uncomfortable. He didn't say anything about not being into men. It was kind of flattering. They think that you'd go for a guy like me. Tom snorted and tried to laugh. It sounded forced. I'm not your type. Not my type? Mike boggled. Yeah, I don't go for super smart, kind, funny, attractive guys at all. Tom's flush was a permanent thing, staining his cheeks, his ears, his neck, bright magenta. He clutched his margarita like it was a shield. He shook his head, looking beyond Mike over his shoulder with a slight frown. Aren't I a little old for you? Hypothetically or for real? Mike swallowed, his mouth suddenly dry. What are we talking about? Tom bit his lip. His eyes flicked to Mike's. Mike hissed, inhaling. Tom's eyes, his open, expressive eyes, were bleeding, raw, hungry desire. Terror wound through his gaze, but the want, the hope burned bright. Tom. It was the first time he'd said his name to his face, and Tom gasped. What's going on? What's happening here? Tom took his time answering. He set down his margarita, mostly just melted ice, and swallowed. He sat back, avoiding Mike's gaze, and his fingers clenched on the metal armrests of his chair. Have you ever had a secret? He said softly.
Something so huge you buried it where you thought it would die? Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. Mike's jaw fell open. Finally, Tom looked up. He pressed his lips shut and he looked pained for a moment, like he'd been stabbed. I really want to take you to dinner. His voice was soft, his words fast. Fucking Chris. His first thought was blind anger surging through him like a geyser erupting. Anger hid everything else. Shock, confusion, a mix of desperation and elation. Tom was into men. He did want Mike. But to what end? Dinner and a fuck? What was this building between them? How had Tom managed to keep this hidden from a 4-inch thick binder of background investigations? Tom was waiting, though, for an answer. His eyes that seconds ago had been full of hope were dimming, shuddering boards going up in the depths of his gaze like he was preparing for bad news. It's all right, Mike. I knew it wouldn't happen. Okay. Okay? Tom frowned. Mike nodded. There was something here, something between them, and damn it, he wanted to know what it was. Maybe it was just Tom's very, very careful playbook of seduction. Maybe Tom wanted a quick, hot fuck and nothing else. That maybe it was something more. Tom wanted to see him, had sought him out, and his smiles were enough to make Mike's stomach tie itself in knots. He couldn't just walk away from that without knowing what was going on. Okay. Let's do dinner. Tom went bone white, his eyes boggling. He didn't think I'd say yes. Okay? Yeah, let's. And then Tom smiled, beamed, radiating happiness and surprised shock as he stared at Mike. When? Tomorrow night? Tom answered quickly. Can I cook dinner for you? Jesus. None of his exes knew how to cook, and they'd all made him serve them. He was the one who'd made romantic dinners at home and planned special date nights for the two of them. Things that weren't out to a bar or a club. Was Tom a romantic? Like him? Or was this a way to get Mike to his home? Get him up to bed as quick as he could? Fast seduction, nothing more. Or was this to stay out of the public spotlight? Was there a deeper secret behind the missing information from his background binder? Mike nodded. He didn't trust himself to speak. Tom seemed undone, and he kept staring at Mike, blinking like Mike wasn't really there. He took a deep breath, and then another. Nodded. I should go. His hand shook as he grabbed his briefcase and his jacket and stood. Mike stayed sitting. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow. He smiled weakly and then left, striding away, almost running away. Mike watched him go. He leaned forward, burying his face in his hands, and groaned. What the hell was going on? Just who was Tom Brewer, anyway? Chapter 12. June 20th. Holy shit. He'd done it. He'd asked Mike to dinner. So, was that it? He was out now? Partly, to one man. Mike knew, at least. Mike knew he was interested in him, and that he wasn't straight. Elation took him home, and he wore a ridiculous grin for nearly the whole metro ride. Mike hadn't answered his question about being too old for him, though. He'd accepted Tom's dinner invitation and had agreed to come over, but he'd seemed, well, of course, surprised. Shocked. Hesitant? Doubt crept in, slipping from the dark corners of his mind like curling smoke. Old fears followed, skeletons rattling their creaking chains. What was he doing? This was never going to work. Mike would probably cancel. Which would be for the best, really?
What was he thinking? He couldn't do this. When he got home, he let Etta May out to the backyard and sat on his deck, gazing out over his small patch of grass and plot of roses. Etta May sniffed every inch of the yard, just like she did every day, and then did her business and flopped at his side. He stayed on the deck, stroking her fur as the sun set and the street lights winked on and the hum of the city faded away. No matter what happened tomorrow, he'd at least done something. He'd taken a chance, reached out to Mike, cracked his closet door a little bit wider. Whatever happened next, it wouldn't be because he hadn't been strong enough to try. He was up early, walking Etta May around the block and to the grocery store. The manager knew him by name and loved Etta May, so Tom handed her Etta May's leash while he ran around grabbing what he needed for dinner. He almost forgot the coconut and had to run back for a loaf of bread, but finally they were on their way back home. He was only a little frazzled. Time seemed to crawl. He cleaned his house, vacuuming, mopping, scrubbing tiles and washing windows, cleaned his bathrooms, changed his sheets, somewhat optimistically, ran out to the corner store and bought a flurry of paper towels, toilet paper, toothpaste, condoms, and a new bottle of lube. He tried to hide his purchases in the mundane, but the board checkout clerk didn't seem to care that he was buying condoms for the first time in 25 years and was so nervous he dropped his credit card 4 times. He was worse than a high school student. And then time sped up, and he raced from the store back home to shower and put himself together. He'd obsessed over what to wear the night before, tossing aside pants and shirts until he found a baby blue polo and some low-slung jeans he'd bought years ago on a whim when he wanted to feel sexy, at least for himself, at least at home, before his soul shriveled up and died. Now he was going to try and look sexy for Mike. God, the thought was ridiculous. And amazing. How had this happened? His phone buzzed about an hour before Mike was due to arrive. "What are we having for dinner?" He grinned and bit his lip, bounced on the balls of his feet. "That's a secret. I want to surprise you." Smiley face. "That doesn't help me pick out a wine to bring." Oh, his heart shouldn't flutter over something so simple. Mike was just being polite. But he was bringing a bottle of wine to their dinner date. This was really happening. A nice, crisp white will go well with what we're having. "'Kay." Tom exhaled slowly, trying to center himself. An hour later, his phone buzzed again. "I'm outside." "Come on in." Tom smoothed his shirt, ran his hands through his hair, and closed his eyes. This was happening. This was really, really happening. His heart raced, pounding, and his stomach fluttered and clenched. But the door stayed shut. He padded to his front door, frowning. Outside, Mike paced at the base of the steps leading up to his front door. He held a bottle of white wine in one hand and had his cell phone clenched in the other. "Come in, you don't have to wait outside." Mike looked amazing. Dark jeans, a light gray long-sleeve shirt, his hair tousled. Something zinged through him. Desire so scorching hot he thought his bones would melt. Mike took a deep breath and faced Tom, squaring his shoulders as he stood on the sidewalk. "I'm not sure if I should." "What?" Exhaling, Mike's shoulders bowed. "What's going on? What is this? Were you lying to me? Why didn't you tell me?" His lips clamped shut. "Shit. Please, come in. I need to explain myself, I know. Give me the chance to?" Mike waited, staring at him. "Mike, please." Nodding stiffly, Mike headed up. He held out the bottle of wine and gave Tom a thin smile. "Let me put this on ice." Silently, Mike headed for Tom's kitchen, Tom trailing behind. Etta May hopped off the couch and trundled across the hardwood, her nails clacking as her tail wagged. Mike focused on her dropping down and ruffling her ears, scratching her neck as Tom set the bottle of Sauvignon Blanc in an ice bucket. How did he fix this? How did he explain himself? He knew last Saturday night that he was wrong to keep this secret from Mike. He let Mike think he was something he wasn't, and now... He didn't blame Mike for being upset. Tom gripped the edge of his kitchen counter and watched Mike play wrestle with Etta May. Etta May was getting into it, bouncing and making her basset noises. Half barks, half snorts, and she flopped from sitting on her butt to lying on her back and leaping to all four paws and barking. Tom's fingers tightened on the granite. He wanted this. He wanted this, exactly this. He wanted it so badly. Mike, his voice trembled. I'm gay. There. He'd said it. Out loud. Tom's nails dug into the counter, scratching on the gray surface. Panic swelled inside him, waves and waves of shrieks and all his nightmares, his fears suddenly erupting like popping balloons. His old professor's voice rang in his ears over and over again. Mike stared at him, still ruffling Etta May's ears. His face was stone, closed off, but his eyes searched Tom's. Have you ever said that before? He couldn't speak. Tom shook his head. Not like this, he whispered. I've always known, but... His throat closed, choking his words. Have you ever... Mike stood and headed for the kitchen. He stopped in front of Tom, though not touching him. But he was close. Close enough that Tom whimpered. Have you ever allowed yourself to be gay? Once? Damn it, he wasn't going to choke up. But heat was building in his eyes and his chest went tight. He breathed through clenched teeth. Once, I wanted to live my life. I wanted to be me. But... Mike laid his palm on top of Tom's shaking hand, gripping the edge of the counter until his knuckles went white. What happened? He told him. Everything. When he finally stopped talking, his throat was hoarse and he'd cried, tears falling down his cheeks like waterfalls. Mike brushed them away as he choked out his story. 1991, in the first year he'd let go of the total reins he'd kept on his life. The chance he'd taken, wanting to live his life, wanting to be himself, wanting to not live in fear. The world back then, the atmosphere, the day-to-day he lived in, the times, the way society portrayed him and all gay men. His professor torpedoing his life before it had even begun, just after he'd let himself taste the life he truly wanted. Fear. So much crippling fear. Fear that had pushed him back into the closet and hammered the door closed. Fear that kept him living a monk's life, lonely and celibate. I'm sorry I didn't say anything to you. I've never said anything. I've never... He sniffed, rubbing the back of his hand over his cheek. I'm sorry, this is ridiculous. I'm sorry. Hey. Mike's arms wound around his shoulders and he pulled Tom close, molding him to his body. It's okay. I never realized. Mike sighed, his breath ruffling Tom's hair. I had no idea. You're younger than I am. Tentatively, Tom touched Mike's hips. His heart screamed and fresh tears silently rolled down his cheeks. You grew up in a different world. Yeah. Mike's arms tightened. Even in the Navy, even before it was allowed, no one cared that I was gay. I had a lot of support. I'm glad you did. He could only whisper. Living like I have, I don't recommend it. Mike pulled back slowly,
his hands on Tom's shoulders. He searched Tom's gaze, his expression unreadable. "Why now? Why are you doing this now?" He squirmed. "I fell for a guy." He breathed. "I fell for this guy. This amazing guy. I think he's worth it." Mike looked like Tom had just kicked his puppy. "Tom, it's okay. I don't expect anything. I never have. I know I'm not your type. But you are amazing, Mike. Just telling you." He squeezed his eyes shut, licked his lips. "Feeling your hands on me. It's worth it." His eyes fluttered open. "You need to stop saying that," Mike grunted. "Saying what?" "That you're not my type." Mike swiped his thumb over Tom's cheek, brushing away the river of tears. "I met this amazing guy, too. He's..." Mike sighed. "He's so brave. So brave." God, the tears were coming back. He didn't feel brave. He didn't feel brave at all. "Tell him I said hi, and that he's a lucky guy." He tried to smile. If life were a movie, this would be where they kissed. Mike would smile at him in adoration and lean in, press his lips gently to Tom's for their first careful kiss. Tom would wilt, or honestly maybe faint, and Mike would sweep him into his arms, shielding him from everything. Life, his bruised and battered heart, his fears, the world. This wasn't a movie, though. Mike opened his mouth as if he were about to say something. The oven beeped, the timer going off. "That's dinner!" Tom slipped from Mike's hold. "I was supposed to make a salad. He stood at his farmhouse sink, gripping the edge. "I'll make the salad." They worked in silence, Tom pulling the fish from the oven and the salsa from the fridge as Mike tossed a spinach salad. He ducked into the bathroom for a minute, splashing water on his face and drying his eyes. He looked like hell now, but there was nothing for that. Strangely, he felt weightless, untethered. His secret was out. Mike was still here, at least for the next minute or so. Whatever happened would happen. Maybe he'd just torn up the best parts of his life, shredded his facade, and tanked whatever he'd built with Mike. But he'd stood in the sun last week, and he'd said the words tonight. "I'm gay." Baby steps. When he came back, Mike was bringing their plates to the table, fish steaming on top of a bed of rice with a rainbow salsa on top. He'd poured 2 glasses of wine and brought the Sauvignon Blanc to the table. The candles Tom had lit an hour ago were still burning, flames flickering low in their silver crescent holders. "This looks great. What is it?" "Toasted coconut tilapia with a pomegranate salsa. Chopped pomegranate, cranberry, tomato, orange, and lime set on top of the flaky fillets." "Sounds delicious." Mike pulled out Tom's chair and smiled. They ate in silence for a few minutes. The TV was on, streaming music, soft, bluesy jazz. Lonely saxophone notes lingered on, and soft bass thrummed. Tom reached for his wine, practically gulping it down. And then Mike's palm covered the back of his hand, squeezing gently. He launched into a story from his early days in the Marshals, his post to a podunk town in the middle of nowhere where every marshal did every job, and he saw it all. Bootleggers, white supremacists, religious revivalists, and felons on the run. Fresh from the Navy and still a bit wide-eyed at the small inner world of rural America, Mike had been out of his depth in the hinterlands. Tom laughed and nearly snorted wine at one point. Mike held his hand the whole time. "Then I was transferred to the regional task force for the Whitmore hunt." "You were on the Whitmore search?" Paul Whitmore, leader of a sect of sovereign citizens, suspect in 3 bombings of federal facilities, and a white supremacist who was practically a god to neo-Nazis across America, had hidden in the Appalachians after his last firebombing of a federal courthouse in North Carolina. U.S. Marshals, FBI, ATF, and DEA agents had scoured the mountains for the man. He was a ghost. I was. That was the task force. He squeezed Mike's thumb, tangling with his own. You didn't like it. Mike shook his head. That part of the country. The tension. The pain, the anger. I felt like an alien on my own planet. This is a big, big nation. We have so many different people in it. Sometimes I'm amazed we've managed to stay united this long. Mike frowned, clearly uncomfortable. Some divides are deeper than red versus blue. They go deeper than deep. How do West Virginia and New York City belong to the same nation? We're all American. Somewhere deep inside that means something. We all believe in the same freedoms. I don't think everyone wants the same freedoms for everyone else. Mike's hand clamped down on Tom's. Well, that was true. He turned his hand over, laced their fingers together. America is a dream, more than anything else. It's a dream made of hope for everyone here and around the world. Hope that one day we will all be equal and free. The country was founded on hope, on looking at the horizon and thinking, one day maybe me too. Everyone can relate to that in some way. Mike was quiet. You are an optimist. Even after... I have to be. I would have died if I thought things wouldn't one day be better. Maybe not better for me, but I always hoped the world would change. Do you think it has? I look at you and... yes, I do. Me. You're my hero. He grinned, his face heating. You're everything I dreamed about. Living a proud, happy life, respected by everyone. You're amazing, Mike. Mike had a weird smile on his face, like he was forcing it, almost. I'm not that great. You are to me. He could hear Mike swallow, could see his Adam's apple rise and fall. Are you finished? Oh, yes, I am. He started to stand, but Mike put his hand on his shoulder and stood instead. He cleared their plates and refilled Tom's wine glass before sitting again. So, are you not an optimist? Sighing, Mike reached for Tom's hand again. I'm a dreamer. A dreamer. I want a fairy tale. That's not a bad thing. The original fairy tales all had terrible endings. They were horror stories. Warnings. They weren't nice. Adame scratched at the back door and glared over her shoulder. Mike rose to let her out. Let's go out to the deck. Tom brought Mike outside to the small deck he'd built off his living room. He had a grill and some tiki torches and a stone fireplace with a wicker couch in front of it. Mike sat and held out his arm for Tom to cuddle close. Yes, please. Tom probably embarrassed himself with how fast he snuggled into Mike's side. Adame did her business and then proceeded on her sniff, her daily perusal of the yard. They watched her, silent. Mike pressed a kiss to the top of his head. He breathed deep, inhaling Tom's hair before kissing him again. Slowly, Tom shifted, twisted, turned his face up until he was looking up into Mike's gaze. Mike's lips hovered above his, less than an inch, separating them. 25 years. 25 years since a man had last kissed him. He ached, his bones crying out. his heart screaming, yearning for another kiss. For Mike's kiss. Mike didn't blink. He stared into Tom's eyes as if he was searching them, searching him. Tom reached for Mike, winding his fingers up Mike's neck, running them through Mike's sandy hair. Tom. God, he could still count on one hand how many times Mike had used his first name. It made his blood burn, his skin light on fire. Another man was looking at him like he wanted him. Another man was about to kiss him. Tom, what do you want? You. I want you. Something passed deep in Mike's gaze, but then it was gone. He leaned in, closing the last half an inch, and pressed their lips together. Soft and gentle. Warm. Hungry. Mike moved over him, his kiss starting slow, but capturing Tom completely. He clung to Mike, hanging on as his heart sang and his soul went electric. 25 years he'd waited for this kiss. And what a perfect kiss it was. Mike pulled back, jerking free. Shit, he whispered. What? But Mike's hand rose, cupping his cheek. And then Mike tugged him close for another kiss. Time stretched, lengthened, measured in slow nibbles and gentle sucks, the press and push of their lips against one another. Mike sucked on his lower lip and Tom's spine arched. He pressed into Mike, rolling into his hold, and cradled Mike's face. Mike sighed, his breath shaking. Tom slithered into his lap, straddling Mike, never breaking the kiss. Mike's hands ran down his body, down his shoulders, down his back, and squeezed his hips. God, this was really happening. This was finally happening. He rocked forward, pressing against Mike. Mike hissed. His hands clamped down on Tom's hips. Yes. Yes. Tom surged against him, rocking his body against Mike's, cupping his hands around Mike's face. Moaning, Mike ran his hands up Tom's back, his shoulders and into his hair. Tom. Yes. Yes, Mike. Yes, please. Squirming, Tom pressed against Mike as he sat in his lap. He couldn't think, couldn't put thoughts together. He just wanted Mike's hands on him, on his skin. Wanted Mike's body to push him back into his mattress, or the couch, or the floor. He wasn't picky, not right now. But Mike gently pushed him back, put inches between their bodies. Tom leaned forward, trying to keep their kiss going. Tom, can we go a little slower? Ice-cold water drenched him, his passion blunted. The curl of humiliation, uncomfortably familiar, rose in his belly. Yeah. Tom slid off Mike's lap, standing unsteadily. Yeah, I'm sorry. Mike stood, grabbing his hands. He kissed his knuckles, pressed his cheek to the back of his fingers. Nothing to apologize for. I want to treat you right. Another kiss to his knuckles, and then a light touch of Mike's lips to his. And I said slower, not stop. Damn it, his passion was flaring again. He was a sun about to go supernova. Adame patted up the deck and wagged her tail at them both. Her tongue lolled out, the heat of the summer evening sapping her energy. Let's go inside. Adame pushed her way through first. Mike chuckled, holding the door open for both Adame and Tom. Jazz hit Tom. A slow saxophone and trombone duet. He needed to get away from Mike, get himself under control. But Mike reached for him, laced their fingers together. He spun Tom gently and brought him close, one hand landing on his waist. He started to sway, leading Tom with his hips. And now they were dancing. They were dancing in his living room as Adame slurped her water, making a racket in counterpart to the soft music. Mike pressed his cheek against Tom's, laid a kiss to the center of his forehead. — Tom trembled, shaking into Mike's hold. The song bled into another, and Mike spun him, pulling him close again. Kissed his closed eyes. Hummed along with the music, nuzzling Tom's cheek. Eventually, Tom pulled away, shaking from his head to the tips of his toes. "I need a minute." Mike steered him to the couch where Etta May had flopped in her spot at the end, draping herself over the throw pillows and the couch arm. Her soft snores floated through the living room. Mike sat and pulled Tom down, cradling him like they'd sat outside. "You okay?" "Overwhelmed." Tom exhaled slowly. Mike threaded their fingers together again. He squeezed and didn't let go. "This is more than I ever imagined." "Should I go?" "No, I never want you to leave." A kiss to his hair, and then Mike rested his cheek on top of Tom's head. "Tell me more about you, Mike. Talk to me." Talking to Mike had always been easy, been fun. But it was like a spell had been cast, and their hands and lips were doing the speaking now. Their bodies were aligning, Tom's craving Mike, his touch and everything about him. But there was something in the air, in the room with them, something unspoken and dark. Tom wanted everything, wanted to roll in Mike's arms and slowly start stripping. But Mike told him story after story. Him in high school, figuring out that he was different than the other guys. He liked his fellow football players more than he liked the cheerleaders. Fooling around with one of them. His first time, a teenage fumble. Joining the Navy. He'd been in a supportive command. There were 2 lesbians who were very open about themselves, and no one on the ship gave them any crap. He never had to come out because he was never in. He was just himself, and he had hookups in different ports. A few encounters out at sea with fellow sailors. He saw the world, learned the intel trade, and grew a little bit, as a man. And then the Marshals. He grew a lot more as a man there. "I love your life." Tom stroked Mike's hand, his thumb tracing the bones under Mike's skin. "It sounds great. You're a great man." "I've had missteps. I've made mistakes. I don't think I'd pass a Senate confirmation. You've lived a better life." "I've lived a sterile life." "What would you do if you could do anything?" He stroked Mike's hand again, tracing a scar that led up his arm. "Anything? He'd find someone. He wouldn't be alone. He'd wake up smiling every day, go to sleep smiling every night. He'd have arms around him, kisses on his lips. They'd travel, walk Etta May together, cook side by side. Live life. I wouldn't be alone. Mike touched his cheek, cupped his chin, turned his face gently until they were eye to eye, noses brushing, little Eskimo kisses. A gentle, chaste kiss of the lips, and then another. And another. And then it lingered, stretched. Tongues slid together, gentle nudges, sucks. Time stretched again, going thin. Tom shifted in Mike's hold, reclining half on the couch, half on Mike. One leg went over Mike's lap, and Mike's arms wound around him, holding him close. Tom's hands ran through Mike's hair, cradled his neck. Their kisses stretched on, and on, and on. Eventually, breathlessly, Mike pulled back a single millimeter. His hot breath ghosted Tom's kiss-swollen lips. "I should go." "You don't have to." Mike grinned. "If I don't, I won't behave." "You don't have to behave. I don't want you to behave." But a part of Tom's mind knew he couldn't just rush into this. Couldn't take Mike to bed, not with the dark something hanging in the room. There was something there. something they hadn't spoken about yet. Mike had been strangely guarded, unusually reticent since Tom's confession. Even though they'd kissed, there was still a pull, a drag of fear that made Tom hesitant. He stood slowly untangling himself from Mike. He was instantly lonely, wanting to crawl back into Mike's arms. But Tom smiled, put on a strong front. He had enough practice with that. "I'm really glad you came tonight." Mike smiled. "Can I see you tomorrow?" "Of course." They walked to the front door together, Mike reaching for his hand for the short walk. "I'll pick you up for brunch." "Sounds great. We'll go somewhere with a patio. We can bring Etta May." Tom's heart ached. Just ached for this man. His smile grew, widening until his cheeks hurt. At the front door, Mike kissed him again, a long, soft kiss, his face cradled in Mike's palms. His knees went weak, turned to jelly, and he nearly sagged against Mike. But he stayed strong, even when Mike kissed his nose and grinned. "See you tomorrow." Tom couldn't speak. Not after that. So he just kept smiling like a loon and watched Mike drop down his steps, turn up his street. He waited and then waved when Mike turned and gave him one last look. One last grin. After he shut the door, he leaned back against the warm wood, sinking to the floor with a sigh. Etta May, woken by the closing door, trotted into the hallway and then jogged to him, clambering into his lap as she licked his face. "Etta May, it's fine. I'm okay." She checked him anyway, sniffing him everywhere, licking his face, his chin, his ears. Tom scratched her ears, kissed her head. "What do you think about Mike? Do you like him?" Her tail thumped on the hardwood and she collapsed in his lap, half sitting on his chest. "I really like him. I like him too much." He ruffled her ears, pulled her skin forward, making her face squishy with wrinkles. She tolerated it, licking his face in retaliation. "I'm afraid this is gonna hurt, Etta May." His good mood fled. A sudden weight that had nothing to do with Etta May crushing his chest. Tonight had been amazing, and he was going to see Mike again tomorrow morning. Mike knew his secret and knew what had led him down this path. He'd never, ever been more exposed, been more known. Mike knew everything now, and he'd still kissed Tom. Still wanted to see him again. So why did he feel like he was about to lose everything? Chapter 13. Brunch was perfect. Mike picked him up promptly at 11 a.m., and they walked to Georgetown, Etta May trotting in front at the end of her leash. She napped beneath a patio table as he and Mike drank mimosas and ate French toast. In public, Mike didn't reach for him or hold his hand. He missed Mike's touch. Mike was livelier than he was the night before, smiling often, telling Tom stories about Chris, about their volleyball league, about Aaron, Carlos, Billy, and John. The other guys were investment bankers and lobbyists. They'd all met through volleyball or volunteering and then saw each other out at the bars. Friends first, wingmen and supporters, and now brothers. Mike's life was fuller than Tom's. He had friends, hobbies, things he did outside his house. Tom had a well-worn track from his house to Home Depot and a circuit he walked with Etta May. Befriending Mike was his first risk in a long time. But Mike asked about his house, and he launched into story after story of his renovations. The kitchen had been a 90s throwback, flower wallpaper and oak cabinets, and he'd changed everything. Laid new scraped hardwood throughout, ripped out the cabinets and painted them white. Installed granite, painted in shades of gray with pastel accents, and put up crown molding. Redid the bathrooms and the closets. He loved doing the closets, installing tiers and shelves and pull-out drawers and baskets. God, he was a nerd. Smiling, Mike hung on every word he said.
oohed and awed at the right times, and shared in his commiserations at his stumbles and foibles. And Tom felt that much more for him. I'm redoing my kitchen now, too. Their plates were gone, and they were just finishing up their mimosas, the bottle of champagne and a carafe of orange juice between them. Oh, what are you planning? I don't really know yet. I tore it all out, and then... Mike shrugged. I don't know what I want to put in. You tore it out without any plans? Tom laughed. What on earth? It had to come out. Mike topped off Tom's champagne and then his own. I found my ex and his new boyfriend in there. Oh. Mike grinned. Felt really great smashing it all to bits. I bet it did. Tom drank, trying to stall. Are you okay after all that? I am. Mike smiled. Really smiled. I am good. We needed to break up. Maybe not that way, but it got the job done and it made it a clean, definitive break. I needed the time apart. And I needed to be a little more reflective. More reflective, huh? What did that mean? He wanted to ask, but didn't know how. Edame snorted and woke up, shaking herself silly before looking at Tom expectantly. Napped, she was ready for their next adventure. Mike chuckled and slipped the waiter his credit card while Tom wasn't looking. Any plans today? Mike looked at him as he signed the receipt. None. Just gearing up for Monday. Want to go to Rock Creek Park? Sure. Rock Creek Park wasn't far from Georgetown, and they followed behind Edame as they wound through the streets. She picked up her pace once they entered the park. She loves going off-road. She's an adventure basset. Tom grinned as Mike laughed. True to his word, Edame poked her nose in flowers and snuffled at the dirt, tracking squirrels and rabbits into and out of the brush. She leaped low-lying logs and picked her way over wooden bridges, her tail happily wagging away. On the trails, Mike reached for his hand, threading their fingers together. He squeezed back and held on tight. The park was gorgeous. Tall, dark trees shading the looping dirt trails, the creek running through the underbrush and birds twittering above. It was cooler in the park, an escape from the heat, and joggers, bikers, and other couples had the same idea as them. Parts of the trail were crowded, and they passed through politely, pulling Edame along when she wanted to stop and say hello to each and every person. Tom held Mike's hand, but dropped it every time they heard someone else on the trail. At a bend in the trail under a shady overhang of pine and maple, and above a slope that led to the creek, Mike pulled Tom to the side. He held up his phone. Let me get a picture of you and Edame. Tom crouched down next to the slobbering, sweaty, smelly Edame, and beamed as her tongue lolled out the side of her mouth and dirt clung to the ends of her long ears. Can we take one together? For a half-second, Mike seemed to hesitate. But then he crouched alongside Tom, Edame between them. The first picture was just the two of them smiling, heads almost together. Let me take another one. Mike shifted, squatting over Edame, and pushed his cheek against Tom's. The second picture captured Tom's surprise. The third, his face-splitting smile and sidelong gaze, staring at Mike like he was a rock star, the hero of Tom's life. The fourth picture, Mike sneaked a kiss on Tom's cheek. Tom turned into the kiss and Mike shoved the phone in his pocket. Tom pulled Mike closer, practically toppling him over, but Mike grabbed him, held on, ran his hands up his arms over his shoulders, Edame looking up at them both, staring. Laughter broke them apart, coming from up the trail. A family appeared around the bend out for an afternoon walk. Mike smiled at them, and Tom crouched down, holding Edame back from running to the kids. Her tail kicked up dust, and she whined, wanting attention. I'm sorry.
Mike looked contrite.
What for? I know you're not exactly out. I don't want you to stress about getting caught. I'm not exactly in either. I just want to live my life. I want to be happy.
He held out his hand for Mike. Mike took it, smiling slowly.
Send me those pics? Of course. There's a cafe I want to take you to. For dinner.
Mike squinted at him after they left Rock Creek Park and were heading back to Tom's place.
It's a gay place, though. Big rainbow flag, heart of the gayborhood, so I want to check with you first. If you don't want to go, I understand.
Going to dinner at a gay cafe with another man. If he was seen, rumors would start. Questions would fly. But if he did this, really did this, lived his life, continued dating Mike, found happiness, the truth would come out eventually. Why wait? Why delay the inevitable? A slow start would be the best way anyway. Slow. Test the waters.
I do want to go. With you.
He smiled.
Tonight.
Mike beamed. They dropped Edda May off. She drank a gallon of water and put herself to bed, flopping onto the couch as Tom took Mike upstairs to the master suite. He let Mike freshen up while he changed shirts, borrowing one of Tom's larger ones. Edda May had slobbered him during the last part of the walk. Having Mike in his bedroom made him squirm in the worst possible way. What if they said screw it to going out? What if Mike peeled off his clothes? What if he dropped to his knees in front of Mike right here, right now? What if he was no good after so long? Mike was just as unsettled as he was, he could tell. They thundered downstairs, Mike's eyes darting away from Tom's, and then they headed for the cafe. Mike kept his hands to himself the whole walk there. As promised, the cafe was in the heart of the gayborhood. Couples crowded the streets, men and women walking together. The cafes and bars and patios were full of diners and laughter. Like before at the tap room last weekend, a combined sense of happiness and jealousy poured over him. But he didn't have to be jealous. Not anymore. Mike was walking beside him. He was going to dinner with Mike. A rainbow flag hung over the purple-painted door, and Mike smiled and answered the host's exuberant greeting with a grin. The host kissed Mike's cheeks, looked Tom up and down, and gave Mike a not subtle at all thumbs up, and then led them to a corner table on the patio.
Eric is a character.
Mike was blushing.
That was sweet.
Mike obviously came here a lot. Eric knew him well and was a fan of Mike's. Was that a stamp of approval, then?
What's good here?
They shared tapas, and then seared tuna strips, chicken skewers, and kebabs. The menu was eclectic, the drinks even more so. No plain margarita in sight. He settled for a fancy-sounding pear and honey martini, and Mike got a peach whiskey on the rocks. Their feet tangled beneath the table, and by the end of dinner, Tom had his hand on Mike's leg. Mike rested his hand on top, and they finished their drinks with dopey smiles and soft eyes. Eric, who served them personally, cooed as he brought Mike the bill. Would they go back to his place, and was tonight the night? Would he pull Mike upstairs back into his bedroom? It felt good. Felt right. He wanted Mike so badly. He was ready. They were ready. He wanted to make love to Mike. He dug his fingers into Mike's thigh, scraped his nails over Mike's jeans. Mike's eyes shot to his, burning. They paid, but on the way out, Mike pulled him off to the side, pressed him against the wall, and kissed him breathless. Eric whistled and then let them be, steering others away from their dark corner. Mike. Tom grabbed his waist, pulled him close, rubbed his crotch against Mike's. Mike kept kissing him, dropping kisses to his cheeks, his chin, his nose. He surrounded Tom, his arms pinning him on either side of his head. You're not making this easy. Making what easy? I want to be good. Tom rolled his hips into Mike's. I don't want you to be good. Damn it. Mike cupped his face and leaned in, capturing his lips again. Eric started commenting loudly that some people should get a room or put out a jar to collect money. Mike seemed to come back to himself, and he flushed a deep maroon as he steered Tom out of the cafe. They both walked back to Tom's place with their hands in their pockets, sneaking smiles and giggles. He felt like a teenager who had sneaked out of his house, a 16-year-old pushing the limits of his freedom and responsibility. He felt free. He imagined making love to Mike with every step. What would it be like? Feeling Mike's body. Feeling another man inside him again. His nerves were on fire, already strung out at just the thought, the fantasy. When he got to his place, he practically ran up the steps, hurrying to his door. Tom. He turned and froze. Mike had stayed on the sidewalk. He looked up at Tom, his expression set. Resignation, regret, and a firm decision. Oh. Looking down, Tom smiled, laughing at himself. I guess you're not coming in. Mike shook his head slowly. Okay. Damn it. Tom plodded down the steps, a rueful twist to his lips. Sorry, I presumed. Mike didn't say anything. He smiled. It was only a half smile and seemed sad. I had a great time with you. I had the best time with you. Tom reached out, one finger tracing a line across Mike's stomach. I hope we can do this again. I'll see you tomorrow. Mike smiled, but his words were strained. He reached for Tom's hand, squeezed it painfully hard, and pressed his lips together. He seemed to search for something to say, gazing into Tom's eyes like he was looking for something. But then he let go. Night, Tom. Say bye to Etta Mae for me. Night, Mike. Thank you. For everything. Mike smiled, said nothing, and walked away. He turned and waved at the corner, and then disappeared. When his door shut behind him, Mike collapsed against it, sinking to his floor as he buried his head in his hands. Gasping, he sucked down giant lungfuls of air over and over, trying to keep his heart from breaking, trying to stop the tears from welling. Chris was right. Damn him. Chris was right. Tom was everything he dreamed about, everything he wanted, everything he yearned for. But it wouldn't work. Any relationship with him was doomed from the start. He wanted a fairy tale, but damn it, fairy tales weren't happy stories. They all had a twist. And so did life. Damn it all. Damn the world, damn history and time and everything that had happened. Everything that would keep him and Tom from actually being together. He'd had one weekend. One weekend where it felt like they were a couple, a matched set. He'd had one weekend where he got to feel what that was like. What a shared future with the man of his dreams would be like. God, he'd have to avoid the courthouse tomorrow. Maybe the whole week. He'd go into headquarters, pull files on old threats, make house calls, drop in on anyone who'd threatened his judges and check up on them. Play the federal intimidation game. Anything to keep away from Tom Brewer and his own cracking heart. Chapter 14.
Hey, you. Smiley face. Haven't seen you yet today. Miss you. Tom bit his lip as he sent his text to Mike. Monday afternoon, and he hadn't seen hide nor hair of the man. What were they? Dating? Did 2 days constitute the beginning of a relationship? They hadn't talked about it. He wanted to date, wanted a relationship with Mike, but that lingering weight, the something that had hung between them on Saturday night, had roared back full force. Why hadn't Mike wanted to stay Sunday night? Why'd he slammed on the brakes? Why'd he put a distance between them? Where was he today? Niggling doubt yanked on his heart, scratched down his spine. He watched his phone, waiting. At headquarters, reviewing threat assessments. Tom exhaled slowly. Everything all right? Yep. Routine stuff. Routine stuff. Was Mike avoiding him? Avoiding them? He didn't say anything about missing Tom or acknowledge that Tom missed him. Or said anything about seeing him soon. Or tried to make plans for dinner, drinks, a swing-by for a smile and a kiss. Tom would do that. Go out of his way just to see Mike smile. Tom turned his screen off and set his phone face down on his desk. Okay, Mike would text back. He was probably busy. Surrounded by other marshals, he was at headquarters after all. It would be okay. The weekend had been amazing. That was real. He had to have faith in that. No texts all afternoon. Silence from Mike. He waited around, hanging at the courthouse as long as he could in case Mike swung by, until he had to leave to take care of Etta May. His shoulders sagged as he walked to the metro, and he sat slumped on the plastic seats as the subway clanked across the city, holding his phone in a slack grip dangling between his legs. So, what had happened? Part of him went straight to the worst-case scenario. Was there a traffic accident? Something terrible that had happened in the afternoon that kept Mike from him? Some giant case or investigation that he was wrapped up in and would emerge from with a breathless apology and a smile. And another kiss. But how likely was that? Truly. He should have paid attention to the signals, the weighty something that had felt like a dark premonition hovering just out of sight all weekend. Mike's unusual reticence on Saturday. He was better on Sunday, but he still had kept Tom at a distance. He hadn't come inside after their beyond amazing dinner date. And why? Why, with such an amazing day, an amazing dinner date, was this happening now? What had he done? What had he said? What had driven Mike away, had made him change his mind? Jesus, had he been too forward? Was Mike turned off by how enthusiastic he'd been, how much he wanted Mike? That was ludicrous. But he'd asked to slow down, and the very next day Tom had bounded up his steps like he was certain Mike was about to drill him through his mattress. And Mike had refused. Had Mike just been humoring him through the weekend? Had he ever really said anything about Tom being who he wanted? He'd never actually said that, had he? He'd kissed Tom, yes, but had he ever said he wanted Tom? He stared at the stained tile of the metro, the chipped plastic seats. He was pathetic. He couldn't see what was right in front of his face. Couldn't see when a man was humoring him, making him feel a little rush, a little excitement before the inevitable end. He'd known it would end like this. He'd known. He just hadn't expected the dinner, Rock Creek Park, and the kisses before the end. It would have been better to have never tasted Mike's kiss. Never held his hand. Swiping his phone on once more, Tom flicked to his gallery. He rocked and rolled, his body loose and swaying over the rumbling tracks, the screech of the subway. 4 photos were right on top of the roll. 4 photos from Rock Creek Park. Him and Etta May. Him looking happier than he'd been in a long, long time. Him and Mike, side by side, but with about a foot between their heads.
Etta Mae's nose poked up into the bottom of the frame. She was jealous she wasn't the center of the photo. Him and Mike, their cheeks pressed together. His joyous smile, his eyes sliding sideways, gazing beatifically at Mike. Mike kissing his cheek. The way he looked like his own heart had burst. It had. Would Mike delete these photos too, like he deleted his ex's? What would he do with them? Welcome back to gay life. Heartbreak, lost boyfriends, and unanswered texts. It used to be unanswered phone calls, but 25 years was a millennium to technology. Peter had disappeared like this, vanishing from his life after he sank into his post-professor depression. No more phone calls. No more nights spent together. Just sudden, aching silence. He really should have kept in contact with Doug. Maybe he'd dig out Stephen's business card, try and grab a drink with him. Not at the tap room, though. He couldn't go back there, risk running into Mike. The thought of trying to find another man was just depressing. More rejection, more kisses that went nowhere. Would he want to hop into bed so quickly with another man? Would he want Stephen to take him to bed like he wanted Mike to? Would he burn as brightly for his touch? He suspected not. Maybe he should just forget this whole thing. Maybe he'd dodged a bullet. Maybe this was a blessing in disguise. Maybe he should turn around and close his closet door. He'd done 25 years of this already. What was another 25? The subway screeched and ground over the tracks and finally reached Foggy Bottom. He trudged to the street and then up the block, heading for home. Etta Mae met him at the door, happy tail wags and wet kisses, leaping up on him as if she could somehow reach him and wrap her short paws around his neck. He always told her not to jump, but today he needed it. He dropped to his knees and wrapped her up, and her short, stubby paws draped over his shoulders. Her wet nose pushed against his cheek. His nose ruffled his hair. She licked his ear, his face, his neck, and her squat body wriggled beneath his hands. Her jumping up was like a bus doing a wheelie, and she pushed most of her not inconsiderable weight against him. Tom held on, burying his face in her soft fur. Sorry, Etta Mae. I don't think Mike's coming back to see you again. The tears started to fall. He drifted through Tuesday, pouring his focus into his work. He shut his door, retreating from the openness he had fostered over the past 2 months. There was no need to listen for Mike's footfalls or try and catch his smile. Remarkably, he managed to speed through 2 of the opinions he needed to finish and rule on 3 motions. He sent them all to Peggy and Danny for final drafting and review, and then turned to the research he needed to dig into. Prep work on case law, precedent, and the pretrial proceedings for a trial due to begin in 2 weeks. Silence. Perfect, heavy silence encased his day. No texts, no knocks, no smiles. When he did venture out of his chambers, he spotted Mike's dark and closed office. Avoidance, pure and simple. He left for Georgetown early, stopping to grab a sandwich on the way. He ate half and saved the rest. His appetite had fled. His students were polite, but they could tell he was off. One young woman wished him well after class. As he was packing up, Tom rifled through his briefcase, but couldn't find his phone. Damn it. He'd left it in his drawer back at court. He'd banished the thing, trying to escape its dreary pull. Confirming Mike's continued absence of text only shredded his heart more, turning his insides to ribbons. He'd put it away and then forgot about it. He could leave it. Forget about the damn thing overnight. But would he sleep? What if Mike did text him and he didn't respond? And he really should be reachable at all times. He was a judge. Emergencies that woke him in the middle of the night did happen. Few and far between, but they were there. An emergency warrant, breaking news from the Hill, or information from the White House.
With his luck, tonight would be the night he was needed, and his phone, if he didn't go back, would be ringing and ringing in his desk drawer. He headed back. The annex was lit up like a spaceship, gleaming white marble and smooth lines. The American flag flapped in her floodlight, snapping in the summer night breeze. No one was inside the annex except for a few late-night workaholic AUSAs and the cleaning crew. He said hello to Miguel and Rachel as they cleaned and headed up the stairs. He'd been a late-night work addict once, before Etta May. He'd said hello to Miguel and Rachel every night when they passed through, cleaning around him like he was a potted plant. The fourth floor was dim, the lights turned down at night. But at the end of the long, secured hallway, light poured from the tiny Marshal's office. "Mike, don't do it. Don't go there." Who was he kidding? Tom grabbed his phone. No texts, and padded to Mike's open door. He stopped just outside the doorframe and tried to smile. He failed miserably. Mike looked up and froze. God, Mike looked awful. Dark bags beneath his eyes. Long stubble like he hadn't shaved since Sunday. His suit was rumpled. He never looked like that, so out of sorts and off. Even after his ex had thrown coffee at him, Mike hadn't looked that bad. "What are you doing here? I thought you were teaching." So Mike had been avoiding him. Coming to the courthouse when he thought Tom would for sure be gone. Ouch. His heart flinched. "Left my phone on accident. Thought it might be important that I had it." Mike's gaze flicked back to his computer monitor. His jaw clenched, and Tom watched the muscles in his jaw bulge. "I'll drive you home." He wanted to be a bigger man. Tell Mike not to bother. But the thought of spending just a few minutes at Mike's side was too alluring. Silently, he waited for Mike to grab his keys and his phone and shut down his computer. Walking out together was terrible. Nothing like their sojourns for dinner or drinks when they'd been happy and relaxed, chatting or laughing. A tuning fork would have sung an opera between them. Rung and rung and rung. Mike kept ahead of him, not looking at Tom. Tom hung in his shadow, staring at Mike's dark figure. Mike had parked his Marshal's car at the curb in police-only parking. He normally took the metro to and from the courthouse and kept his Marshal-issued undercover cruiser parked in the courthouse garage. But with him avoiding the courthouse, and Tom, it seemed he'd pulled it out. The drive was deathly silent. Strained. Mike kept his eyes glued to the road and both his hands on the wheel. Tom clutched his briefcase in his lap, the only armor he had to protect his heart. "I guess this answers my question." Well, part of his question. The why, the motive, was still unaccounted for, but like many crimes, he figured he'd never truly know. In any event, the motive rarely mattered, except to plead for extenuating circumstances. It was only the outcome that meant anything. Mike pulled up to the curb outside Tom's home. He looked down, said nothing. Guess it was all up to him. "I'd invite you in, but, Mike's jaw clenched. His eyes shut. "But I take it that's not going to happen again. Ever." Mike looked away out the driver's side window. The why didn't really matter. What was done was done. Mike had come to a decision for some reason. Nothing Tom said or did could change that. After 19 years as a prosecutor, he'd learned that much at least. People did what they did and believed in their own actions. The only thing he could truly do was accept it. "Whatever happened, I'm sorry, Mike. I honestly never expected anything. I knew I wasn't your type. I shouldn't have..." He sighed. "I'm sorry that this has ended our friendship. I really, really do think you're great." He swallowed hard.
Don't tear up. Don't tear up, God. He was going to survive this car ride, survive Mike. He'd survived everything else, he'd get to this too. You're gonna make some guy the happiest man on the planet someday. He's a lucky man. Mike's hands gripped the steering wheel, squeezing so hard the leather squeaked. Groaned. Time to go. He got out, his mind a blur, and he barely managed to hold onto his briefcase and not trip over the curb. He shut the car door and turned, staring at Mike. What now? 100 words tried to climb up his throat, tried to push free from his mouth, but he swallowed them all down. Mike jerked the car into gear, yanked the wheel over and burned rubber as he sped into the street. His tires squealed and he disappeared down the block in seconds. Goodbye. Chapter 15. June 24th. Tom drank a full bottle of wine Tuesday night and stared at the pictures of him and Mike in Rock Creek Park until his eyes finally slipped closed after 2 a.m. His alarm went off way too early, and his head ached as he downed 4 cups of water. God, his mouth felt like something had died in it. Part of him wanted to call in sick and wallow, but another part of him, the part that had pushed forward for 25 years, moved him through his routine. Got him showered and dressed and out the door after feeding Edame. Edame was grumpy, snorting at him when he gave her a goodbye kiss. She hadn't liked being kept up past her bedtime, and she was going to drool on his couch all day as revenge. He was at the gym just a few minutes off his usual time, and then into the pool. Swimming helped calm his nerves, soothe his rattled heart. Routine. Normalcy. His life moving on. At the annex, Mike's door was shut again, but that was to be expected. He shut his own and settled into work. What was done was done. He needed to move past Mike, past his failed crush. That started today. So he was more than a little surprised when, just after 4 p.m., knocks sounded on his door and Mike poked his head into his office. Tom's jaw dropped. Mike didn't wait for an invitation. He barged in and shut the door behind him. God, he looked terrible, even worse than the night before. Like he hadn't slept, not at all, since the weekend. He looked like Edame, all blotchy red hangdog eyes and droopy skin. Tom stood slowly, speechless. Nothing happened, Tom, Mike said in a rush. I'm just afraid. He found his brain, but his mouth refused to work. Afraid? He echoed. Tom. Mike screwed up his face and turned away, burying his face in his hands. God! He groaned behind his fingers. He faced Tom again, breathing hard. Raw, naked pain leached from every pore. I fell for you, Tom. I fell so fucking hard for you. You are my fairy tale. You're everything, Jesus, everything I've ever wanted, ever dreamed of, but you are so out of my league. You're kind, way smarter than everyone, and so damn hot. Why are you even interested in me? You're perfect, totally perfect, but... The bottom fell out of Tom's world. Mike's breath shuddered. But you're my fairy tale, and you're just coming out. You're just giving yourself permission to be you. Slowly, Mike stepped forward as if drawn to Tom. If we continue, I'm afraid I'm going to fall even more for you. If we keep going, His jaw trembled. And I'm afraid you'll want something different. You're going to want to date other guys. Live the life you were denied. Have fun like you should have been allowed to. You can't know who you want to be with forever yet because you haven't had the chance to look, the chance to live. I'm afraid you're going to want something simple, something casual, and I'm going to want everything. He swallowed. Everything. Ever after with you and you alone. You're going to break me, Tom. He cringed and his face twisted. His lips pressed together, his eyes squeezed shut. Tom opened and shut his mouth, and then opened and shut it again. A tornado raged in his heart, in his soul. Too many thoughts, too many words clamoring for freedom. But in the center of himself, conviction and certainty. A certainty he so rarely ever felt. Certainty was not something that was a part of his life. His was a life of measures, of going beyond reasonable doubt, of just enough evidence to sway. Certainty was a rare, precious thing. I know who I want. He breathed. Like the same magnetic force that had pulled Mike to him, he was pulled to Mike. I know exactly who I want, who I've fallen for, and... He tried to smile. He's not my first guy. Mike reared back. He blinked and then blinked again. I had a boyfriend in college. And much later, after I fell for this great guy who I knew I had no chance with, I decided to try and open up a bit. I've been on Grind Me. Crash and burned on Grind Me, actually. He chuckled. I met some men on Spark. We talked, but they all had the same problem. Mike looked like Tom had smacked him with a 2x4, had driven a car right into his gut. None of the men were you. You're the man I want. Tom, I want this. I want to try for everything with you. I can't read the future. I can't promise you it will work out, that it's together forever before we even give it a chance, but let's try. Us. It was Mike's turn to struggle for words, to struggle for something to say. His chin quivered. If we sleep together. Tom cupped Mike's cheek, stroking over his stubble. He traced Mike's face with his gaze, mapping his exhaustion, his fears, his hopes, all written in the lines of his face and the panicked brightness of his eyes. Come home with me, he whispered. Tonight. Mike's eyes fluttered closed and he breathed out, his whole body shaking. He nodded. There was no way any work was happening for either of them after that. Tom grabbed his jacket and briefcase as Mike closed up his office. Silently, they met in the hallway and headed down the central stairs together. Mike kept stealing wide-eyed glances at Tom, his lips parted, breathing fast through his mouth. They headed for the secured parking garage where judges, U.S. attorneys, and federal agents parked. 2 security guards were smoking near a rattling box fan, and they nodded as Mike guided him towards his car. As soon as the car doors shut, Mike lunged across the center console and grabbed Tom, wrapping his hands around Tom's face and tugging him close. His kiss was hungry, desperate, and Mike whimpered when Tom kissed back, equally as needy. Tom's hands drifted down, smoothing over Mike's chest, down and around his ribs. His fingers bumped into Mike's shoulder holster, the heavy weight of his gun. If they kept kissing, Tom was going to rip Mike's shirt from his suit pants and haul him into the back seat. They'd never make it home. Shuddering, Mike jerked back, panting as he gripped the steering wheel. If Tom chased him, leaned over and kissed him again, they were going to have sex in Mike's car in the basement of the courthouse. Breathing hard, Tom leaned away, curling over his lap. Not here, Mike grunted. His voice was 2 octaves deeper than normal, grinding and growling over each letter. He blinked, put the car in gear, and burned rubber as he pulled out of the garage. On the street, Mike switched his dashboard emergency flashers on, strobing red and blue lights, screaming as the siren wailed. Once, Tom had been a part of a trial where the FBI agent on the stand had been shredded as a credible witness because he'd had a disciplinary letter in his file, a reprimand for using his police sirens for personal use, avoiding traffic and getting around the city faster. It was a big no-no to misuse the emergency sirens. But getting home, getting hands on each other, finally being together. Yeah, okay, that was an emergency. It seemed to take forever, but eventually Mike squealed to a stop outside Tom's old Victorian. They tumbled from the car and raced up the steps. Tom's hands shook as he fumbled with the key in front of the door. Mike hovered behind him, his hands on Tom's waist, breathing in Tom's hair, nuzzling just behind his ear. Tom groaned and wilted against his front door. And then they were inside. Etta May came trotting over and then ran when she saw Mike. Tail wagging, she leaped up, trying to get his full attention. Mike stumbled against the front door, off balance from Etta May and blindsided by her jump. "Etta May, down!" Tom pulled her back, swatting her rump and pointing to the kitchen. "Go!" Etta May stayed exactly where she was, gazing up at them, tail wagging. She didn't jump, at least. "She needs to say hi." Mike tried to hide how he adjusted himself as he crouched down and reached for Etta May, scratching behind both her ears. Etta May melted into his touch, sitting and then flopping sideways, her tiny Tyrannosaurus legs waving in the air as she begged for a belly rub. Grinning, Mike gave her one with both hands, and her eyes rolled back in her head. Tom shook his head and headed for the kitchen, dumping his briefcase and his keys on the counter. Rushing on autopilot, he put her dinner together and popped it in the microwave. When the timer went off, he heard her run for the kitchen. "You're a spoiled princess." She ignored him. Hands snaked around his waist and lips pressed against his cheek. Tom spun, wrapping his hands around Mike's neck as their lips met. It wasn't a Hollywood romance, candles and roses and dripping with sensuality. But as they kissed in Tom's kitchen to the sound of Etta May's smacking jowls and the crunch of dog food, Tom felt his heart burst just the same. Mike steered Tom out of the kitchen, his kisses getting deeper, hungrier. Hands tugged at his shirt, pushed his suit jacket off his shoulders, reached for his belt. Tom couldn't get Mike's clothes off fast enough, couldn't get his hands everywhere they wanted to be. He wanted to cup Mike's cheeks, rip his suit off, run his fingers through his hair, squeeze his ass. Mike was more coordinated than he was, and Tom's clothes ended up in a trail from the kitchen to the stairs, jacket, tie, shirt, and undershirt. And then Mike reached for his zipper. Tom's mental faculties fled. His bones turned to jelly, and he wilted in Mike's arms as Mike got a hand down his pants. He gasped against Mike's kiss, clinging to Mike's shoulders. "Mike, I want—" Mike pushed Tom against the wall beside his stairs, pinning him back. He dropped to his knees, yanking Tom's suit pants down. He nearly came undone at the sight of Mike on his knees before him, gazing at him with the hungriest look he'd ever seen on a man. Mike reached for him, licking his lips. Tom's knees buckled, but Mike held him up, and Tom grabbed Mike's hair, dug his fingers into the strands. Heat, wet suction, the vibration from Mike's gleeful hum. The heat in Mike's eyes as he looked up at Tom nearly sent him over the edge. 25 years, and only his hands for company meant he was a rocket with too short a fuse. His fingers yanked, tugging on Mike's hair. Mike! Shit! Mike wrapped both his hands around Tom's waist and gripped his ass. His gaze flicked up, eyes burning. Tom groaned in Mike's hold as his body caught fire, pulling him inside out from the very center. When Mike pulled back, Tom slumped, sliding down the wall until he was on his knees with Mike. Mike's hand fumbled for his own fly, tore at his belt. Tom was in a haze, a fog delirious with honeyed joy. His limbs were heavy, too slow. But the world snapped into high def when Mike moved for his own fly. Tom reached for him with both hands. Mike leaned forward, resting his head on Tom's shoulder, his hands on Tom's waist, hips bucking. "Harder!" His teeth bit into Tom's shoulder as he whimpered, and then jerked, cried out. Tom pulled aftershocks out of Mike as he writhed and moaned. Mike eventually drew himself to his feet, slowly, and helped Tom up. Their pants were open and undone, pooling low on their hips. Tom was shirtless. Mike's suit jacket was still on, barely. He had one arm through it, and his button-down was undone, his undershirt pulled up to his chest. "Wow." Tom shook his head. "I didn't expect that." "That was just to take the edge off." Mike shrugged out of his jacket and peeled off his shirts. He dropped them on the floor. "I'm not done with you. Not by a long shot. I'm 46, not 16. Tom laughed. But even as he spoke, heat curled in his veins, a bubbling frisson that went straight to his groin. "What do you want?" Mike reached for him, wrapped his hands around Tom's waist. "Teach me how to touch you, how to make love to you. Tell me what you need." "Everything." He said it automatically, his soul speaking before his mind could override his desires. "I want your touch, your everything. Make me feel like a real man again." Mike's eyes smoldered, a scorching inferno that sizzled against Tom's skin. He leaned in, kissing Tom gently, so at odds with the heat in his gaze. He promised delirious passion with his eyes and gentle, lingering sweetness with his kiss. A lover's touch, and a night of unbridled desire enough to make Tom's bones melt. His gaze said he would devour Tom, and his kiss, his touch, said Tom would love every moment of it. "Let's go upstairs. To the shower." It was silly, but Tom zipped up his pants. Mike had already seen everything worth seeing, but a touch of shyness still lingered. Mike mirrored him, and they padded upstairs in their suit pants and wingtips and nothing else. Tom started the shower, adjusted the temperature, and then turned into Mike's hold. They swayed together, hands roaming, chests pressed together. Warm skin against warm skin. The feel of another man. God, how he'd craved this. He'd never really allowed himself to acknowledge just how much he'd missed the feel of another man, or wanted another man's hands on him. Mike cradled his face, kissed him gently, ran his hands down Tom's chest, down to his abdomen, to his fly. He waited, his eyes flicking back up to meet Tom's. Tom nodded as his body started to tremble. Slowly, Mike peeled Tom's pants and briefs down. In a moment, Tom was naked, completely naked in front of Mike. "Beautiful," Mike whispered. "You're so beautiful." Tom snorted. He ran his hands down himself, seeing only patchy chest hair, narrow hips, his slender legs, the hair on his thighs mostly rubbed off and bare in places because of the friction of his swimsuit. "I'm not." "You are." Mike kissed him, and kissed him again. Tom found Mike's fly and reciprocated, peeling Mike's small, sexy briefs and suit pants down his legs. He smiled, and a burn raced through every nerve in his body. Mike was going to be an amazing lover. Naked together for the first time, Mike tugged Tom close, wrapping him up. Their bodies aligned, fit perfectly together. Tom clung to Mike. Mike groaned, curled over him, and ran his hands down Tom's back, over his ass. Squeezed. And then, "What is this?" Shit. Tom's cheeks burned, center of the sun hot suddenly. He stepped back and covered his left ass cheek with both hands. "Nothing." Grinning wide, Mike tugged at Tom's elbow. "Come on, I saw it. Show me." "You saw nothing." "Oh, yes, I did." "Nope." Mike stared at him. Tom sighed. He turned but kept his hands over his left cheek. Finally, he dropped them and watched over his shoulder as Mike got his first good look at his one lasting youthful indiscretion. A rainbow tattoo sat in the center of his left ass cheek. A bright, gaudy stamp. On top, a golden crown perched askew like a queen's tiara that had tipped after a wild night. He'd had a wild night when he got this tattoo. One night in 1991, an alcohol-blurred evening filled with Peter and laughter, hopes and dreams. And then this lifelong tattoo. He loved it when he first got it. A statement, a declaration to the world. He was who he was. And then he'd hated it, and hated looking at it in the mirror. He decided not to, and for years averted his eyes, never catching sight of it. Shame crawled under his skin whenever he inadvertently did. But eventually the tattoo and his own identity settled into a quiet solitude, both hidden from the world forever. Or so he thought. Mike ran his fingers over his tattoo, tracing the arch of the rainbow, the tilt of the golden crown. I've wanted to get one, but never have. It's not as painful as they say. Feels like a fingernail scratch. Maybe I'll get a matching tattoo on my ass. Mike winked. Tom kept his mouth shut. He looked away. Steam poured from the shower, and Mike held open the wide glass door. He'd renovated his master bath, along with everything else, widening the shower, making it big enough for two, like everything else. He and Mike easily fit under the spray. They took turns wetting their hair, shaking the water out of their eyes. Mike's blonde hair turned dark, plastered to his head. He reached for the body wash and Tom's loofah and then started to soap Tom down. He washed every finger and up his arms, across his chest, around his neck and then down. Down, skirting past his groin to his thighs and his legs. Mike squatted, washing his feet in between his toes. Turn around. Tom did and braced himself against the shower wall, beneath the spray. Water sluiced down his back, down the canyon of his spine and into his cleft. Mike's soapy hand trailed up the back of his thigh. This okay? Mike's voice hovered behind him, over his shoulder. Tom turned toward the sound and nodded. A kiss dropped to his shoulder blade, the center of his back. One of Mike's hands landed on his hip. The other. Tom groaned, resting his head against the shower wall. Pleasure snaked up his spine, grabbed his balls from the inside, and tugged. He spread his legs and pushed his ass out, deepening Mike's touch. Eventually, Mike pulled back, dropping kisses to his back, his shoulders. Tom missed his fingers, clenched around nothingness. He wanted more. He took the loofah from Mike and added more soap and then washed Mike, more quickly than Mike had washed him. He wasn't thinking about slow. Not anymore. Mike kissed him under the spray and tossed aside the loofah. It hit the tile and rolled over, completely forgotten. They kissed until Tom palmed the water off and then kissed some more. As Mike dried Tom, ruffling his hair, patting down his body, while Tom steered him backward toward the bedroom. Mike slowly spun Tom and guided him down on the bed, following him and bracing on his hands and knees. His knees nudged at Tom's thighs, spreading them wider. I want to rim you, Mike whispered. Tom sighed into Mike's kiss. His head tipped back and he shivered just at the thought. Please. Mike kissed his way down. Down over Tom's chest, his ribs, past his trembling belly. He tried to escape and he tried to chase Mike and his tongue writhing forward and back. Cries fell from his lips, whimpers and moans as he reached for Mike, blindly trying to grab his hair and his shoulders, anything he could reach. He got a handful of Mike's hair and tugged. He felt open in a way he hadn't felt for a long time. Between the shower and Mike's fingers. And now this. He was ready. He was more than ready. Condoms? Mike's voice was back to that low growl, rough and grating. Tom made a vague motion to the nightstand and mumbled something. He scooted back, grabbing a pillow and shoving it under his hips as Mike lunged for the drawer. The new box of condoms, his old bottle of lube, and his new bottle of lube were in the drawer next to his porn pad, an iPad he'd bought and devoted solely to his tiny gay porn collection. Mike ended up over Tom, his chest and his hip right in front of his mouth. He nipped at Mike's skin, sucked one of his nipples into his mouth. Mike shuddered and nearly face-planted on the mattress. He turned his heated gaze to Tom as he sat back,
one long line of condom wrappers and the new bottle of lube in his hand. "You plan on using all those tonight?" "Maybe half." Mike grinned. "You up for it?" "With you?" "Yes." And then Mike poured lube into his hand, and against his hole, and he shivered from the roots of his hair to the tips of his toes, squirmed and tried to push down into Mike's touch. "Are you ready?" Mike deserved an award for his patience. Tom would have had sex with him in his car, but Mike had brought them home, got them upstairs, into and out of the shower, and now into bed. And they were better for it. He was ready. More than ready. He nodded. A tearing wrapper, and then Mike hunched over himself, squirted more lube into his palm, and then lined them up. Mike pitched forward, one hand landing beside Tom's head. "Tom." He stared into Tom's eyes, breathing hard. "I want this, Mike. I want you. I want all of you. This and more." Tom cupped Mike's cheeks and stroked his thumbs over his stubble. "Make love to me." Mike slid his hips forward. Tom gasped, arching his back, his neck, his eyes rolling back in his head. Mike froze. Waited. Yes. This. God. This. He'd missed this so much. The feeling of another man inside him, entering him, parting him, being filled. His body sang, a violin string quivering on a held note. Mike kissed him over and over, from his lips to his eyes to his chin, and one hand grabbed his hip, stroked over his leg, his thigh. "Tom, Tom, Tom." He kept chanting Tom's name in between each kiss, peppering Tom's skin with breaths and lips and nips. Tom wrapped his arms around Mike and held on as Mike rocked into him, surrounded him, swept him away. Kisses, breathless sighs, hips rocking, pleasure like a rake over his nerves, raw bolts of lightning shooting through his veins. Perfection, the feeling of rightness, of putting the missing pieces back into the puzzle of his life. Eventually, Mike pulled back and rolled Tom over, guided him to his hands and knees, and slid within him again. Tom shuddered and kept trembling when Mike pulled him up and into his arms until he was leaning back against Mike's chest. Mike's arms wrapped around him and his hands stroked over his chest and down. Tom rested his head back on Mike's shoulder, rolled his forehead against Mike's neck, and gave in to Mike's touch, his strokes, the kiss he dropped to Tom's temple. His orgasm hit him like an asteroid crashing to Earth. A sudden blaze and an earth-shaking roar, the slam of impact enough to shock his bones out of place, separate his soul from his body. Screaming, he went ripcord taut, grabbing onto Mike's arms, his head, anything he could reach. And then Mike cursed and grabbed Tom in return, holding him close. He whimpered, breathless sounds in Tom's ear. After they collapsed, pitching sideways onto the bed, still pressed together. Tom tried to catch his breath, tried to reason with gravity and the laws of nature again. Until Etta May jumped up on the side of the bed, closer to them both after they pitched over. She stuck her nose out as far as she could, just pressing against Mike's ass cheek. "Cold!" Mike jerked away, slipping from Tom. Both hissed, and Tom rolled towards Etta May. "Etta May!" Tom shook his head, chuckling. "I'm fine." She seemed uncertain and struggled to get closer. Her tail thumped against the nightstand. "Mike is gonna be sticking around for a long time. You'll have to get used to this." Mike beamed at him and ruffled Etta May's ears. They took her outside, slipping into their underwear and padding downstairs behind Etta May.
Mike asked him 4 different times if he was okay and watched him almost obsessively. "I'm great. You didn't hurt me." He might not have been one of those power bottoms he sometimes saw online, but Mike had done a thorough job relaxing him. And he'd wanted this. Badly. On the deck, Mike held him from behind, wrapping his arms around Tom's waist and kissing his neck. They stood together and watched the last of DC's twilight fade away. The sun had set while they'd been busy. Tom ordered a pizza and then pulled Mike down on the couch. They kissed, trading stories and laughs until the doorbell rang and Etta Mae barked. Tom dashed upstairs for shorts and a t-shirt before he opened the door and then took them right off and ate in his underwear with Mike in the kitchen. Later, they both put on clothes and took Etta Mae on her evening walk. Mike walked side by side with Tom, chuckling at Etta Mae's antics. He kept his hands to himself until Tom snaked his pinky around Mike's pinky, a tiny hook of their bodies. But the first time they'd held hands on a DC street. Mike's smile broke Tom's heart, and he squeezed Mike's pinky tightly. Etta Mae was bored with the novelty of Mike being in the house by the time they got back. She took herself to bed, flopping into her chair in the bedroom, and started to snore. "The baby is asleep." Mike smirked at Tom, stripping out of the clothes he'd borrowed. The shorts and shirt were a little tight, but Tom hadn't complained. "She is like a baby, a perpetual toddler. She is wonderful. And so is her daddy." Tom smiled. "Come here." Mike held out his hand and then pulled Tom in for a slow, deep kiss. "You want to try and get through that whole string of condoms tonight, don't you?" "With you, I totally could." Mike winked. "What do you say? Give it a try?" "Like I said, I'm 46, not 16. Or 36. Tom leaned into Mike, into his touch. "You think you can get me going again? You might regret this." He sighed, closed his eyes. "God, you can. Yes." This time Tom sank down on Mike, riding him slowly as Mike leaned against the headboard and caressed Tom's flushed skin. They kissed and never stopped, and when Mike came, he gasped against Tom's lips, whispering his name as he tried to climb into Tom's body. Tom, languid, rode Mike until he tumbled over the edge. They scooted down and cuddled close, Mike wrapping Tom up in his arms. Tom draped himself over Mike's chest, pillowing his head on Mike's shoulder. Exhaustion pulled Mike under quickly, but Tom stayed awake, watching Mike sleep until he drifted off, still lying on him. Sometime in the early morning, Mike woke him, the best possible way. "Good morning," Tom murmured, kissing Mike's cheek breathlessly after. "What time is it?" 4:30. I need to go back to my place to grab clothes. Tom's eyes snapped open. "I'll make you coffee." Mike kissed his nose. "You don't have to get up. I won't sleep without you anyway." Mike dressed in his wrinkled suit. They'd left it on the floor in a heap last night. Mike shrugged, grinning, and Tom laughed as he slid a pair of old boxers and a t-shirt on. Etta Mae ignored them both, still snoring. Tom made coffee and toast, and they drank a cup together, sharing kisses and bites. "Come back tonight?" Tom's stomach clenched as he asked. Mike had left once, and he'd thought that was the end. That wouldn't happen again. They'd crossed a line together, and now they were, well, together, right? Mike smiled, his face lighting up. He had his tie draped around his neck, and his button-down was undone, and he looked like an old frat boy after a wild evening. "I'd love to come back tonight." "Bring a bag for the weekend?" Tom would push his luck as far as it would go. Mike's smile grew even larger. He nodded. "I have a volleyball game Friday. Want to come?" "Of course." They'll be surprised now, I'm sure. From not gay to dating in 1 week. You want to be open about this. Us? I'm not ready for the front page of the newspapers. I'm not ready for a public declaration or to be the 11th openly gay federal judge. Yet. But with your friends? He took a deep breath. I want to be with you. And you're out. I want to be out too, eventually. I will get to where you are. I promise. I'd like that. I haven't dated someone in the closet in a long, long time. Didn't like it. Mike looked contrite. It was different than your situation. But it was tough. I'm not gonna lie. I'll get there. I promise. I want to start being open in front of your friends. He exhaled slowly. One step at a time. Together. Mike leaned over and kissed Tom's cheek. When you're ready, we'll do it together. Okay? Okay. He cupped Mike's face and kissed him again, slower. Eventually, Mike pulled back, groaning. If I don't leave now, I won't make it home to shower and change and get back to work on time. That's a problem? What if you just call in today? We can work on more of those condoms. Oh, you bring up a tempting offer. But I work for this really ball-busting judge. I can't let him down. He likes to torture me. Torture you? Yes. He is so damn sexy. His smiles make my heart pound. His laugh turns me into a teenage girl, and I'm trying to impress him all the time. Okay. Tom shoved at Mike's shoulders, his face flushed and burning. He couldn't look at Mike. I really mean that, Tom. Silence. Tom still couldn't look at him. Tom, I do. Mike ducked and found Tom's gaze. All those times you said you weren't my type? He shook his head. You are definitely my type. I'm nothing like your ex. I'm 2 decades older than him, in fact. It's not about age. Or looks. My ex wasn't a good person. I want to be with someone who is a great man, who is kind and wonderful and has integrity. Someone really special, someone like you. He bit his lip. I never thought I'd be able to attract you. I didn't think I was who someone like you wanted. I'm just a bruiser with a badge and a gun. You should be with a lawyer or a doctor or some millionaire who will take you to California and Paris for the weekend. Someone way better than me. I can't do that, so I stopped trying to compete with the guys who could. And then the younger guys, the vapid, catty ones, they came flocking. He shrugged and scrunched up his face. I got used to it. It was easy. They wanted a meathead, and that's what I am. But that doesn't mean that's what I really wanted. Which I realized every time I wanted more, and they flamed out. You're not a meathead. And you're not a bruiser with a badge and a gun. Well, I play volleyball, too. You're a good guy, Mike. You're who I want. All of you. Silence. Then, is this what you meant about being reflective? Mike nodded. Chris and I have been talking a lot. Chris has been beating advice into me, and I've been taking it. And then thinking things through when he's not around to gloat. I give myself a lot of headaches. Mike hesitated. I really, really, really like you, Tom. I'm not kidding when I say I want this to go all the way. And I need to be upfront with you now, because if you're not feeling it, I need you to cut me loose early. Please. It'll hurt less. Slowly, Tom smiled. "Do you have a spare team shirt?" "Yeah." Mike frowned. "Bring it over. I want to wear it Friday night to the game." They were an insufferable pair all day Thursday. Mike showed up with a glow, the bags under his eyes gone, his stubble shaved away, his suit fresh and pressed to perfection. He looked like he'd stepped out of a magazine ad, sandy hair swept back in a soft pompadour, blue eyes sparkling when he looked at Tom. Tom had a spring to his step, and Peggy twice asked him what had happened that made him smile so widely all day long. Danny, his law clerk, seemed suspicious and kept looking skeptically at him. He kept his office door open, and every time Mike passed by, they'd share a face-splitting smile. Tom's stomach somersaulted at the sight of Mike, and his ass squeezed, a dull ache at the base of his spine. That was Mike. Physical proof of Mike inside his body. Hard evidence of what they had become. Him and Mike. Together. Unbelievable. They slipped out for lunch, going to a Vietnamese place farther away than where most of the Judicial Plaza employees traveled. There they sat side by side in a corner booth, sharing food and holding hands under the table like they were 14 years old. They kissed in the bathroom after and almost went a whole lot further, but got spooked when it sounded like they were about to be interrupted. "Tonight," Mike breathed into his ear. "Every night," Tom whispered back, kissing him slowly. They took the metro to Tom's place together, sitting apart until the transfer at Metro Center. Then they sat side by side, touching from their shoulders to their ankles as they talked over the roar and grind of the subway. Mike had a duffel between his feet and a garment bag in his lap filled with suits. Tom felt struck by lightning, like he was gripping the electric rail of the subway and somehow surviving. At home, Edame was overjoyed to see them both, and Mike took her outside while Tom carried Mike's duffel and garment bag to his bedroom. He hung Mike's suits in his closet and dumped one of his dresser drawers, mixing his socks and his undershirts together to create an empty drawer for Mike. He debated, but left the drawer pulled out and Mike's duffel beneath it. Mike could decide if he wanted to use the drawer or not, but the offer was open. Was it too much too soon? Hell, he'd invited Mike over for the rest of the weekend. 4 days and 5 nights, if the multiple suits in the garment bag meant anything. One for Friday and one for Monday at the least. And Mike had been the one to reiterate that morning that he was in this for the long haul. That he wanted everything. Tom could hear Mike and Edame in the backyard and see them through the window. Mike laughing and play growling at her as he played chase and keep away. Edame bounded after him, her long ears flopping, barking as she tried to nip at his shoelaces. She would slobber his wingtips, and they'd have to clean them later, but Mike didn't seem to mind. Quickly, Tom changed, throwing on shorts and a t-shirt. A tight t-shirt. He still wanted to look good for Mike, entice him, and thundered downstairs and out to the yard. Edame ran for him, leaping up, both front paws reaching for his belly. Her eyes were bright and her tongue hung out, and he imagined he heard her thoughts. "You brought me a playmate! Can I keep him? Can I? Can I?" Mike kissed him on the deck before he headed inside to change. Tom said nothing about the drawer. Mike would see it, and he would choose to use it or not. While Mike was upstairs, Tom started dinner, a simple chicken and vegetables dish. He lit the candles on the table, though, and used his nicer dishes. Everything was ready when Mike padded downstairs, a warm smile on his face. "Thank you." Mike wrapped his arms around Tom's waist and kissed the back of his neck, as Tom set down glasses of iced tea beside their plates. "I unpacked. I'm glad." Mike pulled out Tom's chair for him. They held hands during dinner, sharing their day and smiling. There was still so much they had to learn about each other. Did Mike hang up his towels or throw them on the floor? Did he like to make the bed or leave his toothpaste cap off? Did he talk during movies? What was his favorite color? When was his birthday? What was his family like? Where did he see himself in 5, 10, 15 years? They'd get there. But for right now, this was enough. Mike wanted to do the dishes, but Tom banished him. And instead Mike sat on the kitchen floor and played with Etta Mae, leaning back against the pantry while Tom washed his pots and pans and loaded the dishwasher. After, it was time for Etta Mae's evening walk. They took her on a long, long circuit, winding into Georgetown and down through Foggy Bottom, getting home just as the sun slipped beneath the horizon. She was exhausted, and she drank like a camel before crawling onto the couch and passing out. Tom took Mike's hand and led him upstairs. This night was slower, more relaxed. They explored each other, spent time lingering on bodies with lips and soft breaths. Mike kissed Tom's tattoo and traced the arch of the rainbow with his tongue. Tom squirmed and then squirmed some more when Mike dipped lower. Tom pressed a condom and their lube against his arm, urging him on as he arched beneath Mike's touch. Mike started on top, rolling into Tom, but then Tom straddled his lap and rode Mike with slow, deep strokes. Mike sat up, wrapping his arms around Tom, and they held each other close until Mike tipped Tom back and sped up his thrusts. He held Tom's ankles wide, and Tom gasped, panted and moaned as his back arched and his eyes closed and his orgasm ripped through him. He shouted, shaking all around Mike. Mike thrust, cursed, and curled over Tom, wrapping his arms around Tom's shoulders, grabbing his biceps, the back of his neck. They cuddled, Tom again lying on Mike's chest as Mike stroked his back. They talked about everything and nothing. Tom's favorite food, his favorite color, Mike's blonde hair and last name. My great-grandparents were Northern Italian, and Lucciano men have always loved blondes. Except me. And how he liked D.C. Tom had lived in the D.C. area for his entire life, but Mike had only been there for the past 4 years. Mike was a foodie and liked to explore out-of-the-way restaurants. He'd hit up the major museums, but not all of them. Tom said he'd take Mike to Dumbarton Oaks in Georgetown and the National Museum of Health, where the bullet that killed President Lincoln was on display, together with his skull and other macabre oddities. Mike wanted to take Tom to the Spy Museum and wander with him and Etta Mae on Teddy Roosevelt Island. This weekend. Let's go. Start checking things off our list. You think we're gonna get out of bed this weekend? Tom grinned. Cute. Mike rolled him over, pressed him into the mattress, and kissed him until his toes curled. It seemed like a crime to get up and go to the gym when Mike was in his bed. So Tom scooted down and woke Mike the fun way. Mike shivered awake, his hand sliding into Tom's hair. Tom smiled up at him. Forget the gym today. Let's cross-train. Cross-train, yeah. Mike blinked, his hand still buried in Tom's dark hair. Anything you say. They showered on jelly legs, smiling ear to ear. Mike washed Tom's hair and back, kissing his shoulder after the soap was washed away, and Tom reciprocated. Mike had his toothbrush, razor, and deodorant already out on Tom's counter by the second sink. And the sight, along with Mike tying his tie beside him in the mirror, made his heart swell until his chest ached. They rode together on the metro the whole way to Judicial Station, not separating. Mike bought them both coffee and ducked into Tom's chamber to give him a quick kiss before scooting down to Winter's office for the morning brief. Friday rolled along, a slow end to a slow week at the courthouse. Next week was trial again. Civil, not criminal, for Tom, and a 3-day high-risk trial with Chief Judge Fink for Mike. But that was all days away. And Friday afternoon, just after 4, they both skated out of the courthouse. Take you to dinner before the game? Mike walked backwards, smiling at Tom as they headed uptown for the next metro stop. There was less chance of running into someone they knew at the next stop. I'm in the mood for Italian. Will that work before the game?
Big carb load up? Of course. Let me take you to Sal's. Little hole in the wall off DuPont. How is it you know more places in this city than I do? I have decades on you in this town. Because I didn't live in the courthouse when I got here. I have it on good authority that you actually used to sleep in your office when you were a prosecutor. Tom grinned. Nasty rumors, you shouldn't believe them. You totally did, didn't you? It was before Etta May. She helped me be more balanced. I bet you know all the takeout places by the courthouse. Know which ones deliver on time? Of course. How do you think I fed myself when I worked so late? Mike laughed at him and they disappeared into the metro. Sal's was a tiny place with red and white checked vinyl tablecloths and white plastic plates. The food smelled divine. Mike got both lasagna and a plate of spaghetti and meatballs, and Tom ordered chicken piccati and linguine. They made it home in time to change and walk Etta May, tiring her out before they left again. Chris looked like the cat that caught the canary when they walked up to the volleyball court. His head bobbed and weaved, chin jerking back and forth, and he wrapped one slender arm around Mike's neck and dragged him away, talking fast and low as Mike grinned, blushed, and nodded. Tom waited, laughing, and waved to the few people he remembered from last week. Sorry about that. Chris appeared by his side, smoothing one eyebrow. He smiled wickedly, eyeing Tom up and down. So you two finally figured it all out? I think so. He's not too exhausted to play, is he? You haven't been riding him too hard. Tom barked out a laugh and felt his cheeks warm. I think he's okay. What? Why is he okay? Why aren't you sexing him unconscious? Jesus, Tom, you're not doing it right. There's no correct answer here, is there? Take him home after we go out and throw it on him. Sex him up until he blacks out. I want him texting me in disbelief complaining his dick is about to fall off from all the loving you're giving him. I want him icing his nuts. I want him... At some point, Tom was sure he was going to spontaneously combust, burst into flames, and turn to ash. He'd die of sheer embarrassment, thanks to Chris. What are you doing to my man, Chris? Mike, thank God, saved him, sliding up alongside Tom and throwing an arm over his shoulder. Why does he look like a tomato? Chris shrugged, holding both hands up by his face. I didn't do anything. Uh-huh. Mike winked at Tom. They were first up tonight, and Chris and Mike started stretching and warming up as the ref set up the game. 20 minutes later, everything was ready to go. They unzipped their hoodies together, and both watched Chris watching them. They saw his eyes go wide, practically fall out of his skull as he took in Tom wearing Mike's spare team shirt. Multiple scoregasms in brilliant rainbow. Chris cursed, a breathless breeze of Spanish they couldn't hear completely, and pointed his finger at them. Knock 'em dead, babe. Tom blew Mike a kiss as he jogged backwards onto the sand. The other team howled, catcalls that lasted well into the first set. He was called Daddy again, but instead of knocking Mike off his game, he seemed more energized. By the end of the first match, he and Chris were well in the lead and only had one more game to cinch their victory. You're amazing. Tom passed him his water bottle. You guys both are killing it. Whatever, you're not even looking at me. Chris smirked behind Mike's back. Mike shed his shirt, wiping down his sweat, and Tom didn't hide how he checked Mike's chest out, his muscles coated in sweat and his wet fur. Mike stared back, and they eyeball-fucked each other for the rest of the time out, letting the game and the courts fade away. During the final game, Mike was an animal, hurling the volleyball over the net, slamming spikes into the sand, and setting up brutal takedowns for Chris. They won handily, and Chris leaped into Mike's arms after the last score, throwing his hands over his head and cheering. They both jogged to Tom, sandy, sweaty, and grinning. We're going to the finals. Mike high-fived Chris. That was the eliminator. Congrats. Tom debated, wrestling with himself for a good minute, but after Mike wiped his sweaty face and beamed at him, he took the plunge. Leaning in, Tom pressed his lips to Mike's,
A chaste, simple kiss. The court went wild, cheering suddenly, no longer pretending they weren't all spying on Mike and his new man. Mike tried to block them, tried to cover his and Tom's faces with his hands, but it was no use. Tom broke away, blushing and laughing, and Mike wrapped him up, holding him close. "You're drenched." Tom tried to peel away from Mike. "No, I'm not." Mike playfully wrapped him up again, rubbing the side of his once again very sweaty face against Tom's cheek. Chris saved him, defending Tom from Mike the sweat monster, and then they all sat to watch the next game and the other teams play. Tom held Mike's hand in his lap, and Mike wrapped one arm around Tom's waist. "You're coming out for drinks after, right?" Chris was different, had seemingly ditched the snark. He stared hard into Tom's eyes. Mike watched the final set, but Chris leaned in, speaking softly to Tom alone. "Yes, I'm really looking forward to seeing everyone again." "They're going to want to see you too. Mike's new man." Tom smiled. "Hey, for real, though." Chris pressed his shoulder into Tom's. "You need to do right by Mike. He's a good guy. One of the very, very few good men left. He's been used and tossed aside more times than you would believe. He's worked hard to get himself where he is right now. And I know he wants this to work out between you two. He's like a fire hose to the face sometimes. Lord help me, I know." Chris tried to smile, but it was sad, turned down at the edges. "Just be gentle with his heart, okay?" He couldn't speak. Not after that. He nodded, swallowing hard. We both wanted to work. That's what they all say in the beginning. I'm going to come out for him. Come out for you, and then be you with him." "You guys okay?" Mike shoved his head between them both, looking wide-eyed at the two of them. "Plotting my untimely demise and conspiring against me already?" "No, meathead. I had to give Tom the hurt him and I'll cut you lecture. What kind of best friend would I be if I didn't?" "Don't listen to him." Mike pretended to wave Chris off, making yapping motions with his hand. "All that hairspray, it's gone to his head. He's—" Mike whistled. Chris punched him in his bicep and they started bickering like old friends. They kept it up all the way to the bar, but Mike bought the first round and Chris graciously accepted his apology. As predicted, everyone wanted to meet Tom. All the players, the referee, who stared at Tom long enough to start to unnerve him, and even some of Mike's bar acquaintances all came over to see the daddy Mike Lucciano found. Tom blushed his way through the evening, shaking hands with the guys who eyed him up and down, winking at him and sliding close, whispering in his ear that he was a lucky, lucky man. Mike sat by his side through it all, one arm wrapped firmly around Tom's waist, and he shooed away the men who tried to sneak a feel of Tom's ass. "So, I'm definitely different from your usual guy." Mike nodded. He sucked down his beer. "Yeah, and I'm not gonna lie, I kinda like showing you off. Everyone in here is jealous." "Yes, of me. They all want you, Mike." "Nuh-uh." Mike shook his head. "They're all jealous of me, and they want you. You're amazing." Mike tugged Tom close and pressed their foreheads together, smiling. Tom kissed him sweetly, and then less sweetly, and Mike wrapped his arms around Tom's waist. "Mike?" Mike stiffened. He stood keeping his arms around Tom's waist. Tom turned in his hold and came face to face with Mike's ex, the man from the photo Mike had shown him months ago. "Silvio?" Silvio. Well, that name fit. He was slender and short, only up to Tom's chin, and wore skinny pants and a violently lime button-down with a black three-button vest over the top. His hair was spiked, his lips glossy. He looked painfully put together, like a movie actor without a set. Out of place, overdressed and trying too hard. Silvio looked Tom up and down.
"I wanted to call you, Mike."
"Why?" Mike frowned. Silvio licked his lips. One hip stuck out.
"I've been thinking about you. About us."
"Us is ancient history. Where's your new boyfriend?"
"I don't have a boyfriend."
"The guy who was drilling you in my kitchen? You cut him loose already?"
"We weren't dating,"
Silvio said through clenched teeth.
"I didn't care about him. Not like you."
Mike laughed. "Save it. I'm done with you. I've moved on to far better things." He kissed Tom's cheek. "Call me never, Silvio."
"Fuck off, Michael. You and your old-ass daddy."
Silvio sneered and flounced away. "Sorry." Mike's eyes skittered away from Tom's. "I didn't know he'd be here." "It's okay." Tom cupped his cheek and then kissed him. "And you were right. He is an asshole. He doesn't deserve you at all." Mike bit his lip. "Want to get out of here?" "Yes." They waved to Chris and made their escape. Chris was reeling in an older man, a silver fox with a few years on Tom, who had the slick look of a lobbyist and was clearly eating out of Chris's manicured hand. The rest of the teams had scattered. They made out in shadowed overhangs and against buildings on the way back to Tom's place, kissing and laughing and rutting against each other like they were teenagers. Adame cooled their frantic pace, bounding down the hall for them when they got back. But then Tom ambushed Mike, and they ended up in the bedroom clutching at each other, panting, kissing every inch of skin they could reach. "You're gonna kill me," Mike finally breathed after. "I've unleashed a monster. A ravenous sex monster." He nuzzled Tom's neck, his collarbone, kissed his chin. "Get some rest. You need your strength. Round 2 begins soon." Tom laughed as Mike groaned, hiding his face in Tom's chest. He was smiling, though. Tom could feel it, the curve of his lips against his skin. Tom fell asleep with his forehead pressed to Mike's, their noses brushing, trading sleepy kisses until they both drifted off. Chapter 16. He got the text Thursday morning. The target, the location, the time. The text came from a new number, but that was normal. His handler used burner cell phones, impossible to trace throwaways paid for in cash. This was another DC number, a long line of DC numbers, meaningless digits on the screen. He knew it was authentic and from his contact, the man who had hired him for this hit, because of the code. 621. Added to the end of all texts and communications, it was an easy way to validate the authenticity of the message and the sender. If 621 was in the message, it was legitimate. If not, time to pack up and get out of town. But finally, after months, from the first phone call all the way back in Ukraine until now, after all the waiting, the bullshit in D.C., living like an immigrant just learning how to bumble his way around bananas in the metro, he finally had everything. The who, where, and when. Only a few days to go. Chapter 17. June 27th. After an indolent, languorous Saturday morning, Mike and Tom dragged themselves out of bed and took Edame to Georgetown for a late brunch. Edame napped in the shade beneath the patio table as they shared a plate of French toast and held hands beneath the tabletop. It was a budding routine, 2 weeks in a row. Something they'd begun together which made it 10 times as special. Nervousness, though, crept up Tom's throat. strangling his voice. His memories kept skipping back to the little rainbow pyramid advertisement, the one he'd played with the night he thought Mike had ditched him for a date. A date he now knew was just Chris. And now he knew Chris, too. Could call Chris a friend, albeit a new friend, but still a friend. He swallowed. Mike watched him, frown lines appearing on his face around the edges of his sunglasses. He squeezed Tom's hand beneath the table. Pride Month ends this weekend. There's a march over by the mall today. This afternoon. I know. Have you ever been? I have. I marched my first year here in D.C. Chris and I went together for a while, and then I would go with whoever I was dating at the time. Tom inhaled sharply. He chewed on his upper lip. Do you want to go? I do. I don't know if I'm ready to march yet. He looked down. The last march I was in 1987. It was hard. Things weren't great. Mike squeezed his hand hard. It's different now, I swear. I know, everything is so different. It's amazing, it's just... He trailed off. It's hard to let go of the past. The fear. You lived something I'll never know. Never fully understand. I never faced that kind of hate from individuals or from society. I hate that you experienced all that. Mike's face screwed up, like he was fighting back his bad temper, a rage that wanted to let loose. His frustration melted a moment later and he laced their fingers together on top of Tom's thigh. I'm just happy you're taking this second chance. On us. This is worth it. Another squeeze, and Mike's slow smile. So, we're going to the National Mall? Watch the march? It gets really lively in front of the Capitol. Yes. We're going. He smiled, and Mike squeezed his hand again. I don't think Etta May can last all day in the sun. It was already 90 degrees and only getting hotter. Let's take her home, and then head down. Home. Mike casually referred to his place as home. It was too early for that, but still. Tom couldn't stop the smile breaking over his face. The Pride March was everything and nothing he'd expected. It was a celebration, like the day on the National Mall when he'd played Frisbee with Mike and Chris. Bucket drums banged, cheers roared, songs sang out. Laughter floated on sunbeams, smiles traveled on the wind. Rainbow streamers and balloons and body paint created a moving canvas of light and pride, buoyed by hope. And every happy step of the march was another earth-shaking accomplishment on the long, long road of their history. It was a memorial, a somber reflection on lives loved and lost. Marchers carried posters with blown-up pictures of the faces of loved ones lost too early in life. Men and women, taken too soon by disease or violence. 26 marchers in black, wreathed in white, pink, and blue striped ribbons, carried individual posters with pictures of the trans men and women murdered the year before in the U.S. Tears flowed in the same space as cheers, as smiles. Wet faces turned up to the sun, people wreathed in rainbows and light doubling over and sobbing, lost in the combined anguish and joy. It was a moment in time in which everything could be felt. The pride, the joy, the surge of exultation, rage, relief, and empowerment, hand in hand with the loss, the crushing pain of burying too many friends and the million tiny defeats they all felt every day. The curled lips, the snide looks, the sneers, the everyday hate that turned into normalcy, set against the dry victories of legal protections that were supposed to stop all of that, and sometimes actually did. In 1991, he'd died 1,000 different deaths, had seen 1,000,000 different ways the world could hate him and his people. Today, he saw 1,001 dreams that had come true for them all, and 1,000,001 ways in which they had all fought back, and the world had changed for them, was still changing for them. And perhaps the biggest dream he ever dared imagine was standing beside him. He and Mike weren't holding hands anymore, but Mike stood close enough to press his body against Tom's shoulder, the curve of his back. Close enough to be there. Really be there. He leaned into Mike's touch just a bit. Tom wanted to clap, and he wanted to sob, scream at the top of his lungs in pride, in relief, in crazed, delirious happiness. Look at this! Look at what changed! And he wanted to sob, collapse to his knees, cling to the grass, the same grass where he'd watched the AIDS quilt be unfolded for the very first time, and try to pull the ghosts of those men from the dirt, rip them back from the dead like he could pull up the sun-warmed blades of grass. Do you believe this? He wanted to ask. Do you believe that this is happening, when all the world gave you was silence? Where were the men who chased him and Peter with baseball bats? They hadn't just disappeared in a cloud of smoke. They didn't just fade away. A Hollywood movie where the bad guys get what's coming and the threads are neatly tied up in the end. A hand landed on the small of his back, big and warm, even through his t-shirt. Mike shifted, stood behind him, hiding his touch. It's hard, I know, Mike murmured. These are our museums. This is our living history. Everything tangled together. Tears rolled down Tom's cheeks, sliding from beneath his sunglasses. I'd like to know more about your past. What you saw. What you experienced. Mike was still speaking quietly into his ear, over his shoulder. If you want to talk about it. I do. With you. Tom reached behind his back and covered Mike's hand with his own. It was a risk touching Mike so intimately out in the open, but he craved Mike's touch. Everything about him. He took a breath and then another. Maybe next year we can march together. Mike squeezed his hand hard until his own hand trembled. When you're ready. The march stopped in front of Capitol Hill, turning into a rally. People swarmed into Union Square in front of the U.S. Capitol and surrounded the smaller reflecting pool at the base of the Capitol steps. Maryland and Pennsylvania Avenue were closed to traffic, and the marchers turned into street partiers, chanting, beating on their drums, and clapping in time to raucous chants. Tom and Mike followed on the edges and clung to Pennsylvania Ave, watching from the northern edge of the reflecting pool. What's going on? Mike shifted, moving from relaxed and at ease to his law enforcement stance, assuming the hypervigilance that his lawman senses demanded. Tom felt it, the shift in Mike behind him, the way the air around him charged. Why do the marchers all have Russian flags all of a sudden? The march had turned into a street rally and then shifted into a protest in the space of minutes. Russian flags streaked with rainbows. Posters of jailed Russian dissidents, chants decrying the Russian political stance against LGBT people. Everyone faced the Capitol, shouting, screaming, beating their drums and waving their flags as loud and proud as they could. Oh my God, Mike breathed. The Russian president. He's here in D.C. He's here at the Capitol. Jesus. First Street between Union Square and the Capitol was permanently closed to civilian traffic, but was used for dignitary travel and VIP motorcades. A line of slick black SUVs sat in front of the Capitol steps, and in the center, two of the SUVs had little Russian flags waving from the front corners of the hood.
Men in dark suits stood at posts around the motorcade, glaring at the crowd across the street in Union Square. Uniformed Capitol Police and D.C. Metro Police lined the edge of the square, keeping the protesters away from the Russian motorcade. Men and women in FBI jackets waited on the steps, and more men in dark suits with coiled wires leading from their ear kept a tight perimeter around the motorcade. And then the crowd erupted, protesters going wild, bellowing at the tops of their lungs. A group of men stood at the top of the Capitol steps, the Speaker of the House of Representatives and the Senate Majority Leader. The minority leaders and the right-hand men and women of the leadership clustered in the background. In the center of the group, the Russian president stood, flanked by a joint team of Secret Service agents and Russian security personnel. Even from a distance, the Secret Service and Russian security personnel looked about as pleased to be working together as two bitterly hateful rivals could be. "I want to see this." Mike led Tom through the crowd, getting him closer to the Peace Monument at the northwest corner of the base of the grand steps to the Capitol. White marble seemed to stretch forever. Steps to the sky, it seemed, a deep, cloudless blue sky painted off the edges of the world behind the Capitol dome. "They're probably going to pass right by us. Head up Pennsylvania to Constitution and then over to Blair House. Usually foreign dignitaries stay at Blair House, across the street from the White House." Mike made space for Tom near the planters at the water's edge of the Peace Monument. Above them, marble statues draped in classical robes hid their faces and sobbed. Grief. One of the women leaned against the shoulder of history. History. The marble statue staring down the National Mall and over the crowd of pride protesters held a stone tablet, inscribed, "They died that their country might live." Tom's blood ran cold, and a shiver tip-tapped down his spine, the patter of 1,000 spiders' feet sliding down his skin. The Russian president strode down the long Capitol steps, his security team flanking him in a wide V formation. Secret Service, FBI, Russian security. The U.S. congressional leaders stayed at the top, watching him stride away. The shouts of the protesters grew louder, rose on the furious beats of the bucket drums and the clap, clap, clap of their chants. A megaphone wielded by a slender man with long blonde hair bellowed out the names of gay Russians who had been killed, and others wallowing in prison. An effigy of the Russian president rose on a pole dressed in a tutu, covered in lipstick kisses and holding a rainbow flag in both his puppet hands. The crowd roared. Tom's molars vibrated even through his clenched teeth. Police sirens whined, chirping on and belting out the harsh warning beep, beep, beep. D.C. Metro Police on motorcycles revved their engines, waiting for the Russian president to enter the motorcade and be hurried away. The frenzy, the roar of the crowd, the strain of the motorcade. The passion in the air was thick as lead. Only a diamond blade could cut through this tension. As if mocking them, the Russian president stopped a third of the way from the base of the Capitol steps and waved to the protesters. A political kind of fuck you. He waved, and the protesters roared, bellowed, held up their rainbow flags and signs and posters saying fuck you right back. The man on the megaphone screeched in blistering Russian. Men in the Russian president's security team all shifted, heads swiveling, and stared the protester down. A crack split the air. The effigy of the Russian president fell, as if his string had suddenly been cut from the pole holding him aloft. Stunned silence covered the protesters for a half-second. A second crack, like a far-off cannon somewhere to the north. The Russian president crumpled to the steps of the Capitol. Instantly, a tight circle formed around the Russian president, collapsed, not moving. Russian security threw themselves over him as Secret Service agents stood shoulder to shoulder with their Russian counterparts. FBI agents ducked low and formed a wagon wheel around the inner circle. Everyone had their weapons out, up, ready to fire. Above, the U.S. congressional leadership had already been hustled back into the Capitol. Another crack, and then another. A fifth, sixth, seventh. A Secret Service agent fell, a Russian security man. Another Secret Service agent landing face first and sliding down the steps, limp and boneless. Screams rose different than the protest chants.
Shouts of horror, of shock. The cluster of agents around the fallen Russian president hefted him into their arms, folded over his body and raced for the motorcade. They looked like a horde of barbarians running with a battering ram, except the battering ram was the Russian president, shot on U.S. soil on the steps of the Capitol. And the barbarians were being picked off one by one. Another Secret Service agent fell, staggering, tripping and falling, blood pouring from his neck and down the steps. The rest of the agents stepped over his body, racing the Russian president down to the SUV. A line of blood. A crimson ribbon appeared behind them, a stream that trailed behind the Russian president all the way to the motorcade. The motorcade roared, burning rubber and screeching away as the protesters fled, scrambling and shrieking as the reality of what was happening sank in. Blood stained the Capitol steps, and the bodies of 4 men lay in the sun, pools of ruby growing beneath their still forms. FBI agents raced to their fallen comrades, hustled down the steps, moved to close off the Capitol, the park, the square. Sirens rose all over the city. Mike pulled Tom close, ducking them down as low as he could beside a planter filled with summer flowers. "Shooter." His voice was hard, taut. "Sniper." "From where?" Mike shook his head. "I don't know." He shifted, putting himself in front of Tom and pressing Tom almost into the planter, as if he could merge him with the concrete and hide Tom in the stone. "Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking Christ, I have to get you out of here. The Russian president, is he—" Again, Mike shook his head. "Dunno. Looks fucking bad." Tom tried to look over the planter, tried to look back at the Capitol, but Mike grabbed him and turned him away. "Don't look, Tom. You don't need to see that." Mike's voice shook, trembling. His hands were warm where he grabbed Tom's face, held him a little roughly. But he'd already seen. A kaleidoscope of death, of nightmares, of terror. Dead bodies sprawled in the sun, blood on the Capitol steps. Rivers of it running down the marble like slinkies racing for the bottom. Tom turned his face into Mike's shoulder and screamed. Chapter 18. Mike walked Tom into the house and led him into the kitchen, physically putting him into one of his kitchen chairs. Etta May, oblivious to the tectonic shift in reality, scampered to them both, leaping up and putting her front paws in Tom's lap. Tom buried his face in Etta May's neck. The TV winked on, news blaring. Every channel was covering the shooting, the attack on the Capitol. News anchors stammered through what they knew, tried to interview bystanders and witnesses. Cameras panned over the Capitol steps, the bloodstains, the FBI agents scurrying like ants over every square inch. D.C. Metro police units raced up and down D.C. streets. "Manhunt for shooter," the crawl screamed in capital letters. "Search for D.C. Capitol sniper ongoing." A glass of water appeared on the table in front of him. Mike crouched between his knees beside Etta May. He reached for Tom, cupping his cheek. "I have to go. I'm getting called in. All hands on deck for this search." Tom nodded. "I know." His voice didn't shake, and he was absurdly proud of that. He leaned into Mike's touch and closed his eyes. "Promise me you'll be careful." "I promise." Mike didn't hesitate. "Promise me you will stay inside. Lock all the doors, all the windows. Don't open the door for anyone. Except you. Stay inside. Stay safe. Whoever did this is on the run or in hiding, and as we close in on them, they might try to flee. Escape and hide. Take a hostage." Mike's thumb ran over Tom's cheek. "Stay here with Etta May. Go upstairs. Watch the news in bed." Tom nodded again. "I will. Will you let me know you're okay? When you can? We'll be moving fast, but I'll text you, I promise." Mike leaned in, kissed him hard, holding his face gently. "It's going to be okay," He breathed against Tom's lips. "We'll get this asshole." Tom pulled out his keys from his pocket and removed his house key from the ring. He had a spare he'd thought about giving Mike, but now he'd just put that one on his own ring. Tom pressed it into Mike's hands. "Go get him and then come back to me." Tom kissed him once. Twice. "Go. They need you." Mike palmed the key, kissed his forehead, lingered, and then rose. There was nothing more to say, and he hustled out of Tom's house as he pulled out his cell. He dialed as he shut the door, and Tom heard the heavy slide of the deadbolt a second after he left. And then Tom was alone, left with the blaring TV, the shaking voices of the anchors, and the images that played on an endless loop. White marble, red blood, blue sky. And when he closed his eyes, he saw the fallen bodies. Their limbs sprawled across the steps like broken rag dolls. He did what Mike said, went upstairs with Edame and crawled into bed. His sheets smelled like Mike. The TV in his bedroom played the news as he held the pillow Mike had slept on to his chest. Mike's scent calmed him, and he buried his nose in the pillow as he watched the cascading news reports. A battalion of news organizations camped outside George Washington University Hospital, waiting for any update on the Russian president, rushed into surgery. The hospital might have been a vault for all the news that leaked out. Mike texted throughout the afternoon, the evening. Search closing in on Penn Quarter and Federal Triangle. Forensics suggests Penn Quarter. Bullet from one of the fallen USSS agents shows trajectory. Gearing up for house-to-house search. Stay safe, he texted back. God, stay safe, Mike. President McDonough addressed the nation, speaking about the fallen Secret Service agents and the fallen Russian security man. We have lost great men today. Men who gave their lives in service of their country. Men who represent the greatest values of the American spirit. Bravery, fidelity, and a commitment to their fellow man. Noticeably absent was any mention of the Russian president. At 6:33 p.m., the Russian ambassador called a press conference on the steps of George Washington University Hospital. I can confirm, he said in his slow, rumbling voice, his accent grating, that Russian President Dmitry Vasilyev has survived this horrific assassination attempt. He is in critical condition but will recover. Our president is too strong to die. He swallowed and glared into the cameras. The Russian Federation immediately demands a full investigation into this heinous crime. How has the Russian president been attacked on United States soil, on the steps of the United States Capitol? This supposed shining beacon of freedom has brought about the world's greatest political crime. We demand an international investigation into this incident before the United States covers up what truly occurred today. He took no questions and strode back into the hospital. Tom exhaled slowly and clutched Mike's pillow tighter. News broke an hour later that cordons of Joint Task Team members had surrounded a neighborhood in Penn Quarter. Residents in their condos had been evacuated, and SWAT teams from D.C. Metro, HRT, from the FBI, and Special Operations teams from the U.S. Marshals, Secret Service, ATF, and others were swooping in from all sides. The news anchors hedged their reporting, not wanting to reveal the exact specifics of the operation. Tom squeezed his phone, buried his chin in the pillow, and stopped blinking. His eyes watered, but he couldn't look away. Just before 9 p.m., the breaking news alert blared, and the screen violently shifted, veering to a helicopter perspective hovering over D.C.'s downtown, Penn Quarter. Law enforcement agents, geared up in full tactical gear, swarmed up and down an alley between a tall condominium building and a bank. D.C. sniper. Caught. The anchors stumbled over themselves trying to blurt out the news first. The D.C. sniper had been penned in, an anonymous tip coming in just after the shooting that pinpointed the source of the shots. D.C. Metro Police blockaded the neighborhood, cutting off his escape as the task force built a perimeter. The sniper tried to flee through connected buildings but was cut off at all exits. He tried to disappear down the side of a building into a dark alley and was confronted by a phalanx of avenging law enforcement officials. Tom held his breath. Secret Service agents had been killed, members of DC's and the nation's law enforcement community. He'd seen it all in his time as AUSA, including the retribution unleashed upon a criminal who had hurt one of law enforcement's own. Anyone who hurt a federal agent or officer had a low, low chance of coming out of a search and arrest alive. But the news kept coming in. D.C. sniper arrested alive. D.C. sniper injured. Expected to recover. Sniper rifle recovered. Law enforcement has found the location of shots fired. At 11 p.m., Dylan Ballard, the United States Attorney for the D.C. Federal District, Tom's former boss, came on camera outside of FBI headquarters. There were too many production lights set up, the news crews from 20 different organizations, each setting out their light boxes and trying to burn away the night. Ballard looked washed out, wan. Maybe he really was. His tie was just a bit askew, his hair cowlicked at the back. Tom had never seen him so out of sorts. A swarm of FBI agents and D.C. police officers surrounded Ballard. He was the hero of D.C. and federal law enforcement. He'd always been their man, the United States Attorney who dug in and turned the screws on the bad guys. No mercy, ever. Of course they would back him up, surround him for this moment, give him all their support. Ballard read from a sheet he held just out of sight of the cameras. He'd always prided himself on his ability to speak extemporaneously, to skewer witnesses and reporters alike. Now he read from a statement. Tom leaned forward unconsciously and held his breath. We have, at this time, definitively identified the D.C. sniper as 32-year-old Bulat Deshiriev, a Chechen national and a citizen of Russia. Mr. Deshiriev entered the United States on a B-2 tourist visa approximately 3 months ago. He appears to have settled into the Chevy Chase neighborhood in Ward 3, Washington, D.C. He does not appear to have secured employment. At this time, we believe he came to the United States for the sole purpose of carrying out these murders. Ballard paused, took a careful breath. Reporters hung on his every word. Cameras snapped and flashbulbs washed out his face, made him look like a ghost. We consider this to be an act of terrorism. He looked straight into the cameras. I can confirm that Mr. Deshiriev is in stable condition following his arrest. I cannot confirm any further information at this time, and I will take no questions. Thank you. Ballard turned away from the cameras and disappeared into the law enforcement agents and officers behind him. They formed an impenetrable wall, staring down the reporters and the cameras and the flashing lights. Stalwart in the face of the media's shouted questions. Ballard strode into FBI headquarters, tucking his speech into his suit jacket pocket. It hit Tom all at once. A massive sledgehammer to his chest. He couldn't breathe, and the world went sideways, blurred out as his brain suddenly clenched, pain striking him every which way. There was going to be a trial. Jesus Christ, there was going to be a trial held on the world's stage in his courthouse. A quadruple homicide, an attempted assassination of a foreign leader, an act of terror in the nation's capital. Jurisdiction was unquestionably the Department of Justice and the D.C. Federal Court. A quadruple homicide and an assassination attempt as acts of terror opened the doors for capital murder charges. The death penalty. With relations between Russia and the U.S. at an all-time low, and now the Russian president's blood staining the Capitol steps. This trial had the potential to define U.S.-Russian relations for decades to come, and global security, global stability in the world order. The whole world would be watching the United States. And this trial. 1 billion eyeballs watching and weighing his court's actions every second of every day. And he had a 1 in 15 chance of being the presiding judge. Something chewed on the base of his skull. A warning, a whisper of fear wreathed in caution. The world was going to turn to his court now. The eye of the global media fixed squarely on him and his fellow judges. What now with him and Mike? He'd wanted to stay quiet, stay concealed, at least for a little while. Come out slowly, safely, away from the public eye. But the public was coming. Hordes and hordes of eyeballs that were going to tear apart his closet. Put him and the rest of the court under the magnifying glass. Burn them away like ants in the sun. Slowly, Tom sank into the bed, clinging to Mike's pillow as he pitched to his side. Mike texted just after midnight, telling him he'd be out all night working with the task force to try and chase down as many leads as they could. Desheriev hadn't acted alone. His cell had texts on it from a handler. They needed to keep searching for Desheriev's handler, his co-conspirator. Follow the trail and see how large this terror cell was. Stay safe, Mike. Are you coming here when you leave? I'd like to. Is that okay? Please, come. Give Edme a kiss for me. Try and get some rest. I'll sleep better when you're back. But Mike didn't come back, and Tom fell asleep with the TV still on just after 2 a.m. He woke with his face smashed in Mike's pillow and his cell phone ringing. He answered before his blurry gaze focused on the caller ID. Mike? Silence.
Tom, it's Dana Juarez.
Shit. Judge Juarez, his fellow federal judge. Hi, Dana. How are you?
As well as can be.
She sighed heavily.
I got a call from Clarence.
Chief Judge Fink, to Tom.
He wants us all to come in. We need to prepare for this.
Prepare for this? For the trial of the millennium? It was coming, a hurricane that was bearing down on them all. All right. I'll get dressed and head downtown.
We were told D.C. police are providing extra security around the courthouse. Have you heard anything from the marshals?
His stomach clenched, a fist tightening in his belly. From the marshals?
You seem close to Inspector Lucciano.
Judge Juarez spoke carefully, softly. He swallowed. Just friendly at work. She was quiet again. The phone line scratched like she had sighed away from the microphone.
I'm driving to D.C. in an hour, Tom. Do you want me to pick you up on the way?
I'd appreciate that. He showered and dressed and fed Edme, taking her out to the backyard as he texted Mike. Going to the courthouse. Fink called everyone in. Don't take the metro. I can get PD to pick you up. Juarez is swinging by and we're driving in together. How are you? Processing his place in Chevy Chase. Tom exhaled slowly. Processing the scene. Building evidence. Building a case. Don't run yourself ragged. I've got a few more hours in me. Tom watched Edme sniff the roses, the planter bed. His cell buzzed again. I'll see you soon. Miss you. I miss you too. No more texts. Mike must be back at work. He curled over his lap, holding his phone in both hands, the case pressed against his forehead. What had Judge Juarez meant when she said she thought he and Mike were close? Did she suspect something? Or had she just seen them going to lunch together? What did it mean? God, he was going to second-guess himself to death. Anxiety rose inside him like bile burning his throat. Judge Juarez called him when she pulled up, and he gave Edame a kiss and then ran out the door, grabbing his briefcase on the way. They didn't speak on the drive downtown. Judge Juarez had the radio on, the news continuing in an endless stream of updates and speculation on what came next. They had to show identification blocks away from the courthouse and then were escorted through 2 separate police barricades by a uniformed D.C. patrol car. Armed guards with automatic rifles stood post outside the courthouse.
"Welcome to the bench of the D.C. Federal Court, Tom,"
Judge Juarez said as she slid her car into the underground garage. Darkness wreathed them in shadows.
"As judges, we have to preside over the biggest investigations on the planet. And we're all on the world stage with this one."
His heart hammered, a furious, racing rhythm. "I feel for the judge who's going to get this case."
"We'll find out soon. Clarence called us all in to make the assignment."
Everyone met in Chief Judge Clarence Fink's chambers. As Chief Judge, he had the panoramic chambers at the top of the glass-walled silo on the southern end of the annex. He had a picture postcard view of the National Mall and the Capitol building. Standing in Fink's chambers, they were only 100 feet away from where he and Mike had watched the shooting unfold, the murder and assassination attempt. There was grief, hiding her marble face against the stone shoulder of history, almost the exact position he'd ended up with Mike, burying his face in Mike's shoulder as he screamed. The helplessness, the crippling fear he'd felt. What had happened? Where were the shots coming from? He still felt like he was huddled beneath a statue, but Mike wasn't there to shield him anymore. He was adrift. Fink's chambers were massive, the entirety of the top floor of the south-facing rotunda. Sunlight bled into the office, casting every judge's face into harsh angles and half-shadows. He'd been on the D.C. federal bench for a little over a year, but he didn't know all his colleagues. Most he knew by name only, and their reputation in the papers. There was Judge Bonham, the favored contender for the next opening on the Supreme Court. Judge Walsh, a surly, cantankerous man who was as harsh as Fink. Judge Tanya King nodded at him from her seat at Fink's long conference table, and Judge Juarez sat beside him. Fink, looking every one of his 96 years, sat hunched at the head of his table. Without the black robes, he seemed smaller, a diminutive version of the lion that presided over his courtroom and roared from the bench. He seemed no stronger than a kitten dressed in his plaid button-down and loose khakis. Everyone shut up as he leaned forward and braced his elbow on the table. The soft chatter of the room died, instantly drying up. Fink breathed in, his breath rasping over his flypaper-thin lips. "A terrible thing has happened," he began. "A damn terrible tragedy." Fink rubbed his thin lips together, looking down at the conference table and shaking his head. He seemed weary of the world and the weight of history. His voice was tired, an old man's weight in his words, wound through his southern drawl. "I've received word from the United States Attorney that Mr. Deshuriev will be brought for arraignment tomorrow morning." Silence. Tom shared a look with Judge Juarez. "I've also received a call from the White House. The President is committing massive resources to this trial. He is very, very interested in this case being resolved. He impressed upon me the importance of the trial being concluded as fast as possible. Russia and the whole world will be watching this, watching us." A drop of spit flew from Fink's lips, spattering on the mahogany table. "Somehow this man breached our security and attacked the heart of our nation. 3 of our people are dead, and 1 Russian security agent. The Russian president is being evacuated out of the country tonight." Fink sighed, and it sounded like he was breathing out every breath he'd ever taken.
I don't have to remind you that the United States and Russia haven't been the best of friends lately. This just makes matters worse.
Only the tick-tock of Fink's mantel clock sounded through his chambers. Sunlight streamed behind them, illuminating the crime scene on the Capitol steps. Yellow tape fluttered on the breeze and sealed off the West Capitol, the steps, Union Square Park. FBI agents processed the scene, moving between bloodstains and yellow evidence markers.
I called everyone here to assign this trial. It will be assigned like all trials, randomly.
In the old days, the clerk of the court would spin a metal cage like a hamster wheel, and balls representing the ranked numbers of the judges would spin and spin. One would pop out just like a bingo game, and that would be the judge selected. Now everything was done electronically, bytes and bits that randomly selected each judge for each trial.
I am recusing myself from this trial. At my age, I don't buy green bananas.
Fink tried to smile. No one else did.
I can't promise I can see this trial through to the end, and we need a stable, steady hand in this case. Someone who can keep the whole case organized, keep the courtroom in line, who can stand up under the intense worldwide scrutiny. This will be the case of one of your lifetimes. You won't have a larger trial in your career, I swear to God.
Jesus, Tom did not envy the judge who got this trial. Any of them would hate it. The exposure, the evisceration in the global media. Well, not Bonham. Something like this would only increase his visibility for the Supreme Court. Tom's palms itched and cold sweat beaded down his back. He smelled fear. Fink rose and shuffled to the clerk of the court's laptop sitting on his desk, and the computer program open that would randomly assign judges. All he had to do was hit enter, and the program would cycle. A number would pop up center of the screen, the ranked number for a judge. This time it would be anyone from 2 to 15. Number 1, Chief Judge Fink, wouldn't be in the selection pool.
Whoever gets this trial, we're all in it together. We'll take your cases that can be transferred so you can focus on this trial. We will all help you, you unlucky bastard. Godspeed, everyone.
Fink hit enter. The computer whirred. The screen flashed. Giant numerals appeared screaming from the center of the screen. 15. All eyes flicked to Tom. Judge Juarez's thin hand reached for his under the table. Number 15. The newest judge to the D.C. federal bench. The baby judge. Was him. Chapter 19.
What the fuck?
Ballard burst into Chief Judge Fink's chambers, slamming the double mahogany doors against the wooden paneling.
How the fuck did Brewer get this trial?
Fink rose at the head of his conference table, staring Ballard down. Ballard's jaw snapped shut. He stormed into Fink's chambers, dropping his briefcase beside the conference table and slamming his padfolio on the dark wooden surface as he sat. He refused to look across the table, at Tom. Tom had his head in his hands, staring at the polished, mirrored surface. The rest of the judges had left, filing out in silence after the assignment was made. Some looked at him with pity. Others never gave him a second glance, running from Tom like they could escape the whole messy situation. Fink had collapsed into his seat at the conference table with a long, bone-rattling sigh. He couldn't think, couldn't put two and two together, could not string neurons into a coherent thought. Blind panic had replaced all higher-order functions. Pure, unadulterated panic. This was everything he'd ever feared. Exposure, media evisceration, millions of eyeballs poring over his life, his every moment, following him everywhere he went. Fears fell like drenching rain, and he tried to swim out of the rising tide before he drowned. Mike. The choices he'd started making, planning for his eventual coming out. Kissing Mike 2 days ago at the volleyball game. Being introduced as Mike's new man at the bar. Jesus, Silvio had been there, and if there was someone who would gleefully tarnish his reputation, Tom would put money on Silvio's haughty features. Their walk in Rock Creek Park. The dinner dates, kissing in front of Eric. Choices he'd thought were measured, were careful risks, a planned, slow path to coming out. All of that. Everything he'd hoped for, everything he'd planned, every careful step he'd agonized over was going up in smoke. Ballard flipped open his padfolio across the table. His teeth ground together. You know, the Russians are evacuating their president out of Andrews Air Force Base tonight. They're also talking about pulling out all Russian security agents and reducing their embassy staff down to essential personnel only. Jesus, Fink murmured. A foreign leader was nearly assassinated on our soil, and a Russian member of his security team was murdered, along with 3 of our Secret Service agents. The FBI, Secret Service, and CIA are reaching out to the FSB, the Russian State Security Service, to try and coordinate investigations. Lucas Barnes at the FBI has already set up a joint command post out of FBI HQ. Lucas Barnes. Tom knew that name. He'd worked with him in the past. Barnes was a solid FBI agent, and he'd moved up the ranks quickly. Last he'd heard, he was a senior agent running a counterterrorism team out of the FBI's Special Operations Unit at headquarters. He was a big gun, brought in for the big cases. Deshiriev is awake. He's not talking at the moment. I'm getting ready to go to the hospital. What are you authorized to offer? Again, Fink spoke, asking the questions that Tom should be thinking about. Ballard glared hard at Tom. The White House has authorized me to offer to take the death penalty off the table. We want this son of a bitch to pay, but we want his handler and the rest of the cell even more than that. We need to know what he knows. Fink nodded, but said nothing. Silence. Ballard shifted, threw down his pen, leaned forward, lacing his hands together on the tabletop. So, Brewer, I assume you're going to give this guy all the benefits in the world, going to agree to the defense motion that he's insane or too shocked and shaken by police brutality to stand trial, roll out the feather bed for him? All right, that's enough. Fink tried to regain control. This is going to be your chance to parade in front of the cameras, show off how much you despise law enforcement. How dare you? Tom hissed. His teeth clenched and he glared back at Ballard. I do not despise. You're a fucking bleeding heart, Brewer. You're a defendant's wet dream. I don't violate the law, and I respect due process, unlike you. Ballard pointed his finger at Tom. I warned the White House about you. They are very concerned. You are the wrong judge for this trial. There's no room for your bullshit, your bleeding heart, and the way you jerk off all your defendants. I am a federal judge, Ballard. You will speak to me with respect. Ballard stood slamming his chair against the conference table. You have no fucking business being a judge, and I'm going to prove it. He retreated to his office after Ballard stormed out. Fink hadn't said a word, just stared at him with a mixture of pity and disgust. Ballard and Fink were close, and Ballard had a 100% conviction rate in Fink's courtroom. If Ballard knew he'd been assigned, then the whole United States Attorney's Office knew too. Ballard would explode, venting his rage on anyone who would listen. And in minutes the news would leak to the press. Maybe it already had. Swallowing, Tom turned on his computer, opened the internet browser, and went to CNN. It was all over the front page. His photo, the one that had been taken after his appointment to the federal bench, when he had a giant smile and thought his appointment was the most amazing, unexpected thing that could happen to him in his life. His name right above a shout line that screamed, Judge Tom Brewer to preside over D.C. sniper trial. Who is Judge Brewer? Subheadlines. Bullets about his grades in law school, his 19 years as an assistant U.S. attorney. The media was already starting to dig, excavate through his life. Jesus, they were going to sit outside his house. Where was Mike? He fumbled for his cell phone, his thoughts coalescing to a single point. Mike. Where are you? Your place was sleeping. Everything okay? Turn on the news. He waited. Oh my God. Tom. Are reporters at the house yet? Let me check. Shit, they are. There are 2 news vans outside. Fuck. He was going to be sick. Reporters were outside his house and Mike was in his bed. He could see it now. Judge in D.C. sniper case hiding gay affair, sleeping with U.S. Marshal. Tom scrambled, fell to his knees and dragged the plastic trash bin out from under his desk. He hurled, coughing as he spat into the bin. His cell phone, on the carpet by his knee, rang. It was Mike. Mike? God, his voice was wrecked, thin and cracked through the middle. He coughed again. Tom, Jesus Christ. Mike sounded no better. Shit. What do we do? Mike took a breath, and then another. I'm going to stay here for a little while. You stay at the courthouse. I'll leave and I'll act like I was here in an official capacity, securing your premises. And I will. I'll lock everything up, shutter the windows, keep them from getting in or seeing in. Okay. What then? Was he never going to see Mike again? Would they have to stop this? Stop dating before they'd even really begun? For how long? Who knew how long a case like this would last? It could drag on for months and months. Or go very quickly, depending on how hard Ballard pressed. Mike, what happens now? I need to make some calls. Winters, Viegas, headquarters. Mike was spinning through his options, Tom could tell. He could practically see Mike in his own mind, imagine him thinking out loud. Was he sitting on the edge of Tom's bed? Was his hair rumpled, sticking up on one side? What was he wearing? He wished more than anything else that he was there, right beside Mike, and all of this was just a nightmare he was going to wake up from. Mike kept talking. We need to go into emergency operations. Provide personal protection for you, maybe even relocate you for a little while. Get the media off your back, and we need to do a threat assessment. This is a terrorism trial, and we haven't found everyone in the cell. What about retribution? What about... He was going to be sick again. Tom dropped the phone and clutched the trash bin, coughing up nothing but bile. He heard Mike shouting his name from the phone, small and tinny, like he was 1,000,000 miles away. I'm okay, he coughed. Tom, are you coming to the courthouse? Yes. Stay there. I'll call Winters and we'll both come in. I'll find you. He nodded, swallowing. Mike, do you think anyone will find out about Friday? The volleyball game. His kiss to Mike's lips in public. The bar afterwards, so many men sang hello to him. He'd been shown off like a gay debutante being introduced to the world. Mike sighed. I don't know, he whispered. I don't think so. We protect our own. You're not the only closeted politician in this town. He closed his eyes. I need you. I'm here. I'm here for you. I'll always be here for you. Tom. Mike sniffed. Let me make some calls. I'll get there as soon as I can. Mike practically vibrated as he blew into Winters' command office on the first floor of the old courthouse. He and Viegas had offices in the annex, and Winters officed in the Marshal's command post in the Prettyman courthouse proper, between the FISA courtrooms and the grand opulence of the main justice hall. Villegas had beaten him, and he sat in one of the leather club chairs before Winter's desk, leaning back in jeans and his polo with his legs crossed, like he didn't have a care in the world. Mike, fresh from Tom's shower, wearing clothes he thought he would be wearing with Tom on a hike around Teddy Roosevelt Island, went from 0 to 60 in a half a heartbeat. "What the fuck are you so chill about, Villegas?" Villegas scowled, his eyebrows shooting sky high. "What the fuck?" Winters eyeballed them both, his deep eyes glaring holes in both men. Winters was a big man, and powerfully built. He was a man of 1,000 words ever spoken in his life, someone who said as much with his weighty silence as he did with his deep, rumbling voice. He was one of the first black men to lead a team of judicial security inspectors, and rumor put him as being the next name on the list for being the head of their agency. "Lucciano, take a seat. We need to get Judge Brewer into personal protection right away." Winter's eyebrows rose, slowly. "Tom, are you on a first-name basis with this guy now?" Villegas sneered. "His name is all over the internet. The media is camping outside his house already." Mike ignored Villegas. "We don't even have the full cell captured. The fucking media is throwing his name around. Goddamn irresponsible assholes." "You're pretty worked up about this." "Yeah, I'm fucking worked up. I protect my judges." Mike turned to Villegas, squaring his shoulders. "Your judges?" Villegas dropped his nonchalant attitude and rose, facing Mike. "All right, what the fuck is going on? First you demand to take Brewer's case from me, and now this? Have you crossed the line, Lucciano?" "Crossed the line? You're gay. You're attracted to men, and now you're all up in this judge's business. Are you going after his dick?" "You motherfucker!" Mike lunged. Villegas sidestepped, falling back and bringing his fists up. "Enough!" Winter's bellow was loud enough to shake the walls. Mike and Villegas froze. "This is not the behavior I expect from my JSIs. Both of you are way out of line." Villegas and Mike faced Winters stiffly, almost at attention. "Lucciano, I've spoken with headquarters. We concur with your assessment that Judge Brewer will need extra protection, beginning immediately." He handed over a manila folder, but didn't let go when Mike reached for it. "I expect you to conduct yourself above reproach, Inspector Lucciano." "Yes, sir." Mike let a little daylight between the two words, a pause that was just a half-beat off disrespectful. He stormed out of the office, glaring at Villegas. "Inspector Villegas," Winters growled. "That was uncalled for." "So there is something fucked up going on." Villegas pointed at the door and Mike's exit. "He's hiding something, I swear to God." "Do you have any proof?" "My gut tells me it's true." "Your gut isn't good enough here, Villegas. You know that better than anyone. Don't make accusations you can't back up with solid evidence. You're already asking for a write-up and a visit from HR. Villegas held up his hands, a silent surrender. "You're taking the lead on courthouse security. Coordinate with the backup deputy marshal's headquarters is sending over. Make sure we have all our bases covered." Winters passed a second manila folder to Villegas. "Yes, sir." "And come back to me if you find something solid about Lucciano and Judge Brewer." Hours later, Mike burst back into Winters' command office. "Sir, I've completed the preliminary security protocols." Winters stared at him from behind his desk, not saying a word. "Headquarters has set up a suite at the Hyatt, and they've booked the rooms along the hallway for our use. The whole wing is secured for Judge Brewer and our uses. Teams will rotate through the hotel, one providing constant protection with 2 additional on standby. Brewer will rotate between the suite and friends' residences. I don't want to establish a pattern or give away his location. We'll move him covertly between several different locations and the courthouse, and we'll keep knowledge of his actual location limited to his direct security team. Friends' houses. Namely, his own apartment, and possibly Chris's, if he could twist Chris's arm into letting them crash there. But Winters didn't need to know that. And his direct security team, if Mike had his way, was going to be him and him alone. I'd like to clear my schedule, sir, and focus all my effort on this trial. I feel Judge Brewer will need close personal protection. I've discussed my concerns with him already, and he says he feels comfortable having me provide body protection. The Marshals weren't bodyguard types. That was more the Secret Service's lane, but as JSIs, they acted as bodyguards when things got majorly hairy. It was a worst-case scenario play, and he was playing it a little early, but... Mike watched Winters carefully. Would Winters call him out on his protection plan? Press him on the heavy-handedness? What if he wasn't allowed to be the man to protect Tom? Jesus, how could he let someone else take that? He'd go insane. He'd lose his mind, frantically worrying about Tom and his safety every second. Winters blinked. You discussed your concerns with Judge Brewer already. His ace. If a judge requested personal protection, the Marshals were obliged to respond. He teed up Winters for the approval, but he'd done it in a sneaky, shitty way. Yes, sir. Winters' eyes narrowed. Is there something you want to tell me about you and Judge Brewer, Inspector Lucciano? Mike swallowed. No, sir. Are you sure? He clenched his teeth, ground his molars together. I want to make sure Judge Brewer has the best security we can provide, sir. He's a new judge. This trial will be huge. He needs to spend all his time focusing on the trial, not worrying about his security or his safety. That's our job. Winters didn't look convinced. Granted, he never looked convinced of anything, but Mike was gambling everything here. Judge Brewer and I have developed a solid working relationship, sir. He trusts me, and I respect him. I want to do this for him. Silence filled the command office. He wanted to babble more, fill the air with reasons and justifications for why he had to be the one to protect Tom. He had to be the man. But sometimes silence was the best choice. He kept his lips sealed and held Winters' gaze. Winters leaned back in his leather chair and laced his hands together. I transferred your trial schedule to Viegas to detail to the backup marshals coming over from headquarters. Confirm your security procedures for each high-risk trial you have scheduled for the next 8 weeks. Sign off on the plans and then forward them to Viegas. He will assign each trial to a backup marshal. Thank you, sir. I want your security procedures for Judge Brewer's personal protection written out and documented, and you will provide me with daily reports, Luciano. I want to know everything you're doing. Winters pointed one finger at him, his eyes narrowing. If there is anything you need to tell me, you need to hurry up and spit it out, before your professionalism and your judgment are called into question and you find yourself before a review board. He closed his eyes. What the hell did he do? Say something. Reveal what he and Tom had become? No, he'd be ripped away from Tom's side. Removed from protection, possibly removed from the judicial security branch of the Marshals. He couldn't leave Tom now. Not like this. And what if they didn't make it? Was he going to end his career because he jumped the gun on their relationship? His career, his life, deserved just as much consideration as anything else. He couldn't throw everything away on a gamble. He'd march into Winters' office and tell him he and Tom were dating, were serious, were going all the way. Hell, he'd tell Winters they were engaged if it came to that. But he had to be sure. Certain. 3 days into a brand-new relationship was not certainty. And if he said anything at all right now, Tom would be in someone else's hands. Probably Viegas. That asshole had no business being a JSL, and if Mike had his way, he'd keep Viegas far, far away from Tom. There's nothing I have to tell you at this time, sir. At this time. At this time. Winters stood, peered at him. I expect your first daily report today, Lucciano. Give me a sit-rep on what we're facing, and what we're likely to face as the trial progresses. A full situation report and a prediction. No small task. He nodded. Yes, sir. Get out of here. As of now, you're providing personal protection to Judge Brewer and are the lead for his security during trial. Anything you need, come directly to me. Don't go around me to headquarters. He nodded again. I won't, sir. And thank you. Don't make me regret this. Chapter 20. Bulat the Sheriff sat beneath a humming fluorescent light in a stainless steel and concrete cinder-block room. His ankles and wrists were shackled, and a heavy chain looped around his waist. He was secured to the steel table before him and the concrete floor, thick padlocks holding him in place. He hadn't moved for hours. He stared straight ahead, looking just to the right of his reflection in the mirror he knew was actually a spy's window. On the other side of the glass, men hovered, watching him. How had it come to this? His mission had been perfect, his plans airtight, absolute. He had an egress route set in stone. He'd rehearsed the mission, the shots, the breakdown, the escape. He had it down to 90 seconds. 90 seconds to freedom. Instead, he'd been hemmed in, and after almost 12 hours, had been taken down by a massive force of American police and federal agents. Why had his escape failed? What had gone wrong? How had police been on the scene so quickly? Why was the fire escape door locked? It had never been locked in all the weeks he'd practiced the shooting, rehearsed his ingress and egress until he could do it in his sleep. With the door locked, he'd been forced to improvise, reroute, go into public spaces. Carrying a case large enough to hide a sniper rifle, in front of police officers looking for a shooter, tipped off by a phone call. Or so he'd been told. The blueprints of his arrest. It all pointed in one direction, to one inevitable truth, an unavoidable reality. He'd been set up. He'd been set up by the one person who knew he was there, who knew his mission. After his arrest, he'd been taken to the hospital. A few broken fingers, a busted lip, fractured cheekbone, cracked ribs, bruises. His arrest hadn't been gentle. In Russia, he wouldn't have survived the arrest, and the love taps he got from the American police would have been laughed at. They were so gentle with him in comparison. Ribs bandaged, fingers set, and bandages on, he was taken to the Federal Detention Center, strip-searched, dressed in an orange jumpsuit and dropped in a concrete and steel box. And now the Americans wanted to cut a deal with him. A snotty man, all-American smug superiority and arrogance had billowed in, staring down at him as if he were nothing, a piece of Soviet trash. I'm Dylan Ballard, United States Attorney. I'm the man who's going to prosecute you and send you to prison for the rest of your life. You have a choice, Mr. Desheriev. You can go to prison for a short time and then take a long walk to the end of a needle and die while the families of the men you murdered and the United States President watch you writhe. Or you can spend the rest of your life in prison reading books, watching TV, even exercising. Get yourself a nice prison boyfriend. Spend 50 years of your life in there, but you're alive. Which would you rather have? He'd stared at Ballard. Ballard had stared right back. You want to live. You tell us everything you know. Who are you working for? Who gave you your instructions? How big was your cell? What was your purpose? You cooperate with us. I'm authorized to keep you alive. This comes from the top. The very top. So it's all up to you, big shot. You want to live, or you want to die? He checked his watch. You have 3 hours. So far he'd used 2 hours and 49 minutes of his allotted time. It went against everything inside him to cooperate, to speak to the police, to the Americans, to turn on his own people. He'd never betrayed a man, had never sold his secrets. He did a job and he disappeared, and the job died with his target. He'd never been betrayed like this, though. Sure, people had tried to stiff him, underpay him, but they always came around. His soul was shredded by rage, hanging in tattered rags off his angry bones. His mind roared. Revenge weighed against a lifetime of silence. Did he care whether he lived or died? No. Did he want to see the one who betrayed him rot, suffer the full force of the American punishment machine? Yes. Oh, yes. At 2 hours and 52 minutes after Dylan Ballard left his room, Desheriev sat back. He looked dead center into the two-way mirror, staring himself in the eyes. I will speak, he spat. I will give you the man who paid me. Almost instantly, the recessed door clicked open, an electronic lock sliding out of place. Ballard strode in. Smart move, comrade. He dropped his padfolio on the table and sat across from him. Everything is being recorded. We will use everything, and I mean everything, you say in court. What you tell me will determine how sweet your deal is. I can make your life wonderful. You can have a comfortable time in prison, or I can send your ass to Guantanamo Bay, rendition your Soviet self to a black site off the map. You'll never see the sun again. Comprende? Americans. They loved speaking Spanish, as if that made them tough. As if having Mexico on their southern border meant they owned the Spanish language. Spain was part of Europe, and Russia had always paid close attention to Europe. Si, cabron. Yes, dumbass. Ballard grinned, a wolfish baring of his teeth. He flipped open his padfolio and lifted his pen. Then start talking. From the beginning. Chapter 21. Hey. Mike slipped into Tom's chambers, shutting the door quietly behind him. The TV was on. CNN streaming live footage of a protest hovering on the knife edge of a riot outside the U.S. Embassy in Moscow. American flags burned, and effigies of President McDonough were held aloft. Puppets riddled with bullet holes and bleeding fake blood. The CNN anchor spoke about skyrocketing tensions and worsening U.S.-Russian relations. Mike forced himself to look away. I've got your security plan in place. I'm running the lead, and I'll provide you with personal protection for the duration of the trial. Tom exhaled, blowing air out in a sudden rush. He slumped back in his desk chair, resting his head on the Cabernet-colored lambskin leather. I'm glad it's you. Of course it's me. Mike smiled softly. I won't let anyone else near you. I'm going to keep you safe, Tom. I swear. From everything. Another shaky exhale. What's the plan? We have to move you and Etta May out of your house for the trial. Headquarters is setting up a suite at the Hyatt with 24/7 security on all sides. I also told HQ that you'd be rotating between the suite and friends' houses, and that you'd keep your movements random. Establish no pattern. Friends? Tom frowned. What friends? I thought you could stay at my place for a little while. And at Chris's. Silence. Mike spoke fast, trying to hastily cover the hole that opened in his heart.
You don't have to. I should have talked to you first. I'm sorry, I just thought... He'd thought he could keep what he had going with Tom. Even through this, but what if Tom didn't want that? Jesus, what if Tom was turning around and running right back into the closet? What if this was the end of them? Do you think anyone will find out about Friday? Wasn't that what he'd asked hours ago? Sounding so scared and timid. Could he blame Tom? He was in the national spotlight, the international spotlight, hiding an illicit gay love affair while the media was turning over every stick and stone in his life was possibly the dumbest decision he could make. But selfishly, he still wanted Tom to pick him. I'll go to your house and get Etta May and whatever you need. Please make a list of what you'd like me to get for you. And then we'll go to the Hyatt. You'll be safe there. Mike sucked in a breath, trying to keep his face like stone. Don't let him see you crack. I'll pick you up in the morning and take you to the courthouse. Arraignment is tomorrow at 9 a.m. Are you planning on personally presiding over the arraignment, or will you let a magistrate judge handle that? Arraignments were procedural, and often the lower judges, the magistrates, presided, pinch-hitting for the federal judges and their overflowing court calendars. Tom stared at him, his jaw hanging open, a frown creasing his Roman features. He looked like a lost little boy, not a federal judge. Slowly he shook his head. Mike, slow down. You're going 1,000,000 miles an hour, and I feel like I'm stuck in slow motion. I'm sorry. Tom closed his eyes and leaned back. The weight of the whole world seemed to bear down on his shoulders. Jesus, Mike was a prick. The whole world was watching Tom, and he was only thinking of himself. But Tom grabbed a pen and a piece of paper and started listing out what he needed. Suits, ties, undershirts, shoes, his toiletries, dog food, and Etta May's pillow. He blinked, staring at the paper, and then slid it across to Mike. I'll be back in an hour. As promised, Mike was back almost on the dot to an hour. He took his own Marshal's car and came back with 3 duffels loaded up with Tom's clothes and supplies, Etta May's dog accoutrement, and Etta May herself, riding shotgun and hanging out the front window. Mike had sent a message before he left, asking Tom to meet him in the basement parking garage. Etta May bounded for him as soon as Mike carried her out of the car. She jumped, both paws landing on his thighs, and tried to reach for his face. She danced a bit, wiggling her butt as she wagged her tail and lolled her tongue out. For the first time that day, Mike saw Tom smile. Mike transferred Tom's bags to a blacked-out SUV, catching the keys from a deputy marshal standing guard nearby. The courthouse had been flooded with deputy marshals from headquarters, everyone reporting to Villegas and backing up courthouse security. They brought all the toys, too. Bulletproof SUVs, advanced comms, personal protective gear, and an armory's worth of weapons. In the rear of the SUV, 2 bulletproof vests were laid out. One in Mike's size, one in Tom's. Judge Brewer, can you come here? Tom padded over, Etta May trailing at his heels. Mike laid his hand on Tom's bulletproof vest. Tom paled, and his lips thinned, pressing together. This is for you. I don't believe that it's necessary to wear it while we're moving at this time. There haven't been any overt, actionable threats made against you yet. Yet? With a case like this, they'll be coming. We'll monitor every channel, internet, telephone, email, your office mail, everything. Most of them will be garbage, but we'll check out every single one. Tom nodded. Let me show you how to put this on. Tom was stiff beneath his touch, his muscles vibrating. Mike slipped the vest over his head and showed him how to wrap the cummerbund, secure the vest, and how to shift the weight from his shoulders to his back. He kept his touch quick and light, and stepped away as soon as he could. Feel okay? Feels terrifying. You won't have to wear this now. But you think I will in the future? Mike didn't answer as he helped Tom back out of the vest. Let's get you to the hotel. Tom hefted Etta May into the back seat and then followed,
sitting behind the empty passenger seat. Edame lay down and rested her chin on his thigh. She'd already had an exciting day, and she clearly needed a nap to recover. "Mike?" Tom waited until Mike shut the door and they were sealed inside. He turned, looking back. "I don't want to go to the Hyatt." Mike stared. "Take me to your place?" "Are you sure?" Tom sighed and stayed quiet. Mike put the SUV in gear and started to drive. An hour later, he pulled into the underground parking garage beneath his building. He'd taken a circuitous route, checking and double-checking and triple-checking for followers and tails. Nothing, and no media either. For now, at least, they were off the grid. He pulled into his assigned spot and cut the engine. They didn't speak as they climbed out. Tom held Adame's leash and kept her close, even though she wanted to sniff all the new smells of the garage. Mike carried all of Tom's bags, his duffels and a garment bag stuffed with 10 of Tom's suits. He led them up the internal stairs to the second floor and then to his unit. No one was in the halls. Mike never saw his neighbors. Tom unclipped Adame's leash as the door opened. She trotted inside, her tail wagging, and made a beeline for the living room and the piles of boxes, his kitchen crap still strewn everywhere. His kitchen was bare concrete flooring and stripped walls, a tarp-covered sink and fridge. He had ducked under the tarp to the fridge enough times that there was a permanent cave opening to it. A stack of paper plates and plastic forks sat on his end table. "Sorry for the mess. The kitchen is a disaster zone." Tom smiled weakly. "Let me show you to the bedroom." He took Tom back to his bedroom, setting the duffels in a line by the door and hanging Tom's garment bag next to his own suits in his cramped walk-in closet. His place was smaller than Tom's. Much, much smaller and older. He'd done what he could with it, adding trim and drapes and painting the walls. But it still looked like a cheap condo next to Tom's stately Victorian. His bed took up most of the master bedroom. He didn't have a stylish sitting area and a chaise lounge beneath a window in his bedroom. He had a cheap full-length mirror from IKEA and 2 cherry nightstands beside his sleigh bed. A simple chest along the wall with blankets for winter and a few toys tucked deep in the bottom. "It's not much." Tom sat on the edge of his bed and leaned over, scrubbing his face. The garnet bedspread made his pale skin glow against the rich fabric. "I can sleep on the couch. We don't have to." "Mike, please." Tom's voice pleaded with him, pulled at his heart. "I'm trying to hold it together. Please, just what? Anything, Tom. Whatever you need, I'll give it to you." Tom closed his eyes and held his hands up, as if he was praying. He pressed his lips to the sides of his fingers. "I am being shredded apart." He barely spoke, practically whispered. "As a judge, my entire professional life, my career will be in this trial. I will be on trial just as much as Desheriev. Every word I speak, every decision I make, every moment of the trial that I direct will be dissected around the world. My history, my legal philosophy, every choice I ever made, all of it under the microscope. My obituary will start the judge who presided over the DC sniper trial." His eyes opened and he stared at Mike's floor, at the hardwood and the throw rug he'd bought last year. "I have to pour everything into this. I need to be above reproach. I need to evict all the skeletons in my closet. I need to be a paragon of justice. They're going to dig and dig and dig into me. If they find anything, any scrap of untoward behavior, any suggestion of scandal, my entire character will be tossed in the garbage. You have one chance in the media. They will brand you for life if they dig something up. And now, with these stakes, the world may be hanging in the balance. The United States and Russia, God, this could lead to war." "And here it is." Mike nodded slowly. Goodbye. The end. Life was cruel. Maybe if they survived this trial, they could try again. If he played it cool. If he didn't make Tom feel like shit. If he sacrificed his heart and put the world and the trial and everything else first. Like Tom was going to have to do. Tom kept speaking, shaking his head behind his clasped hands. But as a man, I finally found what I've been yearning for my whole life. His eyes flicked to Mike's, wet and shining. I found you, and everything in my life seemed to click into place. I want that, Mike. I want volleyball and Rock Creek Park, and I want to hold hands with you on the street. I want to live. I want to be me. He sniffed deeply, inhaling, trying to stop the trembles that settled over his body. He bowed his shoulders, and his spine stuck out of his shirt, knobs that paraded down his back. Why does one half of me always have to be sacrificed for the other? Mike moved, ripping free from the freeze that had settled over him. He sat beside Tom, wrapping one arm around his waist and the other around Tom's clasped hands. I'm not going anywhere. I'll be here. I'll wait for you through this whole thing. I support you, and I get it. I don't like it. I hate it. And I hate that the world does this. But I get it. And, Tom, I swear, I'm here for the long haul. Through it all. So I'll wait for you and this trial. I don't want to wait. Tom turned into him, reaching for him. I don't want to sacrifice. I don't want to give in again to the world. I don't want to be an arm's length away from you through this. I want you by my side. You and me. Us. Who we are. What we're building. That's not less important than this trial. It's the other half of my life, Mike. Jesus. No one had ever said Mike was worth so much to him. His throat clenched, and he blinked, fast, struggling for control. Anything you want. Anything you need. He choked out. That's one and the same. You. Tom's control fell at the same moment Mike's did, and they met in the middle, a kiss stained by falling tears, salty lips pressing together over and over again. Mike held him close, cupping his face, kissing every millimeter of his lips. Tom held his wrists, thumb stroking over his pulse. They fell back, crawling into each other's arms as their tears mixed and merged, and their kiss stretched on and on. Mike ordered Thai for delivery and got Tom set up on his Wi-Fi. They sat side by side in Mike's bed, leaning against his headboard, and worked on their laptops as the TV on the wall murmured softly, turned to CNN. I have to send daily reports to Winters. Some parts are vaguer than others. Tom stared at him. You're risking a lot having me here. I didn't think you wanted me to come out and tell Winters we were dating, and there was no way I was letting Viegas run lead on this. I'm being selfish, telling you we're staying together through the trial. Tom frowned. I didn't even ask what you wanted. You. Safe, happy, smiling, and in my arms every night. Tom finally smiled, and he rested his head against Mike's, his forehead on Mike's temple. The breaking news jingle burbled over Mike's bedroom, and they looked up at the vivid splash of color and the smear of red blazing from the flat screen. Breaking news from Moscow, the anchor droned. President Dmitry Vasiliev has landed in Russia and is addressing the nation. It wasn't even dawn yet in Moscow. Still the bitter early hours of the morning, but Muscovites had flooded the streets, thronged around the airport and the walls of the Kremlin, waving Russian flags and chanting Vasiliev's name. The crowd around the U.S. Embassy had also steadily grown. Bricks were starting to fly at the gates and at the Marine Guards. The camera feed cut to Russian President Dmitry Vasiliev. He stood tall, though his face was wan, skeletally pale. One arm was in a sling and massive bandages were wrapped around his shoulder and down to his elbow. He had on a button-down, but clearly one arm had been cut away, the edges tucked into the bandages encasing his right shoulder and slung arm. Dark circles smudged the deep canyons beneath his eyes.
"My friends!"
President Vasiliev cried in Russian. A translator spoke over his rumbling voice.
"I am so glad to return to my homeland in one piece. To land here and see all your smiling faces is the best gift that a president can ever receive."
He stopped, taking in a slow breath. Vasiliev was pulling a Reagan, making a speech to his people to soothe their nerves, even though he was barely able to stand.
"The American devils, those demons of the West, tried their best to strike me down, but their dogs were not strong enough to touch Russia's beating heart."
Cheers rose, wails and bellows from the crowd around Vasiliev, speaking from a hastily erected podium at the base of his presidential jet. "It wasn't an American who shot him," Tom murmured. "Does he not know that we have the shooter and that he's Russian?" "Chechen. Still, looks like this is an internal dogfight, not an American one." Vasiliev continued speaking, drowning out whatever Mike was going to say in response.
"The Americans think they can be rid of Russia so easily that they can strike me down on the steps of their capital, that they can destroy the heart of Russia, cut the head of her mighty dragon. Their arrogance knows no bounds."
More roars, more thunderous shouts.
"For years they have tried to attack us, provoke us into defending ourselves. For years they have tried to destroy us, turn the world against us. Well, I say this. America and President McDonough, you have crossed the line. Your actions have roused the great Russian dragon, and we will defend ourselves. The whole world watched your cowardly acts, your failures that led to the deaths of a great Russian man, my security agent. The whole world watched as you tried and failed to assassinate me."
Mike whistled.
"The whole world is watching, President McDonough. The whole world is watching your next moves. Your unchecked aggression against Russia will not go unanswered. And, my friends, I make you this promise.